the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Dark Elves, Part 2. Odin, this guy, I was just being polite, and he just left without saying anything. Shen Fei couldn't help but criticize Odin as he left. If Odin had offered him a reward, he would have pushed for it, asking for a cosmic map or having Asgard send him to the Void or the Nova Empire's capital, Xandar. With his current abilities, a single trip there would allow him to return freely, without needing a spaceship. In that sense, dimensional magic was truly powerful. But since Odin hadn't mentioned it, Shen Fei couldn't bring it up. While Shen Fei felt a little regretful, it was useless now. Perhaps because of Shen Fei's rescue of Queen Frigga, Odin never again mentioned sending Shen Fei and Stark back to Midgard. After Stark woke up and heard what had happened, he felt deeply regretful. He immediately refused the Asgardians' invitation to drink again, apparently because he was too tired to drink. As time passed, Jane grew increasingly weaker. Thor, deeply concerned for her, proposed sending Jane back to Earth to see if there was any way to save her. However, Odin refused and ordered Heimdall to close the Rainbow Bridge to prevent Thor from using it. Thor was deeply indignant at Odin's decision, but no matter how much he pleaded, Odin refused to change his mind, not even after Queen Frigga's subsequent persuasion. For Odin, the ether held the safety of the Nine Realms and, indeed, the entire universe. After the Dark Elves reappeared, Odin would never allow them to obtain it. If Jane were allowed to return to Earth, not only would the ether itself be dangerous, but if the Dark Elves learned of it and invaded Earth, obtaining the ether would put the entire Nine Realms in jeopardy. Odin knew clearly the relative importance of personal safety and the safety of the entire world. Although this decision was deeply unpleasant, as King of Asgard and the ruler of the Nine Realms, he had to consider his people. Furthermore, Jane's problem couldn't even be solved by Asgard, let alone Midgard. At this point, Odin had chosen to forget about a certain bald man who had left him feeling incredibly frustrated. Shen Fei had also examined Jane's condition using his opera fruit and concluded that he had no solution. The power of the ether particles was simply beyond his current capabilities. Thor, of course, wouldn't give up so easily. Seeing Odin's utter indifference, he sought out Queen Frigga. After his persistent pleas, Frigga finally relented and offered Thor a plan. Asgard couldn't solve Jane's problem, but the Dark Elves might be able to. Thor was delighted to hear the solution, but with the Rainbow Bridge sealed, he couldn't bring Jane to the Dark Elves' world. Queen Frigga then offered Thor another idea: seek out Loki, who possessed other means of reaching the Nine Realms. Frigga later suggested that if Loki contributed to the fight against the Dark Elves, this achievement might allow Odin to release him from his imprisonment. Since it concerned Jane's life and the freedom of his brother Loki, Thor considered it and agreed. Queen Frigga breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Thor's agreement. Although Loki was only an adopted son, Frigga's affection for him over the years was no less than Thor's. Loki had been very attached to Frigga as a child, and all his magical prowess was learned from Queen Frigga. However, because Loki's crime this time was so serious, colluding with Thanos, a heinous crime in the universe, even Frigga couldn't plead for Loki. The appearance of the ether particles gave him an opportunity. If the two brothers joined forces and solved the problem of the Dark Elves, even if Odin was stubborn, he would release Loki for this achievement. Because of this achievement, there would be little opposition within Asgard. Let me help you deal with the Dark Elves. While Thor was consulting with Loki, Shen Fei was approached by Frigga. After hearing Frigga's words, Shen Fei looked at her in disbelief. That's right. We absolutely cannot let the Dark Elves obtain the ether. With your strength, and the magic of Kamar-Taj, stealing the ether won't be difficult if you hide away. Frigga wanted to help her son, but she also didn't want the ether to fall into the hands of the Dark Elves. But I don't know how to become invisible. There's no way I can follow them quietly. Shen Fei's words were, of course, a lie. Harry Potter's disillusionment charm was an invisibility spell. I know. I can teach you. Frigga, desperate to help her son, summoned the disillusionment spell, a spell Loki often used. I see. I'll do my best to help them. Shen Fei had been a little worried about Frigga's survival. What would happen next? Was Jane really going to die? Thor would be heartbroken. Now that he'd heard Frigga's words, he finally understood what was going on. This outcome was a happy ending for Shen Fei. Jane wouldn't have died because of his intervention. Illusion magic is, after Shen Fei agreed, Frigga immediately taught him the illusion magic. Asgard's illusion magic was far more magical than the magic of Harry Potter's world, and of course, much more difficult to learn. Fortunately, Shen Fei had disciples from Kamar-Taj, and Frigga was also a very powerful witch. Shen Fei mastered it in a very short time. Loki, this is your only chance. I hope you brothers can work together and not have any ulterior motives. If we fail this time, and the Dark Elves get their hands on the ether, Asgard will be finished. In the prison, Frigga sternly warned Loki after seeing him. Then why not just kill that woman? Would that be the easiest solution? Shut up. Loki's words made Frigga very angry. Under Frigga's stern gaze, Loki lowered his head in resignation. If there was anyone in Asgard who could command Loki's complete obedience, it was undoubtedly Frigga. He will cooperate with you to prevent any problems. Remember, if you do anything this time, I will never forgive you. Under Frigga's gaze, Shen Fei and Loki reached an agreement. Later, Shen Fei learned from Loki the location leading to the other 9 realms. To ensure a smooth transition, Shen Fei would wait there. To ensure Shen Fei's operation went smoothly, Frigga had Asgard's researchers open up to Stark, thus hindering him. A real fight. Is this Odin just too old? Hiding in the spot Loki had indicated, Shen Fei immediately used illusion magic to conceal himself as he watched Thor, Loki, and Jane being attacked by several aircraft. Escaping Loki from the sky prison was no easy task, especially considering he just escaped from the sky prison. Fortunately, he had 4 loyal followers, and with Sif and the others acting as bait, they were able to attract a large number of Asgardian defenders. This gave Thor the opportunity to extract Loki and Jane. Frigga's reason for requiring Loki to reach an agreement ahead of time was simple. While illusion magic was powerful, Loki also possessed it, making it impossible to hide from him. In fact, even Thor, with a focused eye, would have noticed any anomalies. He couldn't be tricked by his brother's illusion magic, having developed a certain immunity. What secret passage? It turns out it's magic after all. Loki's secret passage was actually magic. In fact, it was Frigga who had revealed it to Loki because of his playful nature. Shen Fei had no hope of learning this magic, as it was entirely based on the Asgardian system. Unless Asgard allowed him to learn it from scratch, there was no chance of mastering it. Wadalheim, the realm of the Dark Elves, is shrouded in near-permanent darkness. That's why Bauer, after wiping out the Dark Elves, left. The pure darkness is unique to the Dark Elves. While it's called pure darkness, it's not pitch black, but rather a dusky gloom, allowing them to see others at a distance. Along the way, Loki was restless, frequently causing disturbances that infuriated Thor. Jane, fearful of Loki's role in the Battle of New York, remained close to Thor. Asgardians, you're quite courageous. You dare to bring the ether with you. Thor and his companions soon encountered the Dark Elves. Perhaps sensing the approach of the ether, the Dark Elves' leader, Malekith, suddenly appeared, accompanied by the cursed warriors. It's done. That's my full-strength death blade. Shen Fei, hiding a distance behind Thor and the other 2, was deeply surprised as he watched the cursed warrior quietly standing beside Malekith. What Shen Fei didn't know was that the cursed warrior appeared intact, but this was only after he had expended considerable health. Malekith had gone to great lengths to restore the cursed warrior to normalcy. Malekith would have certainly not done so back then, but there was only one cursed stone left. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I'm here for. Thor took a step forward and was about to say something when Loki, standing behind him, suddenly drew a dagger from his body and stabbed him from behind. Thor roared in pain and immediately engaged Loki. During the fight, Loki severed Thor's right hand, causing his Mjolnir to fall to the ground. Finally, Loki stabbed Thor in the chest, and Thor collapsed to the ground of Wadalheim with a look of resignation. Loki, you? Jane on the side watched this scene in horror. She never thought that the 2 brothers who seemed to be ready to cooperate before would actually prepare to kill each other. I am Loki. Although I am also a prince of Asgard, I am not an Asgardian, but a Jotunheimite. By the way, I have seen this guy in prison before. Loki revealed his true face as he spoke. His blue body grabbed Jane, who was about to rush to Thor's body on the ground, and walked towards Malekith and others. What is your purpose? Looking at the fallen body of Thor, Malekith looked at the warrior who was cursing. After he nodded, he immediately asked, My purpose is very simple. This woman belongs to you. I don't need the ether particles, but Asgard is mine. You can't attack Asgard anymore, Loki stated his purpose. No problem, Loki's identity made Malekith unquestionable. The Nine Realms knew that Asgard and the Frost Giants had a deep-seated blood feud, constantly at war. It was only recently, when the Frost Giant King suddenly died for unknown reasons, that a truce was reached. With a statement, Malekith ordered his Dark Elves to remove Jane from Loki's grasp. Seeing that Loki wasn't playing tricks, he gazed at her with excitement, as if he were looking at some priceless treasure. To be precise, he wasn't looking at Jane, but at the ether within her. As the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith could sense the ether, which was why he sent the cursed warriors to Asgard. If Jane hadn't come to Asgard with Thor, Malekith would likely have attacked Earth immediately. While Malekith needed to send spies to Asgard, he wasn't as concerned about Earth. This, in a way, prevented another alien war on Earth. Compared to the cannon fodder-level Chitauri, the Dark Elves, though fewer in number, were far more formidable. With a wave of Malekith's hands, Jane suddenly floated in the air, black ether particles slowly emanating from her body and soaring into Malekith's palms. What a convincing performance! Loki is truly worthy of his role. I almost thought it was real. The fratricide between Loki and Thor was incredibly convincing. If Shen Fei hadn't seen the real Thor, hidden to the side like him, he might have actually believed Loki had betrayed him. When he first watched the movie, this scene had made him believe Loki's betrayal was genuine. Haha, our time has finally arrived. Malekith was overjoyed to have the ether in his possession, completely ignoring Jane, who had collapsed before him. Jane was now completely emaciated by the sudden extraction of the ether particles. It seems that the Dark Elves can unleash the true power of the Reality Stone. Unfortunately, there is no way to obtain knowledge about the Reality Stone from this clan. Thor and Loki are present in this operation, so Shen Fei can't do anything. Besides, the Dark Elves are not small players. If he doesn't fight with all his strength, he might be the one who is unlucky. Not to mention that everything that is happening here may be under the eyes of Heimdall. Whether Odin knows about Frigga's plan or not, Shen Fei really has no idea. Kill them. Malekith, who obtained the ether particles, didn't care about the conditions he had agreed to Loki before. In his opinion, a mere frost giant was not qualified to negotiate with him. After giving orders to the cursed warriors on the side, he prepared to leave. Chapter 177 Dark Elves, End. Now, Malekith ordered, turning to leave. As the cursed warrior advanced, ready to kill Jane, Loki was about to strike. Before Loki could finish his words, a hammer flew towards him, knocking the cursed warrior back. It was Thor's Meow Hammer. As the hammer struck the cursed warrior, Thor emerged and immediately rushed towards Jane, who lay on the ground. For Thor, Jane was more important than the ether. Malekith, still holding the ether in his hand, had noticed the movement behind him. Turning back to see Thor reappear, he frowned, then waved, telling the two Dark Elves behind him to stay behind while he continued forward. Malekith cared nothing for his men's lives. As long as he had accomplished his plan, even if they all perished, the Dark Elves had won. Room, slaughterhouse. Just as Malekith continued forward, he suddenly felt something strange in his hand. Looking down, he realized that the ether had transformed into a fist-sized stone. Malekith then looked around and immediately spotted Shen Fei, holding a small glass case. Inside was the ether. While the Reality Stone was immensely powerful, before it was used, Shen Fei had used the surgery fruit to exchange it with others. This glass case was given to him by Queen Frigga to store the ether, preventing it from possessing anyone else again. Don't look at me like that. I'm also being asked to do something. Seeing Malekith charging towards him with a fierce look on his face, Shen Fei ran away speechlessly. He didn't know Malekith's strength. He could have tried, but with the ether in his hand, Shen Fei couldn't fight Malekith at this moment. If the ether was taken away during the fight, it would be a disaster. Shen Fei ran toward the battle between Thor and the cursed warriors, firing fireballs at Malekith, who was pursuing him. True to his position as leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith was largely indifferent to Shen Fei's fireballs. Even when they hit him, they only caused him to pause slightly, leaving him unharmed. We've got the ether particles. Now it's up to you. Shen Fei ran to where Thor and the others were. He saw Thor roaring, wielding Mjolnir and pounding the cursed warriors. Loki, on the other hand, had collapsed to the ground, a dagger lodged in his chest, looking gravely ill. Several dark elf corpses lay nearby. It was Loki's death that unleashed Thor's fury. Thor had been unable to defeat the cursed warriors. Although Thor possessed immense strength, he was only over 1,000 years old and still very young. He couldn't fully unleash his divine power. Without Mjolnir, he was no match for Thor. At this moment, Thor held Mjolnir in high regard, a symbol of his status. However, he failed to grasp the true power within him. As Odin once said, he was the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. But now, Thor was merely the god of hammers. This guy's playing dead again. Upon seeing Loki's corpse, Shen Fei's first reaction was that he was feigning death. Except for the time he faced Thanos, when Loki might have truly died, his other deaths were all fake. Even when he fell from the Rainbow Bridge, he wasn't dead. Trouble. Seeing Malekith approach, Shen Fei immediately slashed his right hand, creating a golden portal. He then tossed Jane and the glass case containing the ether into the portal. Across the way lay the Asgardian palace. Seeing the ether vanish, Malekith felt as if he had lost something he cherished most. With a roar, he rushed towards Shen Fei. Timing was crucial for using the ether. If he missed the opportunity, even if he had obtained it, it would be useless. He would have to wait until the next connection between the 9 realms. With his existence already known, Malekith didn't believe he had a chance to see the next 9 realms connected. Therefore, he harbored a deep hatred for Shen Fei, the man who had shattered his dreams. Facing the charging Malekith, Shen Fei immediately met him. His strength is decent, but weaker than a cursed warrior. With that kind of power, is he truly the leader of the Dark Elves? Shen Fei couldn't help but wonder as he watched Malekith, who had been sent flying by a powerful kick. However, for some reason, the power of the Operation Fruit had lost its effect on him, otherwise he could have simply cut him apart. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, Malekith's weakness stemmed from his severe injuries. Years of lingering on, he hadn't recovered at all. Furthermore, the Dark Elves' full power could only be unleashed in darkness, making them so vulnerable there. Bang! While Shen Fei and Malekith exchanged blows, Thor was sent flying by a kick from the Curse Warrior. Thor had previously relied on his explosive power to suppress the Curse Warrior, but he couldn't maintain it forever. Once his explosive power wore off, the Curse Warrior seized the opportunity. Thor, seeing Malekith glaring at him furiously after reuniting with the Curse Warrior, Shen Fei's gaze flickered to the Curse Warrior's waist pouch, which held what looked like a grenade. Hold them off for a bit. I need to figure out how to defeat them, Shen Fei said, stepping back and pushing Thor forward. Think quickly then. Seeing the fierce-looking Curse Warrior and Malekith, Thor charged forward, hammer in hand. Good opportunity. As Thor was being attacked by the Curse Warrior, Shen Fei finally found his chance. He quietly opened a small portal and snatched the grenade from the Curse Warrior. Kamar-Taj's teleportation magic, the Arcane Gate, can be large or small, just like Doctor Strange can reach books from the library with his bare hands. Shen Fei could do the same. Goodbye, both of you. Holding the grenade, Shen Fei immediately activated his shaving technique and ran off. Once he saw they were close enough, he activated his Operation Fruit, unleashed the grenade, and exchanged it with Thor. Malekith and the Curse Warrior were stunned for a moment before being sucked into the dark rift created by the grenade. Shen Fei had a deep memory of the black hole grenade. It was similar to a certain idiot's gravity grenade, though gravity grenades were common in the universe. But the black hole grenade seemed to be possessed by no one except the Dark Elves. If the Curse Warriors weren't so difficult to deal with and Odin hadn't sent any reinforcements, Shen Fei would have actually wanted to keep the grenade. In some cases, it could be a game changer. Especially since Shen Fei possessed the power of the Operation Fruit, he could use it even better. But it was all he could do now. Seeing the look Malekith gave him, Shen Fei knew he now hated him more than Asgard. It's over. After the enemy was defeated, Thor immediately rushed to Loki's body with a look of sorrow and embraced him. Seeing Thor's distress, Shen Fei silently opened the portal to Asgard. Things were simple after that. Malekith and the other Dark Elves were annihilated, marking the complete annihilation of the Dark Elves. Asgard immediately used the Rainbow Bridge to reach Jotunheim to clean up the mess and see if any Dark Elf survived. Asgard's actions left Shen Fei feeling deeply depressed. He had originally planned to go there and take Malekith's spaceship for himself. Instead, Asgard had packed it all up and taken it back, leaving his journey in vain. Because of Loki's heroic fight and sacrifice, Odin exonerated him and gave him a dignified burial. Thor, on the other hand, apologized to Odin for his actions, which had not only plunged the universe into crisis but also resulted in Loki's death. Feeling he could no longer inherit the throne of Asgard, Thor requested voluntary exile. Shen Fei interpreted Thor's words as, "Now that the matter is resolved, I'm going to Earth to live a peaceful life with Jane." After a long silence, Odin agreed. However, before doing so, Thor still needed to do one thing: deliver the ether to the collector in the void. Shen Fei found Odin's decision puzzling. In the original story, the ether was sent because Asgard already had the Space Stone, and they couldn't allow the two Infinity Stones to be too close together. Asgard didn't have the Space Stone anymore. However, despite his confusion, Thor had no choice but to comply with Odin's decision. This also presented Shen Fei with a golden opportunity to visit the Void, a place he had long dreamed of. Stark, a rare opportunity to visit an alien planet, naturally wouldn't miss it. Together with Jane and Sif, the five of them boarded a spaceship bound for the Void. Asgard's Rainbow Bridge was impressive, but unfortunately, it only functioned within the 9 realms, while the Void was beyond them. Through this opportunity, Shen Fei and Stark finally gained access to cosmic knowledge. To navigate the universe, a spaceship and a star map were essential. Without these two, it was easy to get lost. Of course, this was for ordinary people. For Shen Fei, a single visit would allow him to freely travel back and forth through dimensional magic. Shen Fei's interest in the Void wasn't due to the existence of collectors there, but rather because the planet within it once housed the head of an ancient god. A single head represented a planet, and the sheer size of such a being's body was unimaginable. Even Ego hadn't reached that level, though perhaps if he continued to grow, it might be possible. The Marvel Universe is incredibly complex, and Thanos' recent appearance is nothing compared to the previous one. Luckily, the old guard rarely appears, and they have little interest in the Infinity Stones. The Void is the domain of the collector Divan, who possesses vast wealth to amass a collection of unique objects in the entire universe. This is where he finds his vast wealth. As the planet that once housed the head of a celestial being, the Void possesses numerous rare resources, including celestial cells, tissue fluid, and organic matter, all valuable on the black market. With the exception of a few cosmic overlords, such as Thanos, most dare not provoke Divan, which is likely why Odin placed the ether there. Of course, the more important factor is that the ether can be fetched for a significant sum. Of course, the ether wasn't given to Divan for free. It's one of only 6 Infinity Stones in the universe. For a collector like Divan, its allure is undeniable. This is alien. After landing on the Void, Stark looked somewhat disappointed. This alien world was completely different from what he had imagined. This is a chaotic place, don't run around. Shen Fei knew Stark's character well. To prevent him from causing trouble on this planet, Shen Fei could only keep a close eye on him. As for what he needed to do, he didn't need to worry about it. Worst case scenario, he could just skip it this time and come back next time. This is truly incredible. The appearance of the ether particles made D-Fan rub his hands together. Of course, someone like D-Fan had heard of the Infinity Stones, but they were something you could only find once in a while. Even D-Fan was seeing them for the first time. D-Fan isn't a good guy. Thankfully, it wasn't the Power Stone this time, or else it might have caused chaos. D-Fan was known for his harsh treatment of his slaves. It was precisely because of this harshness that the Power Stone's appearance caused chaos among his slaves. While D-Fan wasn't armed, he suffered heavy losses. The universe was a completely barbaric, dark forest world. In comparison, Earth was far more peaceful and fortunate. The first tactic used by the universe to target civilizations that haven't yet left their planets is plunder. Slave trade is rampant, and even the Nova Empire isn't immune to it. After learning about the laws of survival in the universe, Stark remained silent for a long time, seemingly resolving something. After that, he wandered around. By purchasing ether particles, Asgard had acquired a vast amount of universal wealth. Shen Fei and Stark also gained a significant amount. Although the Void was a chaotic place, it also had its own rules. Coupled with the Asgardian reputation, few bothered them. The Asgardians held a great reputation in the universe, thanks to Odin's astonishing reputation back then. In some ways, his fame rivaled that of Thanos today. How dare this guy lie to me, Stark mused, furious as he looked at the information in his hand. Having rarely visited an alien planet, Stark was naturally curious about alien technology. After pooling their money, Stark contacted merchants to purchase the technology. In the end, he did buy the information, but most of it was useless. Some of it was even inferior to the technology on Earth. After all, black technology appeared frequently on Earth. Unfortunately, no matter how angry Stark was, it was useless because the person he had traded with disappeared, which meant that Stark was truly deceived. Chapter 178, Desperate Virus, Part 1. Forget it, just consider it tuition, Shen Fei whispered soothingly to distraught Stark. In black market transactions like this, those who are scammed can only blame themselves, as there's no way to trace them. The void is inherently a lawless place, and even Asgardians have no real recourse there. While ordinary people wouldn't provoke an Asgardian, they wouldn't help them either. In the void, threats from legitimate powers are less of a concern. The Kree Empire and the Nova Empire aren't particularly feared by ordinary people, while forces like Thanos and Ronan the Accuser hold a significant deterrent. After their business was done, Sif and Thor immediately prepared to return. For Asgard, the void wasn't a pleasant place. They wouldn't have come there if they hadn't had something else to do. Let's stop by Xander in the Nova Empire. I've heard it's a renowned civilized planet, Shen Fei stated on the way back to Asgard. Shen Fei had originally intended to have Stark make this request, but he seemed too upset by being deceived to pay any heed to Shen Fei's suggestion. It's a rare trip out, so you might as well take a look around. You know, you won't have the chance once you return. Shen Fei's proposal met with Jane's approval, and Thor, initially hesitant, immediately agreed. As Thor nodded happily, Sif's gaze shifted to Shen Fei. That meaningful look made Shen Fei scratch his head. He had wanted Stark to propose it for this very reason. On Xander, upon learning that the Prince of Asgard had arrived, the Supreme of the Nova Empire personally came to greet him. Knowing that Thor was merely visiting for a visit, he immediately ordered his men to take Thor and Jane on a sightseeing tour. Upon arriving on Xander, Stark's spirits immediately returned. Although he was now without money and technology, seeing the alien life and political system was still useful. Don't worry so much. I suggested coming here not for them, but for you. Shen Fei didn't leave. Seeing Sif looking rather glum, he immediately approached. For me, Sif looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled expression. Of course, on Earth, it's very important for couples to have common topics to talk about when they're dating, Shen Fei said, recalling a dating guide he'd read. While it was all nonsense and likely no one on Earth would care, it was a novel perspective for the Asgardians. They fell in love because of distance. Once they were together more often, things would change. As the saying goes, distance creates beauty. Thor and Jane's breakup likely stemmed from their understanding of Thor's personality after living with him for a while. It's like being a fan. If you live with a celebrity every day, you probably won't feel the same way. Shen Fei is a living example of this. Harry Potter's Golden Triangle, Aaron, Armin, and Levi in the Attack on Titan world, and the Straw Hat Pirates and Ace in the current world. He used to love them, but after truly entering their world, Shen Fei completely lost that fondness. He might even have become hostile to them due to practical issues. This is probably the so-called Yigong loves dragons more than Yigong loves dragons. When watching the anime, Shen Fei was very fond of Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates, but in the One Piece world, he practically snatched two of them away, and they were very important members. Nami and Robin, while not particularly powerful, are crucial figures in the One Piece world. The legend of Nami as the king is nonsense, but Nami's navigational skills are crucial on the seas, and Robin is equally important. She's the only one in the entire ocean who can understand the text of history. It's still unclear whether Big Mom's three-eyed Bruin can do the same. Luffy doesn't have Roger's ability to read history by listening to everything. Even in the Marvel world, it's the same. Hydra is such a dangerous and evil force, but Shen Fei, for his own benefit, didn't directly inform S.H.I.E.L.D about this. After all, this is the real world. It's not like watching a movie or anime and then forgetting about it. It's not like defeating a villain is enough to make everyone happy and forget about the aftermath. Luffy has always just defeated his enemies, completely disregarding potential retaliation. Take, for example, the Arlong pirates. Luffy defeated them, even scaring off Colonel Rat. Then, he and Nami sailed out to sea, never considering what would happen if the Arlong pirates retaliated. If Garp hadn't been in the East China Sea, cleaning up Luffy's mess along the way, Nami's hometown could have been destroyed by Arlong's revenge. And then there's Crocodile. Revenge on Alabasta would have been too easy for him given his strength. It's just like the Drum Kingdom. King Walpo of the Drum Kingdom, driven away by Blackbeard, finally enjoyed a few days of peace, only to return. Luffy then defeated Walpo, sending him wandering to other seas, preventing him from returning for revenge. Otherwise, he would have definitely returned. The movie depicts the Battle of New York as a scene of superheroes displaying their prowess, seemingly thrilling. However, the real-life Battle of New York saw superheroes risking their lives, and the disaster control department still operates today. There's also the somewhat forgotten hero, a figure whose fame is almost forgotten. This isn't something you can just ignore after the excitement. So don't worry, Shen Fei said, revealing the problems between Thor and Jane, which only brightened Sif's expression. This wasn't Shen Fei deliberately speaking ill of Jane behind her back, it was simply the truth. After breaking up with Jane, Thor, unable to return to Asgard, wandered the world and discovered Thor and Ragnarok. Earth still has a long way to go before it can leave the planet. Sif, having relaxed, offered Shen Fei a rare opportunity to explain Xander. Sif's words, along with some information about Xander's situation, made Shen Fei realize that Earth has too many nations. If it could be unified, it would have already left the planet long ago. Let's go. 2 days later, the group left Xander. The reason for their quick departure was simple: Jane suddenly missed Earth and her friends. Stark didn't seem reluctant to leave. Originally, he had hoped to use his handsome appearance to seduce some alien beauties. Although he was now in a relationship with Pepper, it was hard to change one's nature. However, after seeing those alien beauties, Tony immediately lost interest. Tony wasn't from some planet, hungry and indiscriminate, wanting any woman. As a true Earthling, Stark wanted the person he liked to at least maintain a human appearance. In this respect, he was similar to Shen Fei. Although he also liked beautiful Westerners, he preferred Easterners. Even the rarely seen beauty Gamora didn't move Shen Fei. He wasn't some idiot who had lived in space his whole life. His aesthetic sense was already at the level of an alien. Boom. As the Rainbow Bridge activated, Shen Fei, Stark, Thor, and Jane reappeared near the abandoned building they had left earlier. The area was still under quarantine, but the military had already withdrawn, leaving only a few police officers on guard. Shen Fei and the others had lost considerable time in Asgard and the other planets. The Nine Realms connection had already been established, and thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, the Dark Elves leader had been eliminated. Earth hadn't been invaded by the Dark Elves. They had only encountered a few attacks from monsters from the Nine Realms, not even aliens. The 5 great nations debated these alien monsters again, ultimately reaching a consensus to divide them equally. Jane, you're back, are you okay? Jane's friend and assistant rushed over upon hearing the news. Delighted to see Jane was alright, he then realized she had been on the other planets, and regretted having followed her. Upon learning Thor would be staying on Earth for the time being, he immediately perked up and excitedly pulled Jane aside, chatting about something, mostly private, female topics. Goodbye, Shen Fei and Stark waved to Thor and prepared to return to Stark's villa, because Shen Fei had a premonition. After arriving at Stark's seaside villa, Shen Fei discovered that his premonition had come true. The one-eyed black director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had also arrived there at some point. What's the situation in Asgard? Fury immediately looked at Stark and asked after the three of them sat down in the living room. I don't know the details. Stark briefly talked about Asgard. As for the battle against the Dark Elves, Stark had not participated in it, so he had only heard some of it from others. After hearing about the Dark Elves' purpose and the power of the ether particles, Fury's face twitched. Fury then immediately turned his attention to Shen Fei. Stark's words revealed that Shen Fei had participated in the battle against the Dark Elves. The ether is actually the reality stone from the Infinity Stones, which is why it has the power to plunge the world into darkness. But you don't need to worry too much about that, it's been put away. Is that collector reliable? Fury demanded immediately. There's no need to worry about that, it's pointless. He's a powerhouse in the universe. As the head of the Secret Service, Fury was naturally suspicious of everyone, eager to keep all the treasures to himself. Shen Fei's teasing made Fury smack his lips. You went to an alien planet, and didn't you collect any alien data or technology? Fury quickly changed the subject, but as soon as he finished speaking, Stark's face darkened. He had deliberately avoided mentioning this aspect, fearing that his deception in the universe would leak out. Of course I did, but, Shen Fei said, glancing at Stark. Following Shen Fei's gaze, Fury's expression immediately grew excited. In Fury's opinion, Shen Fei's eyes were implying that the alien technology was in Stark's hands. No matter what, a copy of this information must be given to S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury immediately expressed his thoughts. That means sending a copy to Hydra as well, Shen Fei said silently in his heart. There is no information. Although his face was extremely ugly, he still told Stark about his deception. As soon as Stark said this, Fury's face immediately darkened. Although the change in his expression was not visible. After all, the other party was Stark. Fury could only look at Stark and sigh helplessly. This was Stark. If something like this happened to one of his men, he would definitely scold him to death. By the way, you said Thor came here and wanted to live here, then Fury remembered Thor's question. Yes, he's been temporarily exiled and should be staying with Jane. You should be able to see him there. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Fury said, standing up immediately. Thor's desire to settle down on Earth was a simple matter for Thor, but for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the 5 great powers, it was a far more complex matter. After all, Thor was the Prince of Asgard, and based on current intelligence, he was the only prince. If such a person were to cause trouble on Earth, it would be a major disaster. Fury was well aware of how World War I unfolded. While Thor's strength meant no one on Earth could harm him, the fact that no one could harm him was completely different from whether or not Earth had taken action. The dark laws of the universe Fury had learned from Stark and Shen Fei made him realize that, despite his reluctance, Earth had no choice but to cling to Asgard's support. Furthermore, Thor was a powerful fighter, and since he had nothing to do on Earth, he could be brought into the Avengers fold. Pepper, I'm back. After Fury left, Stark immediately contacted Pepper Potts. You're back. I'm busy right now. I'll call you back later. Pepper looked very surprised by Stark's call, but then she hung up, leaving Stark feeling very strange. Stark immediately contacted his bodyguard, Happy. Happy was no longer Stark's personal bodyguard. Now that Stark was Iron Man, Happy had been promoted to the head of Stark Enterprises' security department. Happy was now essentially Pepper's bodyguard. Boss, you're back. I have something to report to you, Happy said immediately after receiving Stark's call, saying he had important intelligence to report. Wait a minute, is there something going on with Pepper? Stark interrupted. I'm here to report this. During the few days you were away, a guy kept coming to see her. He's in her office now, and he seems to be talking about some brain issue. I checked his identity, and his name is Aldrich Killian. Chapter 179, Desperate Virus, Part 2. His bodyguards don't look like good people. Don't worry, I won't let the lady get hurt. In the lobby on the first floor of Stark Group, Happy stared at the young man lying on the sofa, looking around, and reported to Stark in a low voice. He's out. I'll report to you later. After seeing Pepper and Killian come out of the conference room, Happy quickly hung up the phone, straightened his clothes, and then went to greet them. Happy, Tony looked at the hung-up call with helplessness. Your bodyguards are very dedicated. Shen Fei of course heard what Happy said, but he didn't care too much at this time. I'll go back first. Looking at Stark's somewhat embarrassed smile, Shen Fei waved his hand and left. I can certainly visit the worlds of the Frost Giants and the Dark Elves, but there doesn't seem to be anything I need there. Returning to his villa, Shen Fei began to sort out his gains. He had learned illusion magic from Frigga and obtained the coordinates of 5 planets. However, aside from the Void and Xander, the other 3 were of little use. First and foremost, he couldn't just go to Asgard. If he were discovered casually appearing there, his previous goodwill would be completely wiped out. The same went for the worlds of the Frost Giants and the Dark Elves. With Heimdall around, he didn't think he could hide his passage from them. These things were off limits until Odin was dead. Nice illusion magic, but it's a shame I don't have Loki's costume-changing magic. If he had Loki's, he wouldn't have to constantly change into his Ant-Man suit. Robin seems to be obsessed with traveling. He's even in China now. Never mind, Robin wasn't in a hurry to come, and Shen Fei certainly had no intention of rushing her. Why is she here? She didn't even contact me in advance. Hey, just after Shen Fei hung up the phone with Robin, a message came from Red Queen that Ada had arrived. This made Shen Fei nervous, and after taking several deep breaths, he walked out. Who are you? However, after Shen Fei saw this Ada, his brows couldn't help but frown. The person who came had exactly the same appearance as Ada, and was even wearing clothes similar to Adas. However, Shen Fei knew at first sight that this person was not Ada. Temperament, The person who came had a very different temperament from Ada. Most people might not be able to tell the difference between the two, but at this moment Shen Fei could see that there was something different between the two, not to mention that he had to use his observation haki to confirm it. Why, are you pretending not to know me now? Shen Fei's words made the person's eyes reveal a hint of surprise, but then he regained his composure. I'm not pretending not to know you, I really don't. Also, don't use that as tone. Don't you know it only makes the difference between you two stand out? Shen Fei waved his hand and sat down across from the newcomer. By this point, Shen Fei had guessed who the newcomer was, the fake Ada from Resident Evil 6. As for her real name, Shen Fei seemed to have forgotten it. Are you so sure? The fake Ada said in a surprised tone. Of course, you look exactly the same, but your temperaments are vastly different. HMPH, Shen Fei's words made the fake Ada snort in displeasure. Alright, whoever you are, get out of here now, Shen Fei said coolly, pointing at the door. I want to see Ada. Call her over here immediately. The fake Ada pulled a gun from her body and pointed it at Shen Fei. Alright, get out now, or I'll call the police, Shen Fei said with a wave of his right hand, activating the Operation Fruit and snatching the pistol from the fake Ada's hand. This is, such a bizarre scene made the fake Ada's face change immediately. We can go now. After the pistol was in Shen Fei's hand, it turned into parts in an instant. This was the application of alchemy. Faced with such a situation, the fake Ada snorted coldly, looked at Shen Fei carefully, as if to remember him, and then stood up and left. This is really a headache. Let Ada handle it herself. After all, it was Ada's clone, and it was not easy for Shen Fei to take over and deal with it. Why do you have time to look for me? As the communication was connected, the real Ada appeared. There's indeed a big difference. As soon as the real Ada appeared, the difference was more obvious compared to the previous fake Ada. Someone came to see me just now. I think you should take a look, Shen Fei said and sent a copy of the effect of the previous fake Ada's appearance to Ada. Someone is looking for you. Ada's voice stopped here. What's going on? I don't know. I think it has something to do with you. Oh, and she just left. Do you want me to recapture her? No, I've already guessed what's going on. I'll take care of it now, Ada said, and hung up. Should I explore a new world? After Ada dealt with a fake Ada, Shen Fei began to consider whether to continue exploring the dimensional space. The battle with the cursed warrior had made Shen Fei realize that while he was already powerful, he still had a significant gap compared to the top powerhouses. Even the four emperors of the pirate world seemed to be the same in this respect. Just as Shen Fei was pondering this, he suddenly received a call from Stark. That's a strange time to call me. It was 7 p.m., the dawn of the nightlife. Come here immediately. Happy's injured. Before Shen Fei could even speak, Stark's anxious voice echoed from the other end, along with the address of a private hospital. I see. After hanging up the phone, Shen Fei immediately apparated to the private hospital. In front of a red light operating room, he encountered a worried Stark and Pepper. What happened? How did Happy get hurt? Shen Fei asked directly. It was a terrorist attack, Stark replied, pulling out his phone and checking the latest news. A bomb attack had occurred in the theater's plaza, resulting in numerous casualties. The Ten Commandments gang. Sounds so familiar, seeing the bearded man in the news, seemingly lecturing the U.S. president, smashing cookies, and shooting hostages. Shen Fei immediately remembered what was going on. The extraneous virus incident. So that's who Killian is. Thinking of the extraneous virus, Shen Fei immediately remembered who Killian was. Did this guy post a lot of videos? Shen Fei then learned online that this Mandarin was a recently popular terrorist, causing considerable trouble in the U.S. The U.S. president had already ordered the Iron Patriots to hunt him down. Iron Patriot is War Machine, just with a new name and a fresh coat of paint. This fact has spawned countless online jokes and even comedic jokes on many talk shows. Sorry, the operating room lights flickered, and a weary doctor emerged, shaking his head at Stark and Pepper. This outcome deeply saddened them, and they unconsciously hugged each other. No way. I remember he didn't die in the original novel. Could it be that my presence has caused a butterfly effect? Shen Fei said, immediately heading toward the operating room and stopping Happy from being wheeled out. Tony, make them all leave, Shen Fei said, wheeling Happy into the operating room. The doctors and nurses nearby were about to say something when Stark shooed them away. This was a private hospital, catering to the wealthy, and Stark was a wealthy man among the wealthy. So these doctors and nurses naturally didn't want to mess with him. How is it? Stark then rushed over, looking at the battered Happy with a nervous expression. Don't worry, he won't die, Shen Fei said, placing his left hand on Happy's body. The Philosopher's Stone activated. The doctor's judgment was correct, but after all, Shen Fei possessed such a powerful object as the Philosopher's Stone. Under the stone's influence, Happy quickly revived. Shen Fei then used the surgery fruit to swiftly clear the debris from Happy's body, particularly the broken glass. Happy's death was caused by the glass, which had unfortunately pierced his heart. Even Strange's presence would have been useless against such an injury. Alright, just take care of the rest. Shen Fei didn't completely cure Happy all at once, merely rescuing him from danger and allowing him to regain consciousness. Then he stopped. Happy, what's going on? Why are you at the Chinese theater? Stark asked hurriedly, seeing Happy awake. Boss, why are you here? Happy was surprised to see Stark. Don't worry about me. Think back to what happened to you. I remember I was following Killian's bodyguard, 7, and saw him making some kind of deal with a homeless man. I went over to check, and then we had a fight. His face was so small and strange, it changed color, and then suddenly it exploded. Oh, and I think I saw someone walking out of the explosion at the end. Happy looked up at the ceiling and recounted his experiences one by one. So you didn't see what happened, although Happy's account of the situation didn't help much in solving the case, as Happy was also caught off guard. However, it did provide crucial information. Killian. Rest first, Pepper, you take care of him, Stark said, and left the operating room, leaving Pepper to handle the follow-up. After being declared dead, Happy recovered, which surprised the doctors who had previously tried to save him, but since this was a private hospital, Pepper quickly dealt with him. Mr. Stark, what are you going to do about this terrorist attack? Stark, having just left the hospital, was immediately surrounded by reporters. To these reporters, they didn't care what happened to the other party, big news was the truth. You want to know, right? Well, I'll tell you, this is a personal vendetta. Mandarin is dead. I will find him and kill him. Happy's fate had already infuriated Stark, and these reporters only added fuel to the fire. Stark immediately grabbed one of the reporters' simple microphones and announced loudly, I'm not afraid of you. Mandarin is a coward. My home is Malibu Street. Stark then recited a few numbers, the address of his current beachfront villa. He immediately threw the microphone and shouted at the reporter, go sue me. Stark then drove away in his sports car. Tony, at the hospital, seeing Pepper's live broadcast, they immediately accelerated the process of arranging Happy. Provoking terrorists, this guy. Looks like I'm going to go over there. The terrorists on the American side are quite arrogant. In China, getting a few small pistols would be considered impressive, but here, armed helicopters and missiles are no problem at all. Do you have any intel on the Mandarins? After driving away, Tony didn't immediately return home. Instead, he went to see Colonel James Rhodes. This is confidential. Stay out of this matter. You know, the government's credibility has declined significantly since the Battle of New York. This time, the government has decided to resolve this matter on its own, Rhodes whispered to Stark. I don't care about that. I'm only looking for intelligence. We don't have any. If we had, we would have caught them long ago. Rhodes looked around, then approached Stark and whispered. By the way, how much do you know about Killian? And AIM? I remember your current Iron Patriot looked like they had it repainted. The vice president introduced me to this. They say this company has very advanced technology, but I don't know much more. Stark had already gathered some intelligence on Killian when he arrived, primarily on AIM. Happy's awake. He said this seems to be related to AIM. You'd better keep an eye on it, Stark whispered to Rhodes. I see. I'll keep an eye on it. Pepper, what are you doing? Tony asked, puzzled, as he saw Pepper packing up her things after returning to the beach house. What? Moving, of course, Pepper said irritably. Moving? Why? Isn't this place nice? Stark said, puzzled. It's all because of you. You leaked our address. If we don't move, are we just waiting for terrorists to come? Hurry and pack your things. We're moving today, Pepper shouted at Stark. Not really, Stark said indifferently. Don't think that many people know the location of Stark's villa, but the fact is that those who know this location are people who have reached a certain level, and ordinary people really don't know his address. For example, in Shen Fei's previous life, could ordinary people know the address of her ma? It is definitely impossible. Jarvis, tell him the data, Pepper said to Jarvis. Sir, from the moment you started to announce the address, we have received nearly 100,000 threatening letters and 110,000 phone calls. Jarvis immediately spewed out a bunch of data. It must be that Jarvis was quite capable, otherwise this place would have been hacked long ago. This was the address Stark had published. In fact, those calls and letters were mostly to recommend themselves to Stark. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang, startling Stark, who then blamed Jarvis for not telling him when someone was so close. Jarvis said that because he needed to process too much data on the internet, he didn't have time to deal with this aspect. P.S. The number of words is definitely more than enough. Chapter 180, Desperate Virus, and Who are you? Stark's eyes flickered as he gazed at the newcomer. Then he asked, completely unaware of the newcomer. You forgot me. The newcomer, a beautiful woman with long, flowing black hair, wore a sorrowful expression upon hearing Stark's words. Tony's taste is indeed good, but it's still a little behind Pepper. Shen Fei briefly examined the newcomer before immediately shifting his gaze. From the newcomer's words and expression, he knew she was one of Stark's countless lovers. Those who could date Stark were, of course, all beautiful women, but even the most beautiful could not resist the passage of time. This is perhaps the saying that since ancient times, beauties are like famous generals, forbidden to see gray hair. Even someone as powerful as Odin, who has lived for hundreds of thousands or even nearly 1,000,000 years, is still subject to the ravages of time. Now, he can only occasionally use the Odin sleep to prolong his life. Thor's departure, Odin's slumber, and Queen Frigga's personal rule, Loki was probably impersonating Odin. It's fair to say Odin had a reason for saying Loki couldn't become king. He was impersonating Odin, lost in drama all day. Honestly, Odin should have sealed Loki's power and cast him on Earth. In that case, perhaps in a few years, Loki would have become a homebody, just like Thor eventually became a fat, obese otaku. Compared to Asgard, Earth offers a vast array of entertainment options. Strictly speaking, the entire universe can compare. No wonder the likes of Lucifer and Mephisto are on Earth. Just like the stonemason from Asgard, he'd stayed on Earth to flirt with beautiful women. Pepper, thanks to Shen Fei's various potions, maintains a youthful and beautiful appearance. Such privileges are unmatched by most. These days, Pepper doesn't even need to wear makeup when she goes out. Tony, who's here? Just as Tony was talking to the newcomer, Pepper's voice echoed from the second floor. It's Maya Hansen. We've exchanged ideas before. She's a botanist, Stark said immediately after hearing Pepper's words. Previously, Stark had claimed he didn't know her, but then, in a flash, he revealed her name and occupation. This statement made Maya Hansen look at him with a half-smile. Maya Hansen, the inventor of the extraneous virus, Stark's words immediately reminded Shen Fei of this woman. What are you doing here? You're not going to say there's a 12-year-old waiting outside, are you? Stark immediately pulled Maya Hansen aside and whispered. No, 12, 13, a boy, Maya Hansen said with a smile. Maya Hansen's words immediately left Stark stunned. He had just been joking, but now it was like a hammer hitting him on the head. Their one-night stand had happened exactly 13 years ago. Don't be fooled by Stark's expression. In fact, he has a very clear memory of beautiful women. After all, Maya Hansen is not one of those cover girls. Those cover girls could all be bought with money, but Maya Hansen possessed both beauty and talent. After all, she was the one who invented the despair virus. Any man facing a woman like her wouldn't mind a flirtation. Don't be so nervous, I was just kidding, Maya Hansen told the nervous Stark. Oh, that's great. Hearing there wasn't a 13-year-old boy, Stark breathed a sigh of relief, his composure instantly returning. So what are you doing here? Stark asked immediately. If it was a cover girl, Stark would have known it was for the money, but Maya Hansen was clearly not that kind of person. I need to discuss something with you. You left me a formula, Maya Hansen said immediately. But before she could finish, Pepper came down from the second floor. Seeing Pepper approaching, Maya Hansen's expression changed slightly. Although Stark and Pepper's relationship hadn't been officially announced, some interested parties knew about it. Not to mention that Pepper now looked far more beautiful than Maya. Pepper, this is Maya Hansen. Back then, seeing Pepper approach, Stark immediately prepared to introduce Maya Hansen. I know, ex-girlfriend? It's not like I've never been there before, Pepper's expression remained unchanged upon seeing Maya Hansen. Pepper was already familiar with this situation. She knew Stark's personality and how many girlfriends he had, and many of them were arranged by Pepper. If Stark went to a party, there would likely be at least 2 people there who had a past relationship with him. Not an ex-girlfriend, just a one-night stand, Maya Hansen said without hesitation. This was the difference between the East and the West. In the West, as long as one is not married, one-night stands are commonplace. Not only a playboy like Stark, but even ordinary people have experienced this to some extent. For those who want this kind of experience, going to a bar is generally a good way to satisfy it. It's called scavenging corpses, let alone the Western world. Shen Fei had heard before his time travel that developed cities in China also had this problem. Of course, picking up corpses wasn't without its problems. For example, there were scams and aids. If you weren't careful, you could run into them. It all depended on your luck. In fact, it wasn't just these things. While this was less common in China, it was more common in the Western world. There were cases where you found someone's body larger than your own, the so-called transsexual. While these examples were strictly speaking good, the worst scenario was encountering a serial killer, and the US certainly had no shortage of them. We'll deal with your problems later. Now, pack up and leave immediately, Pepper said to Stark, nodding at Maya Hansen. Don't worry, it's safe here, Stark reassured her with a smile. Of all the women, only Pepper could make Stark so humble. It seemed like this had happened to Pepper since she was Stark's secretary. It was probably fate. No, they're terrorists. What the hell are you thinking? Pepper cried out. Pepper's actions were, in fact, motivated by Stark's personal safety. If it weren't for Pepper's dedication, Stark wouldn't have been so free these past few years. Even Obadiah Stane wouldn't have dared to tamper with the company. It was because of Pepper that Stark's personality wouldn't have required Obadiah Stane to kidnap Stark to get him to sign the company transfer documents. Stark trusted very few people, but once he did, he trusted them deeply. For example, Stark rarely signed documents Pepper handed him without even reading them. With anyone else, Stark's status might have kept the company safe, but the money would definitely be a problem. Stop, what's going on? Maya Hansen, who had been staring at the surveillance screen on the wall, avoiding any further interaction, suddenly shouted as Stark and Pepper continued to argue. What's going on? Maya Hansen's cry immediately caught the attention of Stark and Pepper, who simultaneously glanced at the surveillance screen mounted on the wall. This screen displayed an aerial view of the entire villa, intended to prevent intrusion. Shen Fei's villa also had one. Suddenly, 2 long smoke trails flew towards the seashore from a distance. Get down, Stark immediately understood what they were. As a former weapons expert, he was well versed in weaponry. This was the image of a missile in flight. Boom. Stark had barely finished speaking when a violent explosion erupted outside. Then, the villa's seaside wall exploded, the entire villa trembling with a blast. How reckless. The sudden attack caught Shen Fei by surprise, but his reaction was much quicker than Stark and the others, as he had anticipated what was to come. Without waiting for the shockwave to dissipate, Shen Fei appeared before Stark and the others. He formed hand seals, and instantly, a massive golden magic circle enveloped the entire seaside side of the villa. Bang, bang, bang. The shockwave from the explosion sent rocks flying everywhere, but they were all blocked by the magic circle, leaving Stark and the other 2 unharmed. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to emanate from outside, seemingly as if the enemy had launched another attack. This time, the magic circle completely blocked all attacks. With Shen Fei's current strength, his magic circle was simply not something that ordinary missiles could break. This is the magician. Maya Hansen stared at the giant golden magic circle that appeared in front of her with a look of surprise. Pepper, are you okay? Although Shen Fei had completely blocked the force of the explosion, Stark still looked at Pepper in front of him with a worried look on his face. Tony, how are you? Pepper was also worried about Stark, and after seeing that Stark was okay, the 2 immediately hugged each other tightly. Hey, you 2, can you guys wait a while to reminisce? The enemy is still attacking, and I need to maintain the magic circle, so I can't defend myself. Looking at the 2 hugging, Shen Fei felt speechless and immediately interrupted them. Jarvis, Stark, reacting quickly, swung his right hand. A moment later, components of the Iron Man's suit flew from the underground laboratory and were donned on Stark. Wait a moment, I'll take down the enemy, Stark said, preparing to take flight, only to find he couldn't. "Jarvis," Stark called out immediately. "Sir, this isn't a finished product. It hasn't been rigged for flight yet," Jarvis's voice echoed from within the villa. Jarvis's words made Stark's face flutter. "Activate the other suits immediately and take them down." A moment later, Stark realized what was happening. Following his command, the sealed space in the basement opened, and 3 Iron Man suits flew out. "What is this?" Outside the villa, the pilots of 3 helicopter gunships stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of a golden magic circle. Except for the initial missile attack, which was successful, all the others were blocked. "Continue attacking," the leading helicopter commanded, and the 3 helicopters immediately opened their cannons, firing continuously at the magic circle. The attack helicopters were limited in missiles, having already expended them in the previous attack. They could only rely on their cannons. However, even the 3 attack helicopters' cannons failed to destabilize the magic circle. Meanwhile, 3 iron armors bypassed Shen Fei's magic circle and charged towards the attack helicopters. 3 shockwaves destroyed the 3 helicopters. Compared to the iron armors, the attack helicopters were far too weak. Not to mention the iron armor's shockwaves, even an AK-47 could bring down an attack helicopter with a bit of luck. With 3 explosions, the enemy was completely wiped out. Of course, this was normal. In reality, one enemy survived the blast. Although completely disfigured, he managed to crawl to the shore. His severe injuries, accompanied by a shimmering orange light, healed at a remarkable speed. This was the power of the extraneous virus. It possessed even greater resilience than the G-Virus, as well as immense offensive power. Of course, along with its immense resilience and offensive power, its side effects were also deadly. Damn bastard, although the enemy had been eliminated, Stark's fury was thoroughly aroused. Restored to its original state, standing beside the bombed villa, Shen Fei shook his head slightly, then took out his wand and cast a spell. With a wave of his wand, the previously damaged villa was restored at a rapid speed. Soon, Stark's villa was back to its original state, as if nothing had happened, except for the 3 helicopter gunships that had sunk into the sea outside. "This is magic, you're a magician," the scene before her stunned Maya Hansen. After a long moment, Maya Hansen seemed to react and pointed at Shen Fei and shouted, "Tony, we're out of here now." Even though the danger was over, Pepper immediately asked Stark to leave with him. Okay, this time, Stark didn't insist. After asking Jarvis to monitor the surroundings of the villa, and knowing that the situation just now allowed for a preemptive strike, he left with Pepper, Maya Hansen, and Shen Fei. Stark's pride was strong. Despite being forced to leave his villa, he had no intention of heading for Shen Fei's, instead heading for another one of his. Rich people have plenty of villas. Killian has connections to the Mandarins. The explosion wasn't a bomb, it was a person. After arriving at the other villa, Maya Hansen finally revealed the reason for her visit to Stark. With the help of the company Stark had left behind, Maya Hansen had enhanced the virus she had developed. It was no longer limited to plants, but could be used on humans, allowing the regeneration of severed limbs, a feat worthy of a miracle. Hence, Maya Hansen named it the extraneous virus. Furthermore, it had another name, ultimate transformation. Such a remarkable invention filled Maya with excitement, feeling she could change the world and make her mark in history. Unfortunately, subsequent developments far exceeded her expectations. Instead of becoming a great invention that benefited humanity, the extraneous virus was immediately used as a weapon. Due to its side effects, Maya could not address them, only mitigate them. So Maya thought of Stark later. The formula that Stark wrote casually at that time led her to this discovery. She believed that if Stark got involved, the side effects of the extraneous virus could definitely be solved. Chapter 181 Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, Part 1. Maya Hansen's words caused Stark's face to darken immediately. For Stark now, the most annoying thing was undoubtedly the issue of weapons, not to mention the fact that these weapons were being used by terrorists, with his own contribution in the process. The moment he was attacked by a weapon he had created was something Stark would never forget. It was precisely because of this that he shut down Stark Corporation's weapons manufacturing division. The terrorist use of the extraneous virus this time shouldn't have been Stark's fault, but because of that formula, Stark felt a sense of responsibility. This also demonstrated Stark's intelligence. Even in biotechnology, he had a deep understanding of the subject. Maya Hansen was indeed a brilliant person, But there was still a significant gap between him and Stark. It could be said that if it weren't for Stark's formula, Maya Hansen's ability to research the extraneous virus to this level would have been a testament to her genius. 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. When he was young, Shen Fei believed the former was more important, but now he finally understood that the latter was more important. Just like a mechanical repair problem, drawing a line costs $1, but knowing where to draw the line costs $9,999. For some, the starting point is not the end point, but a chasm for others. It's like the dimensional portals of Kamar-Taj magic. For a Kamar-Taj wizard, it's just the basics, but for some, it's a lifetime's journey. It's okay, it's not your fault. Stark was angry, but Pepper was gently comforting Maya Hansen, using Stark as an example, saying she could start over. The most important issue now is investigating Killian's connection to the Mandarins, and what their purpose is. Although Maya Hansen had revealed Killian's problem, how to proceed was still a problem. Killian was no small figure, now connected to the Vice President and even the Iron Patriots. Even with Stark's power, he couldn't take any action against such a person without solid evidence. Because of government relations, Stark couldn't even seek help from S.H.I.E.L.D., as this was an internal U.S. affair, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't intervene. It had to be said that Killian had seized a golden opportunity. Stark even suspected this was a conspiracy between the government and the Mandarins, intended to bolster the Iron Patriots' prestige and restore the government's credibility lost after the Battle of New York. The relationship between a certain country and terrorists wasn't universally known, but it was widely suspected among the upper echelons. It was the so-called feeding a thief to protect oneself. If the country wasn't threatening, where would the massive military spending come from? It was somewhat absurd, but after the Battle of New York, while the government's credibility was declining, military spending was increasing significantly. No one was considering another Battle of New York anymore. Coupled with the recent connection of the 9 realms in London, England, the 5 major powers on Earth had all increased their military spending. This, in turn, fueled the rapid progress of Hydra's project Insight. Fury also supported the plan, fearing a repeat of this issue. Of course, due to his usual skepticism, Fury, while agreeing with the plan, secretly instigated Natasha, Shirley, and the others to intensify their investigation. This, as Stark suggested the possibility of the government and the Mandarins collaborating to achieve a specific goal, Pepper and Maya fell silent. If that were the case, the situation wouldn't be so easily resolved. To be able to deploy 3 helicopter gunships to attack me so quickly, perhaps someone else was involved, Stark speculated, shifting the blame for the 3 helicopter gunships to a few individuals. This wasn't unreasonable. While the United States had an abundance of firearms, they were primarily small arms. A direct attack from helicopter gunships wouldn't be possible without significant resources. No matter what, I must get an explanation for this matter, Stark said, his temper rising. No matter who was behind this, if they dared to implicate Happy and Pepper, Stark would persevere. Those were the only 2 people he cared about. Stay here for now. Don't leave without permission. Shen, please keep an eye on this place, Stark said, heading to the lab and having Jarvis investigate. Since the explosions were caused by humans, and there had been multiple of them, the investigation began at their source. According to Maya Hansen's intelligence, these explosions were unintended by Killian, and were caused by the side effects of the extraneous virus. Maya deduced from these explosions that Killian was collaborating with Mandarin, as the explosions occurred at the same locations Mandarin's videos indicated he had attacked. This might have deceived others, but not Maya Hansen, the chief scientist. Mandarin's videos seemed intended to cover up the extraneous explosions. Since terrorists were involved, explosions were inevitable. Otherwise, if the government intensified its investigation, it would only be a matter of time before the sudden explosions led to the extraneous virus. Was the first explosion like this one in Tennessee? Using Jarvis's big data analysis, Stark quickly pinpointed the initial location of the explosion. The explosion produced flames reaching 3,000 degrees Celsius, an incident not common even in the United States. Stark immediately decided to personally investigate Tennessee. As Stark flew to Tennessee in his Iron Man suit, Shen Fei, through Red Queen, was checking Killian's profile. Aim? This guy's courting death. Stark needed evidence, but since it involved high-ranking government officials, he couldn't act rashly. However, Shen Fei didn't need it. Shen Fei was furious with Killian. The explosion had occurred at the Chinese theater, where there were many Westerners, but more Chinese. Furthermore, because it was a theater, it had also affected 3 children who were visiting. Shen Fei would never let such a person go, and he was in need of the Philosopher's Stone. Furthermore, Killian had the extraneous virus, which he had been waiting for. We can take action against Killian, but we also need an explanation from Stark. Otherwise, if there's no result, he'll definitely keep investigating and might even lead me to it, which would be really troublesome. It seems we can't leave here for now. It's a pity Robin didn't come, otherwise she could have taken action. For now, we'll have to have Red Queen monitor Killian's whereabouts. I have some things to do over there, so I have to go back first. After noticing that Stark hadn't contacted him for a long time, Shen Fei immediately made an excuse and left. As for Pepper and Maya Hansen's safety, he wasn't too worried. They were currently in Stark's secret villa, unknown to the public, not to mention being protected by Jarvis and Iron Man. Miami? Time tracked. With Red Queen's surveillance, Killian's whereabouts hadn't escaped his watch. Stark was a bit pedantic, not using Jarvis from the beginning, which would have caused so many problems later. While Shen Fei prepared for action, Stark lamented in a small cabin, a charming little boy sitting nearby. As the saying goes, carelessness leads to failure. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, Stark arrived in Tennessee in an intact, not damaged, ironclad suit. Overconfident in his suit's performance, he was destroyed by the extraneous virus killer sent by Killian. Even Stark's suit couldn't withstand the 3,000-degree heat. In the novel, Killian used this blow to rip Stark's suit in two. Perhaps this was fate? Even with Shen Fei's intervention, Stark inevitably met Harry, the boy who helped him. Originally, Stark could have contacted Shen Fei or Jarvis for immediate help. However, his pride kept him from letting such a shameful incident leak out. This time, aside from Stark's lack of anxiety, everything else remained the same. With the help of Harry, Stark investigated the situation regarding disabled veterans. It's fair to say that Maya Hansen is a bit of a naivete. After working with Killian for so long, she seems completely clueless. Otherwise, Stark would have needed to investigate personally. Of course, from another perspective, this is actually a positive development. Stark's presence changed the fate of a child, and a very bright one at that. Even Shen Fei had to admit that there's a significant gap between Eastern and Western children in terms of crafting skills. Western children are encouraged to make things, while Eastern children are often scolded and told to stop playing around. Stark's encounter with the despair virus assassin sent by Killian was actually an accident. Maya Hansen's disappearance alerted Killian, prompting him to dispatch his men to eliminate any traces of the virus. In fact, Killian initially had no intention of creating the Mandarin. His plan was to exploit the regenerative properties of the despair virus to strike deals with the government. A drug capable of regenerating severed limbs would undoubtedly be highly sought after in any world. The world is rife with disabled individuals due to various conditions. If the despair virus had no side effects, Killian could have quickly built a company rivaling Stark Enterprises. Unfortunately, the despair virus's side effects forced Killian to desperately conceal its effects. Ultimately, driven to desperation, Killian came up with the idea of a terrorist. This even sparked his own desire to become a terrorist. It's no secret that American veterans, especially those discharged due to health issues, face immense hardship, often being exploited. Hydra's previous clairvoyants also experimented on veterans with their centipede virus, and the same is true with the despair virus. It's not the soldiers' fault, otherwise, they would be discriminated against and unable to survive. Just like Claus, who was expelled from the army due to being infected with the virus. It was his good fortune that he met Shen Fei and was cured. Even so, he's now just a mercenary, and his treatment is a world apart from that of a certain branch. He's nowhere near that branch's popularity with women or his career. This is the extraneous virus. It's truly amazing. After finding Killian's lair, Shen Fei didn't immediately attack him. Instead, he obtained a vial of the despair virus and an inhibitor. Colonel Rhodes, what a fool. Shen Fei shook his head as he watched Iron Patriot being tracked by a female carrier of the despair virus on the surveillance screen. It's likely Shen Fei didn't know Iron Man had been trapped in this way, otherwise he would have thought they were two brothers in distress. However, although he agreed to be trapped, Stark, with Jarvis on his side, was far more capable of manipulation than Rhodes, so Stark counterattacked, while Colonel Rhodes fell without fighting back. It seems there's only the Iron Man suit, but no Jarvis. Roddy's fall confirmed one thing to Shen Fei: Roddy's Iron Man suit system was inefficient. Scientists like these, with no sense of right and wrong, are completely unnecessary. In the mirror dimension, Shen Fei watched the scientists busy analyzing the extraneous virus and creating inhibitors. He then immediately opened a portal and reappeared in the laboratory. Before they could reach him, he used a web bomb to encircle them all. But then Shen Fei realized something was wrong. Many of these scientists had also been injected with the extraneous virus, and with the flames emanating from their bodies, they were actually burning the webs. No wonder they're so diligently analyzing the extraneous virus. They're trying to save themselves. Seeing the scientists charging towards him, blazing with fire, Shen Fei immediately clasped his hands together and activated earth alchemy, trapping them in an earthen cell. However, they soon broke free. This is quite a challenge. The intense heat of the flames on these individuals caused Shen Fei to become conflicted. Killing them wasn't difficult, but capturing them alive was a challenge. Bang, bang, bang. While Shen Fei was thinking, the guards outside heard the movement in the laboratory and rushed in immediately. After seeing Shen Fei, an outsider, they immediately and decisively shot him. Fainted to the ground, Shen Fei immediately switched to using magic spells, but it still had no effect. It seemed that it was still the effect of the despair virus. You forced me to do it. Shen Fei had no choice but to give up the Philosopher's Stone and kill him. In the Marvel world, the Philosopher's Stone is not used to make a formation. This is a rule set by Shen Fei himself. There are too many bigwigs in the Marvel world, and with the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, Shen Fei doesn't want her to discover his problem. Shen Fei quickly killed those guards, but it must be said that people who were injected with the despair virus were not easy to kill. After the bullet entered their body, they recovered quickly. Even if it was hit in the head, it looked the same. Chapter 182 Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, Part 2. I'll see how well you can recover. Deciding to kill, Shen Fei picked up the gun from the guard he'd killed and began firing relentlessly at the scientists who'd been injected with the extraneous virus. No matter how potent the extraneous virus was, it couldn't recover indefinitely, and the same was true for the G-Virus. Boom. Under Shen Fei's relentless barrage, one scientist must have reached his limit. Instead of recovering, a violent explosion erupted. The resulting heat instantly destroyed the entire laboratory, engulfing the others. Boom, 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 the chain reaction began. What a waste. Looking at the blast-ravaged laboratory, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel a pity. This lab contained a wealth of high-tech equipment he'd been planning to take back home. Shen Fei was now incredibly wealthy and had no shortage of such equipment. Perhaps it was the saying, even though it's easy to change a country, it's hard to change one's nature. The extraneous virus's blast was incredibly powerful, but for Shen Fei, he had a very good shield, not the heavily enchanted armor of Harry Potter's world, nor the hardened armament haki of One Piece. It was Kamar-Taj's portal. By opening a large portal in front of him, he could transport the flames to another location, thus completely protecting himself. Perhaps because of the portal he opened, despite the chain explosion, the force of the explosion was channeled away, leaving the entire basement intact. Who are you? Just as Shen Fei left the destroyed underground laboratory and reached the upper floor, he was confronted by a dozen people. The leader was none other than Killian, who had apparently been startled by the explosion. Behind him was his chief subordinate and bodyguard, 7, the pilot of the attack helicopter that attacked Stark's beachfront villa. Don't worry about who I am, just know what I do, Shen Fei said, activating the mirror dimension. If he had activated the mirror dimension during the previous battle, the underground laboratory would have remained intact. What is this? The sudden change startled Killian. Shoot! He immediately gave the order to attack, and the men behind him, armed with guns, immediately aimed at Shen Fei and pulled the trigger. Don't be so excited. Shen Fei moved his feet, shaved into the air, and threw 5 spider web bombs downwards. Bang! With the explosion of the spider web bombs, Killian and his men were all tied up, but the next moment, flames ignited on the arms of Killian and his bodyguard 7, burning the spider webs on their bodies, and incidentally, burning to death the men who were tied up with him. There are only 2, except for Killian and his bodyguard 7, none of the other men could have flames on their bodies, probably because they were not injected with a desperate virus. Huh? Killian, with red flames on his arms, glared at Shen Fei, took a deep breath, and spit out more a ball of fire at Shen Fei. It can also spit fire, which seems to be much stronger than the G-Virus. If there is no side effect of explosion, Shen Fei thought to himself as he shaved to avoid the flames. I actually forgot about this earlier. Shen Fei blamed himself as he unleashed the power of the Operation Fruit, slicing through Killian and his bodyguards. While the Despair Virus was powerful, it was no match for the power of the Operation Fruit. Earlier in the basement lab, he had fully agreed to use the Operation Fruit to eliminate those people. But it seemed he had forgotten about it. Being sliced into Speedster Killian and 7, the Despair Virus's power seemed to be incapable of activation. I guess I haven't developed the habit of using my devil fruits in combat at all times, Shen Fei immediately reflected. In fact, Shen Fei's momentary forgetfulness was understandable. Whether in the Marvel world or the One Piece world, Shen Fei rarely used the Operation Fruit in combat to ensure his true power remained hidden. He used magic to deal with situations that could be dealt with. Now that his physical skills had expanded, and now he had added a physical skill method, he would only use his power when he was absolutely unable to win. Of course, another important factor was that these people were ordinary people, even those injected with the Despair Virus. The Despair Virus's performance is indeed significantly better than the G-Virus, but it also has its drawbacks. It doesn't significantly enhance physical fitness. Its offensive power is derived from the high-temperature flames. Without them, it's practically useless. Killian in the original novel seems to have been taken down by Pepper. It's truly shameful for Killian, having been injected with the extremis virus much earlier than Pepper and possessing a deep understanding of it, yet he died at Pepper's hands. That's Stark. Why is he here? Thank goodness my observation haki activated, otherwise he could have been killed. After taking down Killian and 7 and interrogating them, Shen Fei, exiting the mirror dimension to clean up the mess, suddenly sensed Stark's presence as he was about to blow up the area. He was grateful that his observation haki hadn't been deactivated. Otherwise, it would have been a complete travesty. Fortunately, I didn't leave any traces before. It seems that if I act secretly next time, I'd better wear a mask. Since Stark showed up, Shen Fei had no choice but to leave without wanting to meet him. Killian and his bodyguard 7 fell into his hands, and Killian's plan could not go on. Through interrogation, Shen Fei learned about Killian's plan. He planned to kidnap the president and then kill him, and then let the current vice president take over. Because the current vice president has a disabled little daughter at home, Killian let the vice president join his plan on the condition that the extremis virus can cure his little daughter's disability. Once the vice president becomes president, he will vigorously support Killian's aim, so that he can become the person who controls the president behind the scenes, and his company will sooner or later completely eliminate the Stark group. Killian had always remembered Stark leaving him out on the rooftop all night on Christmas Eve. The thought of him foolishly waiting on the rooftop in the cold, while Stark spent the entire night embracing the beautiful doctor, the difference between the two, nearly made Killian explode with rage. So Killian not only wanted to destroy Stark Corp and make Stark a poor man, to make him feel the same way he had felt at year, but he also wanted to steal pepper pots from Stark. It's fair to say he was overthinking this. With Killian and 7's disappearance, Stark finding the fake Mandarin, an actor, and then rescuing Iron Patriot Rhodey, Killian's plot was quickly uncovered. It was a plot against a president. Upon learning of this, the president immediately ordered an investigation and Killian's capture. Killian's company quickly collapsed, and his whereabouts remained untraceable. Combined with intel from the fake Mandarin and the explosion in the underground lab, a theory emerged. Killian and his bodyguard, 7, might have been affected by the explosion due to the side effects of the extremis virus. Because of the high temperatures, DNA testing was impossible. The reason for this theory was simple: to quickly close the case, the government had to explain its involvement to the public. This was a public statement. Behind the scenes, the government, of course, continued its pursuit of Killian. The subsequent news lavished praise on the president and the country for their successful terrorist capture. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, the vice president's involvement was kept secret. Killian and 7 were the only ones aware of the vice president's involvement. With their disappearance, their subordinates were naturally unaware of the situation. Killian, you know, the president is also seeking justice for certain people. The current U.S. president, Ellis, once shielded an oil company that leaked 100 million gallons of oil into the open ocean. Such an incident would have warranted severe punishment, but after all, the company was a supporter of the current president's election. So, Wouldn't it mean I have leverage over both the president and the vice president? Some things can be done in secret, but once exposed, someone will undoubtedly pay the price. Anyone else holding these two pieces of leverage would undoubtedly capitalize on them, but for Shen Fei, it was of little use. He could handle minor matters himself, but even holding leverage over the president wouldn't cut it in major cases. For example, if he wanted nuclear weapons, that wasn't something the president could decide on. Speaking of which, we really need 2 nuclear bombs. This would be a huge deterrent to the celestial dragons. Throwing off 2 giant fireworks at the sacred site of Marijoa on the Red Earth continent would be quite entertaining. The Mandarin incident was quickly revealed. No one cared about the ex-terrorist, but Shen Fei knew it hadn't been revealed, as the actor was in prison. Did the 10 commandments really show up? Shen Fei paid brief attention to such matters, but then ignored them. He didn't have time to deal with a black rod. He'd better let the superheroes handle the likes of the Kingpin and Madame Gao. Daredevil's ability seems to be observation hacky, and a very powerful one at that. Time to find Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. They need time to hone their abilities. 2. Ultron's absence was a good thing, but the absence of Scarlet Witch, one of the most powerful superheroes, was a major concern. The Marvel Universe was inherently dangerous, and Shen Fei certainly didn't want such a powerful superhero to disappear because of him. I didn't expect Scarlet Witch to be so beautiful, although Shen Fei, being of Asian descent and with an Eastern aesthetic, had to admit that Scarlet Wanda was beautiful. It's a pity I lost her boyfriend. Without Ultron, there's naturally no Vision, but in another way, this is also a good thing, as it saves Scarlet Witch from sadness in the future. The Mind Stone is undoubtedly powerful. Although Vision is a robot, his anatomy is no less human thanks to the Mind Stone, allowing him to have a girlfriend and even have children. With Vision's and Scarlet Witch's abilities, their child would likely be extraordinary from birth, but neither the original novel nor the present day has the opportunity to witness such a thing. Sokovia is a very chaotic country, with many international volunteers working there due to its extreme poverty and chaos. Warlords, gangs, and thugs. In such a chaotic place, Wanda's beauty was bound to attract attention. However, neither Wanda nor her brother Pietro were easy targets, and Shen Fei had been secretly caring for them since finding them, so their lives were relatively peaceful. They don't harbor any hatred towards Stark Enterprise or Stark. So, in the original story, their hatred was probably instilled by Hydra. This saves me a lot of trouble. Without the Ultron incident, it seems there would have been no chance for change in Sokovia. Although the Ultron incident caused heavy casualties in Sokovia, it subsequently reversed its previous chaos. This is a great irony. The reason is simple: without this incident, Stark wouldn't have taken extra care of the place out of guilt. Hello, both of you. After some consideration, Shen Fei dressed as a magician to meet Wanda and her brother. You are a magician. As a superhero who was very active in the Battle of New York, even Sokovia had an image of Shen Fei. Not bad, Shen Fei said, removing his mask. I've come to discuss something with you two. Our investigation has revealed that you both possess special abilities, though they haven't yet awakened. I'm curious what you think about becoming superheroes. Can I become a superhero, too? Pietro's expression immediately brightened after hearing Shen Fei's words. Without the hatred instilled by Hydra, Pietro was no different from any other ordinary youth. Wanda, on the other hand, remained calmer. Yes, I'm a magician, and I can awaken your powers. Is it dangerous? Wanda spoke before Pietro could speak. Honestly, I can't guarantee that, so I came to ask your opinion. If you agree, I'll help you awaken. If not, it's as if I never said anything. While Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were theoretically safe, Shen Fei wasn't sure. Are you really a magician? Wanda asked after a moment's silence. Of course, Shen Fei said, taking out his wand and performing a few magic tricks in front of the two. Magicians' clothes are sold in many places, and many people also do cosplay, but true magic only exists in his family. I agree. Seeing the true power of magic, Pietro immediately agreed. Seeing his brother agree, Wanda thought about it and agreed too. Before I awaken you, I must first explain something to you. Shen Fei immediately laid out the problems that superheroes face. Can you promise not to use your powers for evil, but to maintain world peace? Shen Fei finally said. You mean I will be very powerful in the future? As expected of Wanda, she immediately heard the hidden meaning in Shen Fei's words. If you can fully master your powers, you will be no less powerful than the current Prince of Asgard. This is someone who can single-handedly defeat Thanos. "What about me?" Pietro immediately asked himself after hearing Shen Fei say that his sister was so powerful. Probably no less powerful than Captain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, and really, Pietro couldn't help but get excited after hearing Shen Fei's words. Seeing his excitement, Shen Fei hadn't expected him to be a fan of Cap. Shen Fei vaguely remembered that Pietro, relying on his superpowers, had once teased Cap. Sure enough, Hydra was behind this. As Cap's mortal enemy, the Hydra members certainly wouldn't say anything good about him. Of course, Shen Fei nodded affirmatively. Technically speaking, Pietro, or Quicksilver, was definitely stronger than Cap. With his speed, if he were wielding a knife or a gun, his lethality would be astonishing. There seemed to be an inhuman whose primary focus was speed among the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D characters, but the difference between him and Quicksilver was considerable. With Quicksilver's speed, he wouldn't have died in the original story if he hadn't been saving someone. Unfortunately, despite his speed, his physical fitness was only slightly better than that of an average person. If he had Shen Fei's current physical prowess, or if Shen Fei arranged for him to learn pirate taijutsu and haki, he would definitely be a formidable hero in the future. This is Quicksilver. Western heroes with speed seem to be weak in using their abilities. Quicksilver is like this, that yo-yo is like this, and the guy who can turn back time is also like this. Scarlet Witch's situation is quite different. Her chaos magic has the ability to alter her physical prowess. Shen Fei is extremely envious of Scarlet Witch. The chaos magic she can obtain out of thin air has an extremely high ceiling. A fully grown Scarlet Witch could easily defeat the 4 emperors in the pirate world. Unfortunately, this chaos magic is Scarlet Witch's innate talent and cannot be learned. Otherwise, Shen Fei would really like to learn it from her. "Who's going first?" Shen Fei said to the siblings after using teleportation magic to bring them to the secret laboratory. "I'll go first," Sister Wanda said, but Brother Pietro took action. "I hope nothing goes wrong," Shen Fei said, checking the steps again before activating Loki's scepter. "What's going on?" Wanda's expression immediately changed as she watched Pietro scream in agony. This is a normal reaction to activating superpowers. "Don't worry, nothing will happen," Shen Fei said calmly. With a Philosopher's Stone, even if Quicksilver did get into trouble, the most he could do would be to fail to activate his superpowers, and his life would be safe. In theory, if Shen Fei had enough Philosopher's Stones, he could easily allow anyone to gain powers through the Mind Stone. The only difference would be the amount of stones consumed. Of course, Shen Fei wouldn't do such a thing. Ultron was a lesson for him. If something went wrong, he would be the one to clean up the mess. Looking at the vast majority of Marvel villains, many are the product of the protagonist's own creation. In fact, after arriving in the pirate world, Shen Fei's interest in Sky's inhuman abilities had faded. Although both were vibrational, Sky's abilities were far inferior to Whitebird's, though their side effects were quite similar. With other methods available to him to become even stronger, Shen Fei no longer dwelled on this power with its side effects. "What is this?" Quicksilver quickly displayed signs of superpowers, but due to the sheer speed, he couldn't react and crashed into the wall. Fortunately, the materials used within the lab were highly advanced and capable of absorbing significant force, preventing Pietro from sustaining significant damage. This material was very similar to the one used to imprison the Inhumans on Coulson's bus. His power seems to be speed, but due to the sheer speed, his reactions couldn't keep up. It seems he won't be able to leave for the time being. Crashing into the wall within the lab wasn't a problem, but outside it was far more dangerous. This sudden surge of power is a real challenge to control. It's not as powerful as continuous cultivation. Thinking this, Shen Fei looked at Wanda and asked, "Are you planning to activate it now, or wait a while?" Judging from his condition, you might face the same problem. Wait a few days. Wanda's decision wasn't for anything else, but to ensure she could take care of her brother. Shen Fei then made his own demands on Quicksilver. He had to move quickly within the experiment for 10 minutes without hitting a wall before he could be released. Without such control, with Quicksilver's speed, the chances of him getting into an accident were very high. Speaking of which, Should we inject Quicksilver with a G-Virus? With Quicksilver's superpowers and recovery abilities, his death would be even more difficult. Wanda didn't need to worry about that. Just like Shen Fei now, the virus's physical enhancements were nothing in the pirate world, but his recovery abilities were incredibly useful. Pyramid, where did you go? It's up to you. After hanging up the phone from Robin, Shen Fei was even more speechless. He truly loved archaeology. Even in the Marvel world, he was still deeply interested in it. Infinite universe, if you really want to explore the world, you've got your cake and eat it. Speaking of pure gold from the pirate world, I wonder when we'll find any information on it. The pure gold in the pirate world isn't pure gold, but a magical substance that has the power to significantly extend lifespan, roughly equivalent to 1 year in heaven, equivalent to 1 year on Earth. It's said that a Navy scientist painstakingly created this to save his daughter's life, but accidentally leaked the information, and the consequences are predictable. Regardless of era, lifespan is a constant fear among those in power. In the Marvel world, vast sums of money are spent annually on these research laboratories. Even though there have been no results to date, that hasn't stopped the wealthy from continuing to invest. I remember it was swallowed by a giant sea king, a lanternfish, because this pure gold was so magical. Shen Fei still remembered many clues. It was also fortunate that the island where the scientist who invented pure gold was located was swallowed by a giant sea king, so CP0, who received the information at the time, arrived and found nothing. If the lanternfish hadn't swallowed the island, the world government would have been even more powerful if they had obtained pure gold. Pure gold is not like the Operation Fruit, which only grants immortality and comes at the cost of one's life. With pure gold, the pirate world government's 800 years of rule would be equivalent to only 800 days. Because CP0 had found nothing, even though the news of pure gold later spread, most people dismissed it as nonsense and paid no attention. Only the world government and some individuals continued to search. Even in the absence of any results, they never stopped searching. Compared to the benefits of pure gold, the years and days of searching were worth it, despite the waste of manpower and resources. Shen Fei wasn't particularly concerned about his lifespan. Kamar-Taj's magic naturally extended lifespan, and Shen Fei still had the Philosopher's Stone, which could be used for both magical training and his own lifespan. He didn't need it, but others did, like Ada, Robin, and the others. What was the point of immortality? The Ancient One grew tired of living after just 1,000 years. But look at Asgard, where the average lifespan was 5,000 years, and even higher for the nobility and royal family. Would any of them tire of living? The Ancient One's weariness was simply due to the lack of company. And honestly, it wasn't necessarily true. In a world without immortality, watching friends and loved ones die would be unbearable. But this was the Marvel Universe, where immortals and races abounded. By the way, I wonder if the Ancient One ever loved anyone. Shen Fei was deeply curious, but of course, this was something he could only think about and never speak aloud. You've solved the side effects of the extraneous virus. While Wanda was caring for her brother, Quicksilver, Shen Fei received a call from Stark, his heart instantly filled with surprise. He was also researching the extraneous virus, but even with the help of the opera fruit, he hadn't made much progress. While this was due to his distraction from finding Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, don't forget that he possessed the opera fruit. Yet, Stark claimed to have solved it. Remember, while Stark possessed a high level of expertise in biology, his primary focus was on mechanics. So you say you've solved it? What's the point of the extraneous virus? Curious, Shen Fei arrived at Stark's beachfront villa. After the Mandarin and Killian incidents were resolved, Stark and Pepper had relocated there. Although the address had been leaked, Stark Corp's security was so strong that ordinary people couldn't even get close. Arriving at Stark's villa and hearing Stark's solution, Shen Fei was immediately speechless. He had already implemented Stark's solution, but it was completely useless. Stark's solution did address the side effects of the extraneous virus, but it also negated its greatest benefit. The extraneous virus's greatest benefit was its ability to regenerate severed limbs. Without this, what was the point of the extraneous virus? This was the reason Shen Fei hadn't addressed it. For Shen Fei, the perfect solution for the extraneous virus was, of course, to preserve its side effect, its incendiary potential, while preventing it from exploding. In other words, to retain the power of regeneration and fire, that was the perfect solution. Lowering the bar even further, completely eliminating the side effects and retaining only the healing power, even if it was only a one-time effect, would be a significant success. A one-time healing effect would allow it to be used as a treatment for disability, restoring the affected area through an injection. This was Shen Fei's lowered expectations, but it was Maya Hansen's ideal outcome, and it was precisely what she hoped Stark would achieve. Maya Hansen didn't envision the extremis virus as akin to Captain Serum, where a single injection would permanently retain the same power. Given the number of disabled people in the world, achieving such an effect would be a true bonanza. And she was sure people would buy it no matter the price. Unfortunately, even Stark couldn't achieve such a result. Maya Hansen, though deeply disappointed, ultimately had no choice but to accept it, as the extremis virus was a weapon. "How are you doing over there?" Stark, after describing his results, turned to Shen Fei. "Similar to yours. Preserving the effects isn't easy." Despite the difficulty, Shen Fei didn't give up, because this drug wasn't just effective in the Marvel Universe, it was also useful in other worlds. For example, in the world of giants, the war may be almost over, but the scars remain, just like in the world of Harry Potter. As for the world of pirates, whether in the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, or even pirates, there are many disabled characters. Don't forget Crocodile, one of them. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, is missing an arm, as is a former admiral of the Navy. Even though the pirate world is incredibly powerful, with many capable of defeating entire armies or even entire nations, there's no way to deal with such a situation. Shen Fei had previously imagined that restoring Red Hair's arm, as well as the arm of a former admiral, would yield a wealth of valuable rewards. He even considered injecting Whitebird with a G-Virus, which would undoubtedly significantly improve his condition. Given this situation, even if Stark and Maya Hansen gave up on the extremis virus, he wouldn't give up. With the opera fruit, he was confident he could ultimately succeed. "Ms. Maya, are you interested in working for my company?" Maya Hansen was quite talented, almost on par with Zhao Helen. Stark and Pepper, due to Stark's past relationship with her, were reluctant to hire her, but Shen Fei had no such concerns. With her around, something as powerful as the extremis virus might be rare, but she was sure to achieve great things in other areas. To be a qualified superhero, what was the first requirement? Strength? No. Money. Without sufficient funds, how could one become a qualified superhero, constantly struggling to make ends meet? The Avengers weren't paid for their work, they were paid. Even after S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, their salaries were still paid by Stark Enterprises. Haven't you seen that Spider-Man, driven by his desire to be a superhero, whose personal life became a mess, forcing him to occasionally trade his superhero photos for pay at newspapers or work as a delivery boy to make ends meet? His relationship problems were even more troublesome. With Peter Parker's intelligence, he could easily find a well-paying job and a better life. His invention of the spiderweb is a testament to his skill. Honestly, if you sold the patent for it, you'd be instantly rich. However, due to the irregular schedules of superheroes, Peter couldn't find a stable job. No formal company would be willing to hire someone who constantly took time off, especially during work. If Peter had Stark's money, or even his friends, he wouldn't be so desperate. Shen Fei was aware of his problems, but since he wasn't the talkative Spider-Man, he had no intention of helping him. "Okay, I'm starting." When Quicksilver was almost stable, Wanda finally started. Chapter 184 Ada and Robin. "She's truly worthy of being the Scarlet Witch." Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at the magic ball in Wanda's hand. Compared to Quicksilver, Wanda was infinitely more gifted at controlling her powers. After about 3 days, they were out of the lab. Of course, this was also largely due to the different abilities of the two. Even if Wanda couldn't control her powers now, at most she'd only damage something. But with Quicksilver, if he couldn't fully master his powers, he'd be the first to suffer. First, work on controlling your powers. Once you do, I'll introduce you to the Avengers. After giving the two a brief explanation, Shen Fei gave them his contact information and left Sokovia. To avoid exposing Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver to public attention, Shen Fei didn't allow them to go to New York. If the siblings were exposed now, they could be exploited by Hydra at any moment. Shen Fei hadn't lied to him about them joining the Avengers. Ever since the Battle of New York, the Avengers had officially become part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Didn't you see the U.S. military's wanted list for the Hulk had been lifted? However, even within the Avengers, there were distinctions between high and low. People like Stark, Shen Fei, And even Thor and Dr. Banner were nominally consultants to S.H.I.E.L.D, and aside from situations like the Battle of New York, they weren't normally called upon. The real day-to-day work was done by Natasha, Hawkeye, Shirley, as well as Captain America and Ms. Carter. They had the closest ties to S.H.I.E.L.D, after all. Even if Carter claimed to be indifferent and wanted to enjoy some time alone with Captain America, they wouldn't just ignore the situation if S.H.I.E.L.D was in trouble. Of course, Carter and Captain America wouldn't be needed for routine missions. Of course, Hawkeye, Natasha, and Shirley were the hardest working members of the Avengers, given their lowly status. Thor, it's you. I see. I didn't know that either. Can't you see that I don't have a girlfriend now? Why don't you ask Tony? After hanging up the phone, Shen Fei sighed helplessly. I didn't expect you to come so soon. The call was from Thor, who came to complain to him that he couldn't see Jane recently. Of course, Shen Fei would not take the initiative to participate in such matters. He could give Sif advice in this regard, but he had no way to give Thor advice in this regard. As expected, reality is reality. Even Thor, the Prince of Asgard, had to compromise in reality. Thor, who was exiled to Earth, soon faced the biggest problem, that is, money. As the former Prince of Asgard, when had he ever worried about money? After spending a honeymoon-like time with Jane, the reality that followed caused Thor and Jane to have a dispute. The outcome of the dispute was simple, whether Thor should go out and work. As the Prince of Asgard, it was easy to get money. Even on Earth, there were people offering him generous sums. Fury, for example, was undoubtedly providing for Thor's upbringing. However, Thor was, after all, the Prince of Asgard, with his own dignity. He would never ask for money without reason. To make a living, Thor did take a part-time job, but the result was that the money he earned was not enough to cover the damage he caused. Furthermore, he had no earthly education, and his so-called jobs were just working in bars. With Thor's temper, one could imagine the kind of trouble he would cause in an earthly bar. In just 1 week, he had smashed 4 bars, leaving dozens hospitalized. Fury was the one who cleaned up the mess, which was why Thor didn't get into any serious trouble. Originally, Shen Fei had nothing to do with this. He hadn't paid much attention to Thor's life on Earth, just like he hadn't seen the Captain or to Miss Carter for some time. But even if he didn't pay attention, others did. Fury, for one, was keeping an eye on Thor. After covering up for Thor so much, Fury, perhaps fed up, approached Shen Fei to discuss how Thor's situation could be resolved. While Shen Fei was somewhat unhappy with Fury's shirking of responsibility, he couldn't afford to ignore Thor. So, he offered Thor a job that required minimal work but still paid him. Thor, naturally, was delighted with the offer. With plenty of free time, he wanted to spend all day with Jane. Initially, things were fine, but as time went on, problems began to arise. That's why Thor called him to complain. To prevent Thor from further questioning, Shen Fei exposed his own shortcomings and then shifted the focus to Stark. Regarding the Jane and Thor pairing, Shen Fei had previously asked Fury what the 5 great powers were thinking, arguing that marriage had always been a key way to foster rapprochement. If Asgard had an Earth princess, it would certainly be a boon for Earth. However, Fury's response was that they weren't optimistic about the pairing, citing the vast differences between the two. The difference in lifespans, in particular, was an insurmountable obstacle, which was why no one in the world was working on it. Many people saw the problems with Thor and Jane, but no one ever exposed them. Only when two people were deeply in love did they think everything was okay. Looks like they were about to break up, but I didn't expect Thor to act like a fat, nerdy Thor. With a high salary and the unexpected changes in his relationship with Jane, Thor has recently become obsessed with Earth games. Fortunately, Oasis is only in beta. Otherwise, Thor might have asked him to modify his stats. After all, this guy called and threatened someone offline because he couldn't beat the game. While Oasis's beta didn't cause much of a stir, it had already garnered considerable attention in some circles. To verify, some aspects of Oasis would require at least a year, and sometimes even several years of internal testing. Even Shen Fei had no way of knowing. The reasoning was incredibly strong. After all, this was the first virtual reality game, and there were numerous issues to consider. Shen Fei knew there must be hidden reasons, but he couldn't argue with them. Even Stark didn't object. Issues like human consciousness security and brain hypnosis were no small matter. Even in the world where the Oasis game existed, it would take decades, And with the world's resources becoming extremely scarce, for some aspects of the oasis to become so popular. I don't think you can say that, Thor. I seem to be quite a homebody here too. After speaking about the god of thunder, Shen Fei suddenly realized something. He himself rarely left the house, focusing on research and training. Ada, you're here. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile at the sudden appearance of Ada. He didn't even need to use his observation haki to know that this Ada was real, and her demeanor was completely different. What's wrong with you? Shen Fei then noticed that Ada looked exhausted, her eyes filled with suppressed anger. Ada didn't respond to Shen Fei's words, but headed straight for the bathtub. After a quick wash, she emerged dressed in a red bathrobe. It's okay, it's resolved. After a moment's silence, Ada slowly began to recount her experiences. Much like the mass cloning of Alice in the Resident Evil movies, someone had cloned Ada in large numbers. Well, strictly speaking, it wasn't cloning, but rather genetic modification via a biochemical virus. Just like the fake Ada, it wasn't slowly grown from cells, but rather a large number of young women, genetically modified. It was a truly insane undertaking, and ultimately a complete failure. The mastermind behind all this was Derek Simmons, a member of his family. Unable to obtain the real Ada, he created a replica. Simmons was truly obsessed. Unfortunately, he didn't anticipate that the fake Ada, who had previously obeyed him, would become distorted upon discovering her appearance had been drastically altered. Taking advantage of Simmons's trust, she began to plot her own plan, to eliminate Simmons and the real Ada, thus becoming the true Ada. However, due to Ada's intervention, the fake Ada's plan failed. However, before her death, she also dragged Drake Simmons into the trap. Shen Fei listened quietly to Ada's story, saying nothing. This time, the fake Ada's actions affected not only Drake Simmons but also the Simmons family, to whom she belonged. Because of her plan, a small island, a key base for the Simmons family, was destroyed. Get some rest first. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Ada was clearly in a bad mood, so Shen Fei didn't take out the thunder fruit, intending to do so once she calmed down. That night, Shen Fei and Ada slept in each other's arms. Because of Ada's mood, they lay quietly together, doing nothing. What's the surprise you're talking about? Ada woke up the next day, her tone immediately returning to her usual self. It seemed that the fake Ada had influenced her yesterday's situation. This is it, Shen Fei said, immediately producing a strangely shaped fruit. This is something truly magical, Shen Fei said, without waiting for Ada to ask, as he briefly explained the information about the devil fruit. You mean this is a devil fruit? Ada stared in shock at the fruit Shen Fei placed on the table. Eating a single fruit could grant magical superpowers? That was too fantastical. Yes, it's the thunder fruit, a nature-type devil fruit. Shen Fei immediately revealed the devil fruit's power. Such a powerful thing, you should eat it yourself, Ada said after staring at the thunder fruit for a moment. Don't worry about me, but while devil fruits are powerful, they also have obvious weaknesses. Many true masters don't know how to use devil fruits. Devil fruits have nemesis beyond just haki and sea stone. There are other nemesis points, too. For example, the sand fruit's nemesis is water, and the thunder fruit's nemesis is rubber. In fact, Akanu's magma fruit's nemesis is also water, but he's too powerful, so water's effects are ineffective against him. If you attack with water, he'll instantly evaporate it. The same goes for the sand fruit. If Crocodile developed a nature-type devil fruit to the level of Aokiji and the others, how could Luffy's mere water be enough to defeat it? Water can restrain sand, but if there is enough sand, it can absorb water. The natural devil fruit is said to be the most powerful, but in fact it has the most nemesis. The animal and superhuman types do not seem to have this weakness. Is that so? Then I won't be polite. Shen Fei's words made Ada silent for a moment, then she picked up the thunder fruit and prepared to eat it. It is true that the thunder fruit has weaknesses, but it has more advantages. The elemental immunity to physical damage, the speed of lightning, which is not slower than the speed of the flash fruit, and the ability to float in the air at will. These abilities are really convenient for Ada. Wait a moment, seeing Ada about to eat the thunder fruit, Shen Fei immediately stopped her and continued, devil fruits taste terrible. It's said that just one bite grants powers. It doesn't matter if you eat the rest. But as far as I know, most people with special abilities will finish it. It's up to you to decide whether to eat it or not. Devil fruits are very strange, especially the first bite. According to unverified sources, Ace wasn't the first to discover the flame fruit, but rather, he and his companions discovered it later. After that, the two decided to eat the flame fruit simultaneously to see who would be luckier and gain powers. Ace won. Is that so? Ada was silent for a moment after hearing Shen Fei's words, then immediately began to eat the devil fruit. The taste of the devil fruit made Ada's face change, but she finally insisted on finishing it. Sizzle. Devil fruits are devil fruits. Not long after eating, Ada felt the power within her body, and a slight electric current emanated from her fingers. The power of a devil fruit depends on the user. If you want to become stronger, you need to visit that world, such a strange world. Of course I have to go see it. By the way, do you know any beautiful women in that world? Ada's words made Shen Fei scratch his head a little embarrassed. Looking at Ada's calm gaze, Shen Fei sighed inwardly and immediately said, "Actually, I brought someone here. I wanted to introduce you to her before you brought her here directly." Ada's expression was very calm as she spoke, but it was this calmness that made Shen Fei feel something was wrong. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. She's a very pitiful person. She couldn't even sleep well in that world. "That's why I brought her here," Shen Fei immediately told Robin's story. As Shen Fei explained Robin's story, the atmosphere at the scene immediately changed, and Shen Fei couldn't help but feel relieved. Where is she now? Because there's no navy chasing her in this world, she's traveling around. "I'll contact her right away," Shen Fei said, picking up the phone and calling Robin. "I have someone here whom I want to introduce to you. Please find a secluded place." Even if Robin was at the pyramid at this time, Shen Fei could pull him back in an instant. Chapter 185 Ada and Robin, Part 2. You two chat first. I'll go make something delicious. After introducing Robin and Ada, he watched them silently assess each other, then simultaneously fix their gazes on Shen Fei. Sensing something amiss in the atmosphere, he immediately stood up. Ada and Robin's styles were quite similar, both operated in underground forces. The majority of Baroque Works personnel were intelligence agents, not particularly adept at direct combat. The only skilled user, Daz, the former MR1 quick/fruit user, had recently left Baroque Works. Shen Fei didn't mind this. He hadn't acquired Baroque Works solely for combat, but primarily for intelligence purposes, much like the world government's CP organizations. For example, in matters involving pure gold, intelligence personnel played a crucial role, not combatants. In reality, it wasn't difficult for Shen Fei to find subordinates if he truly wanted them. For example, if a captain from the Giants world were to be thrown into the pirate world and diligently trained, he could become at least an elite lieutenant general in due course. In the kitchen, Shen Fei took out some Sea King meat, along with some vegetables and fruit from the pirate world, and immediately used the power of the opera fruit to chop the vegetables. When it came to food, even Harry Potter's world couldn't compare to One Piece's. The flesh of sea kings, in particular, was incredibly rich in vitality. Eating it regularly would easily strengthen one's body. Next, it's time to go buy a large amount of food. Well, some from this world, and then some from Harry Potter's world. That should be enough. While cooking, Shen Fei also pondered the next steps in One Piece's world. He wouldn't confront the Navy and the world government head-on unless he had the necessary strength. However, he could still support the Revolutionary Army if he could. The best businesses in the pirate world were weapons and food. Due to the shortage of gold, there were far too many hungry people on the sea. Nearby was the Goa Kingdom in the East China Sea. The difference between the city and the outside was a world of difference. The rich feasted in the streets, while the poor froze to death, a true reflection of the Goa Kingdom. Other places include the hometowns of Kuma, one of the Shichibuke, Whitebird, one of the four emperors, and Wano Country, home to Kato, another of the four emperors. People in these regions are said to be short of food and clothing. Whitebird of the Whitebird Pirates, one of the four emperors and the most powerful man in the world, is the poorest because he gives the vast majority of his wealth to those in his hometown. Even that is barely enough to make up for the loss. Strictly speaking, the living standards of those under the rule of the four emperors' pirate groups are all very poor. As pirates, they are not good at managing. This is true for Whitebird, Kato, and Red Hair, who has no fixed territory. The only exception is the Big Mom Pirates, whose members primarily possess food-type devil fruits, which sustains the group. The Revolutionary Army, strictly speaking, is worse off than the pirates. After all, pirates can plunder, but the Revolutionary Army cannot. Shen Fei previously said that the calm belt in the One Piece world is rich in food and that those people won't exploit it, but that was just an assumption. It's like an emperor saying, since there's no rice, why not eat meat? Or, if a drought hits one place while a flood hits another, why not divert the floodwaters to the drought-stricken area? These are all assumptions. First, the Sea Kings of the Calm Belt aren't easy to deal with. There aren't many people in the world who can freely roam freely there. Asking them to kill Sea Kings in the Calm Belt to provide food is a waste unless they happen to encounter them. Just like the prison in Impaled Down City, since it's located within the Calm Belt, there's no shortage of food, but killing them specifically would be a waste. Shen Fei believed these people were idle anyway, and they could easily obtain a large amount of food with just one move, so why not? However, killing Sea Kings to obtain food on their own, as Shen Fei did, was unnatural. It was like asking a king or a leader of a faction to personally farm the land. It was unrealistic. Should I bring Dragon some books on revolutionary principles? As Shen Fei learned more about the Revolutionary Army, he discovered its many flaws. While its philosophy was indeed far superior to the Navy's, it was still somewhat naive and fanciful. They were targeting only the celestial dragons, not the world government. This was completely putting the cart before the horse, like a rebellion in feudal society where the emperor was the only target, leaving the lower classes alone. Little did they know that in such a situation, true success required a complete overthrow from top to bottom. This wasn't Shen Fei's wisdom, but rather the wisdom passed down through 5,000 years. Please take me back first, so I don't disturb you here. After finishing their meal, Robin looked across at Ada, then at Shen Fei, a hint of an ambiguous smile on her face. No problem. Come over sometime, Shen Fei said, nodding. There's no need to come right now. Ada's leaving, and I'll be her guide, Robin said calmly. You're going back? Shen Fei wasn't surprised to see Ada approach. Whether it was physical training or developing devil fruit abilities, she was far superior in the One Piece world than in the Marvel world. His Opnomi was also rapidly improving in the One Piece world, and now all he needed was to awaken it. But Shen Fei was puzzled by Robin's eagerness to return. She was clearly safer in the Marvel world than in the One Piece world. Not to mention, Shen Fei was planning to let her help out for a while, acting as CEO. I have to go back. There are things I have to resolve. The O'Hara incident and her mother's final wish were things Robin couldn't abandon. Okay, since Robin had such thoughts, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't stop her. After all, with him around, he was sure to disapprove of any world government or CP organization trying to take action against Robin. I'm going to settle some things. The next morning, Shen Fei woke up to find no Ada beside him, only a note. Thank goodness I'm strong in taijutsu now. Remembering last night's madness, Shen Fei couldn't help but stretch, thankful for his training in the pirate world. Robin, Shen Fei then thought of Robin. It would be so wonderful to have Robin on one side and Ada on the other. A slightly lewd smile crossed Shen Fei's face at the thought. People are truly greedy. If it were him again, not only would Robin, but even Ada, even one of them, be something he could only dream of. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. Shaking his head vigorously, Shen Fei opened the mirror space and began training in taijutsu, swordsmanship, and fishman karate. These were all things he had obtained from the Revolutionary Army. For long, these items could be exchanged for a large amount of supplies, which was a great deal. For Shen Fei, being able to obtain these things with just supplies saved a lot of time and was also a great deal. It was a win-win situation. When will I be able to destroy 8 mountains with a casual morning exercise like ARP? Shen Fei didn't care what Aida had gone to. Compared to being able to travel to another world, everything else was just a small matter. Another world, Aida, arriving in the rainy lands of Adrasta, looked extremely excited, while Robin beside her was very calm. Let's check the latest news first. After being away for a while, Shen Fei wanted to know if there were any major events happening on the sea recently. A new supernova failed in its challenge to the Emperor of the Sea. Shen Fei soon learned what had happened on the sea. A new supernova entered the New World and couldn't wait to challenge the 4 emperors of the New World. Every year, the first thing a supernova did after entering the New World was this, and it seemed to be without exception, including during Luffy's generation during the worst era. After all, it was the fastest way to become famous throughout the sea. If they won the challenge, they would become the new Emperor of the Sea. While the idea was a good one, it was somewhat overconfident. Over the years, the four emperors remained the same, unchanged. And with only a handful of supernovas still remembered, the rest were largely forgotten. These supernovas couldn't even defeat the four emperors themselves, let alone their own pirate groups. The vast majority fell in the New World in this way. Of course, some, despite their defeat, managed to survive. Of those who survived, some retreated out of fear, even quitting piratedom. Others rose to the occasion and bravely survived, either joining the four emperors' pirate groups or finding their own path to survival, laying the foundation for a powerful force. Survival of the fittest? These 8 words truly embody the pirate world across the vast ocean. Just like the pirates of the four seas, there's a difference between those who survived the upside-down mountain and those who didn't. Those who managed to survive in the New World are not to be underestimated. In fact, the annual arrival of a supernova in the New World is a prime opportunity for the New World's pirates to recruit new blood. Even the elite red-haired pirates, one of the four emperors, need to recruit new blood to bolster their forces, not to mention the other four emperors. A pirate group like Luffy, with fewer than 10 members, is a rare sight across the ocean. Pirate battles are frequent, and casualties are a common occurrence. Even Roger's pirates couldn't avoid this, otherwise, Buggy the Clown and red-haired Shanks wouldn't have served as trainees on their ships. Among the 3 calamities of Kato's Beasts, pirates are former supernovas, and many of the Whitebird pirates' sons were also former supernovas. Ace, that guy, really challenged Whitebird. The newspapers didn't report any further details about the supernova challenging the Sea Emperor. After all, the difference in power was too great. Even a newsbird could make up a story, but it couldn't have fabricated it. At best, it was exaggerating. For example, when Kato and a certain supernova battled for 800 rounds. That shameless newsbird could have done it, but someone would have had to confront Kato. Take, for example, Straw Hat Luffy and the Flame Pirates operation. Luffy and his crew were clearly fleeing, and Big Mama wasn't in top form, but a certain newsbird forced Luffy to attack Cake Island, even destroying Cake City, becoming a close match for Big Mama, and ultimately, Luffy became the 5th emperor. For that certain newsbird, they thought this year's supernova would be just like every other, with nothing to show for it. Then, out of nowhere, Ace appeared, and Ace was immediately targeted. The reason Ace was targeted was simple: he fought the Shichibukai for 5 days and nights, with no clear winner, until Whitebird himself appeared and agreed to fight Ace. This was the only time in recent years that a supernova had directly confronted one of the four emperors, so how could it not be widely reported? All those previous supernovas had fallen to pirate groups under the command of the four emperors. If Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates hadn't diligently trained for 2 years after the Battle of Marineford, their fate would have been similar. Haven't you seen supernovas of Luffy's generation either become subordinates of the four emperors or be imprisoned by them? What a shame someone actually challenged Whitebird, Robin said, shaking her head slightly upon reading the newspaper article about Ace challenging Whitebird. No one expected Ace to win this battle. Having spent years in the underworld, Robin had long heard of the four emperors' fame. They were men who even the admirals of the Navy couldn't match. Whitebird's taking advantage of Roger, but Garp isn't just taking advantage of Roger, he's taking advantage of Whitebird too. Ace is Roger's son, but Garp raised him as his grandson. Doesn't that mean Garp is a generation older than Roger? The same goes for Whitebird. Multiple pirate groups joined forces to attack the Red Hair Pirates, but were completely wiped out. Do these guys think the four emperors are so easy to deal with? Besides the news about Ace challenging Whitebird, another slightly more noteworthy news item in the newspapers was the attack on the Red Hair Pirates. While the other four emperors commanded numerous pirate groups, the Red Hair Pirates were the smallest, with only one ship. Naturally, they became a target for pirates who coveted the position. If one group couldn't defeat them, they would unite. As for who would become the four emperor after the Red Hair Pirates were defeated, that was another question altogether. It was a good plan, but they underestimated the strength of the four emperors. The outcome, needless to say, was a welcome relief for the Navy. Pirates fighting pirates is a dog-eat-dog situation for the Navy. Many of the pirate groups wiped out by the Red Hair Pirates this time were renowned pirates, making them incredibly difficult targets for the Navy. Their complete annihilation significantly reduced the Navy's casualties. It's time to continue searching for other worlds. Chapter 186, Pillar Destroyer Blade, Part 1. Thank you so much, Long said to Shen Fei with gratitude on an uninhabited island in the Windless Zone. The reason for Long's gratitude was simple. Shen Fei had brought him a large amount of food, precisely what the Revolutionary Army was desperately in need of. "Don't be so polite, it's just a fair trade," Shen Fei said calmly. Providing weapons and food to the Revolutionary Army for free wasn't a big deal for Shen Fei. Modern society doesn't have much else to offer, except for the abundance of food. Combined with his alchemy skills, weapons were even easier to come by. But as the old saying goes, a little kindness pays off, and Shen Fei certainly wouldn't make such a mistake. The Revolutionary Army's exchange for supplies this time included an animal-type devil fruit and a considerable amount of treasure. Overall, the value of both items was roughly equivalent. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. In reality, the Revolutionary Army had no way of purchasing supplies on the regular market, relying on the underground black market. Naturally, the prices were higher than Shen Fei's, ranging from several to dozens of times higher. This was precisely why Long was so grateful to Shen Fei. The animal-type cat fruit, looking at the black devil fruit in his hand, Shen Fei thought for a moment. It seemed that no one on his side could eat this devil fruit for the time being, so he put it away. Should we learn from Kato and create a legion of people with animal-type abilities? Of the three major types of devil fruits, the animal type is the most numerous. If artificial devil fruits are included, there will be even more. According to his memory, Shen Fei knew that artificial devil fruits were all at the animal level. Kato can actually turn into a dragon, and an oriental dragon at that. This is unscientific. Coming to the world of One Piece, Shen Fei naturally knew about Kato's abilities. Although Kato made an appearance when he traveled through time, he didn't say what his abilities were. After actually coming to this world and confirming Kato's abilities through some intelligence, Shen Fei was suddenly very surprised. A mythical beast type, thinking of the intelligence that said Kato could fly in the clouds and spit out powerful flames from his mouth, Shen Fei couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Since he's a devil fruit user, why can't the Navy kill him? Shouldn't they just throw him to the bottom of the ocean? Or is there something else I don't know about? For example, like my Operation Fruit, he doesn't have the weaknesses of regular devil fruits. Never mind. The four emperors are still far away, and I haven't had the chance to confront them yet. Mingjie must be feeling pretty down lately. As Shen Fei gained a better understanding of the underworld forces in the pirate world, he began adding the Don Quixote family's markings to some of the weapons he sold to the Revolutionary Army, along with those of other arms dealers. This immediately shifted some of the world government's attention to Mingjie and the arms dealers. For arms dealers, selling arms was their primary priority. Whoever they sold them to was irrelevant. They might even get a higher price if they sold them to the Revolutionary Army. For example, Obadiah Stan's weapons sold to terrorists were several times more expensive than normal. Without this line of business, Shen Fei couldn't even imagine the profits from arms sales. No wonder so many people desperately tried to get into it. This was just a normal arms business. Don't forget, Shen Fei's weapons manufacturing business was practically a zero-cost venture. Of course, Shen Fei had now officially established a weapons factory, but production was modest. Its primary purpose was to supply his own forces and, secondly, to conceal his activities. As a Shichibuke, as long as he stayed within bounds, even Mingjie, the underground arms magnate, couldn't say anything. Is this considered breaking my promise? Shen Fei sighed softly, remembering his initial promise to stay out of the arms trade. I'm doing this for the good of the Revolutionary Army. At this point, Shen Fei could only console himself with this, mentally resolving that his line of defense wouldn't be lowered any further. No wonder some say there's only a zero and an infinite number of times you can cross-dress. Once that line is broken, it becomes even easier to break it again. As expected, he's become Whitebird's son after all. Ace's challenge to Whitebird caused a flurry of activity, but calm soon returned. The Ace vs. Whitebird fight was meant to deceive those unaware of the Four Emperors' true strength, bolstering their hopes for Ace's protection. For those who knew the truth, the so-called challenge was nothing more than a farce. Those who hadn't witnessed the Four Emperors' power couldn't possibly imagine their terrifying might. Due to the severe lag in information flow, some intelligence was simply impossible to obtain without reaching a certain level of strength and status. Having Robin and Aida around really makes things much easier. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei donned his Ant-Man suit and began his exploration of the new world. In a while, Zhao Heilan's nanotechnology should be successful, which would make things much easier. It's a shame there's no universal currency, Otherwise, nanotechnology could be purchased in space. Nanotechnology is considered advanced technology in space and carries a high price tag. I didn't encounter any surprises this time. Shen Fei, having used the power of the space stone to arrive in the new world, surveyed his surroundings. In the middle of a forest, he could see, illuminated by the moonlight, an endless mountain range in the distance. Looks like I need to find people before I can understand what this world is like. Shen Fei looked up at the bright moonlight and the twinkling stars in the sky and immediately activated his observation haki. There are quite a few living creatures, but no trace of humanity. After surveying his surroundings, Shen Fei randomly chose a direction and began to advance. Unsure of the situation, he chose a random path. There's a path. I should be able to see people along this path. Shen Fei, swiftly escaping the forest with physical skills, immediately spotted a path. In the past, Shen Fei would have used either a flying skateboard or a flying broom, but this time, having greatly enhanced his strength in the One Piece world, he avoided those methods. After finding the path, Shen Fei followed it. In this rare moment of leisure, Shen Fei gazed at the stars as he walked forward at a normal pace. Just as Shen Fei was walking slowly, a shrill scream suddenly rang out from the front. Yet, the moment the voice fell, Shen Fei immediately moved his feet, shaving, and launched a series of attacks, rushing towards the source of the screams. Mom, Dad. About a dozen meters off the road, there was a small wooden house. From within, the sound of children's cries could be heard. In the moonlight, a man and a woman lay in a pool of blood. Beside them, two children, a boy and a girl, who looked young, about 5 or 6 years old, were desperately pulling at the fallen man and woman's clothes, crying loudly. Stop making so much noise, a figure standing to one side said, waving a finger with sharp nails, aiming at the two children on the ground. Room, slaughterhouse. Upon seeing this, Shen Fei immediately used the Operation Fruit to exchange the figure with himself. Here, still breathing, under the cover of the Operation Fruit, Shen Fei immediately realized that the man and woman lying in the pool of blood were not dead, but if they hadn't received emergency treatment, they would have died. Luckily you met me, Shen Fei said, pulling out a red gem, the Philosopher's Stone. In this situation, only the Philosopher's Stone could save them. Asshole! Just as Shen Fei activated the Philosopher's Stone, saving the man and woman on the ground from danger, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the front. Then, Shen Fei spotted a figure charging toward him, its sharp claws sweeping towards his neck. That's not right. Previously, because he was focused on saving the person, Shen Fei hadn't paid much attention to the other person's appearance. Now, face to face, Shen Fei immediately noticed that while the person looked human, their skin was cyan, and the gleaming nails on their fingers were a stark difference from those of ordinary people. Monster? Or zombie? Shen Fei thought to himself. The moment the person approached, he kicked them away. Boom. Even with Shen Fei's current strength, even though the kick wasn't at full force, it was still more than the person could withstand. The spot where the kick hit exploded, and the entire figure flew out of the room. Be quiet. When Shen Fei took action, he saw the two children crying and shouting. He gently pressed his palms on the two children, causing them to fall into coma. Hey, they are not dead yet. Just when he had knocked the two unconscious and was about to find a place to put the two children together, Shen Fei's observation haki suddenly found that the guy outside was still alive. Shen Fei put the children in the room and walked out to see that the figure who was kicked away had walked out of the forest intact. Damn it, the figure rushed over again after seeing Shen Fei. It looks like a monster, Shen Fei thought to himself, and with a flick of his finger, an axe flew into his hand. Then Shen Fei used the axe to chop off the opponent's hands that were about to attack him. It hurts so much, you bastard, the opponent whose arms were cut off cursed, and his arms recovered again. This is really interesting. What about the head? Shen Fei thought to himself and chopped off his head with an axe. Still alive like this, even without his head, the man didn't fall. After his body and head reunited, he immediately pushed the head back down. Immortality. Just as Shen Fei was about to try other methods, 3 people appeared, 2 on the left and 1 on the right, under the influence of his observation haki. Judging by their speed, the person on the right was much faster than the 2 on the left. Looks like I can't experiment anymore. The appearance of the locals immediately put Shen Fei's previous thoughts aside. He simply held his axe and confronted the recovered figure on the other side. The figure on the other side, having recovered, immediately rushed towards Shen Fei again, seemingly having learned nothing from their lesson. An ordinary person might have been terrified by this bizarre scene, but Shen Fei was not like that. Puff. This time, Shen Fei used his axe to chop off all 4 of the man's limbs. "You're not coming out." Shen Fei knew the person on the right was nearby, sensing it with his observation haki. However, he didn't come out immediately, but hid to the side. "I want to see how quickly you can recover." Axe in hand, Shen Fei immediately chopped off the opponent's limbs whenever they recovered. Though the opponent roared in anger, Shen Fei ignored them. Ghost. After chopping off several limbs, 2 people from the left arrived. They looked young, about 11 or 12 years old, a boy and a girl. The boy had fiery red hair and wore green plaid clothing. A large scar adorned the left side of his forehead. The girl had long black hair, and what surprised Shen Fei was that she seemed to be holding a bamboo tube in her mouth. This peculiar attire made Shen Fei stare at her a few more times. Then, Shen Fei turned his attention to the boy and asked, "What do you mean by ghost?" "A man-eating monster," the boy said, describing the ghost. "Then how do we kill it?" Shen Fei continued to chomp. Perhaps the constant slashing had slowed the opponent's recovery. "I don't know," the boy said, a hint of apology on his face. "Oh, I remember now. Ghosts can't see sunlight," the young man said, a look of sudden enlightenment. "So I just have to hold on until dawn." Shen Fei said this, sensing the man to his right hadn't moved at all. He then continued, "There's someone injured inside. Can you go in and take care of them?" "I can't leave here." Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the red-haired young man immediately said, "I understand." He then led the girl beside him towards the room. "An unkillable ghost. I'd like to see if it's truly unkillable," Shen Fei said, splitting the man's head in half with a single blow of his axe. "If it's truly unkillable, then keep going." Time passed as Shen Fei hacked away at the ghosts until a ray of sunlight appeared in the east. The so-called ghost roared in despair, but in the sunlight, it completely disintegrated and vanished. "It's truly miraculous." Shen Fei couldn't help but feel even more curious as his severed limbs vanished. Although Shen Fei thought so in his heart at the moment, he still looked relieved on the surface. "It's your first time seeing a ghost, and you can actually do this. It's really not easy." The sudden voice made Shen Fei raise the axe in his hand. "Who are you?" The figure that suddenly appeared was a man with a strange mask on his face. "Are you interested in joining the Demon Slayer Corps?" The man did not answer Shen Fei's question, but asked back. "Demon Slayer Corps, what is that?" "People who specialize in killing the evil ghosts before. If you are interested, you can come to me with them," the man said and left without waiting for Shen Fei to speak. "Interesting, let's go and have a look." Tanjiro Kamado, Nezuko Kamado, these names seem familiar. Chapter 187, Pillar Destroyer Blade, Part 2. "You'd better move out of here." Seeing the couple's embarrassment, Shen Fei sighed helplessly, then took out a small amount of gold and gave it to them. If possible, no one would want to live in an uninhabited place. Although Shen Fei didn't know the specifics, he could guess. After the man with the strange mask left, Shen Fei, Tanjiro, and his sister Nezuko briefly explained the situation to the room's occupants, the couple Shen Fei had saved. After that, they left with Tanjiro and Nezuko. "Although I don't know why Nezuko turned into a demon, she won't eat people. I will definitely find a way to cure Nezuko." On the way, Tanjiro recounted what had happened to the family. Their story was not much different from the previous one. They lived in the mountains, far from human habitation, making a living by burning and selling charcoal. Then they were attacked by demons. Aside from Shen Fei, who was not there, the only one left was his sister, who seemed to have turned into a demon. Later, Tanjiro explained that he had traveled to Sagiri Mountain because a swordsman he met had told him he could learn the art of demon slaying there, potentially curing his sister's condition. Such a familiar plot, Tanjiro's words resonated with Shen Fei, but for a moment, he couldn't place where he had seen it before. "Never mind. It's probably like forgetting Wanda's name before. Maybe I'll remember it later." From Tanjiro's words, Shen Fei had a rough idea of the current era, but unfortunately, it was an era he didn't recognize, so he had no idea what the specifics were. Demons, they're a bit like a biochemical virus infection, but also a bit like vampires. Although Tanjiro didn't know much, Shen Fei could guess from his words how demons were infected. Like vampires, they had a specific method of developing offspring. Unlike zombies, who could infect others at will. Combined with their immortality and the fact that they died in the light, They were very similar to the vampires of legends, the only difference being that they couldn't transform into bats. You can grow or shrink at will. What an interesting ability. Nezuko returns to her original size at night and travels with her brother Tanjiro. Once sunlight appears, she shrinks. Strangely, her weight also changes slightly when she shrinks. Mount Sagiri, Urakatake Sakanji, was the person Tanjiro had been told to find by the young man named Tomika Jiayu. The journey wasn't too far for Shen Fei, but it was a long way for Tanjiro and Nezuko. Even so, Tanjiro persevered. Following Tanjiro, Shen Fei didn't intend to rush forward. While the speed was a bit slower, it wasn't a big deal for him. He took the opportunity to connect with the dimensional space of this world. This was his usual routine whenever he arrived in a new world. Wanting to wander around was standard. You're here, at the foot of Mount Sagiri, in front of a small wooden house. The person who had taken the strange mask opened the door and emerged after the three arrived. Sure enough, he is that Urakatake Sakanji. Seeing the person walking out of the room, Shen Fei immediately confirmed his previous guess. Jiayu wrote to me, I want to ask you a question. What if your sister eats people in the future? After the group entered the room and sat down, Urakatake Sakanji suddenly spoke to Tanjiro. Oh, Tanjiro obviously did not expect to encounter this question, and immediately hesitated. Then Urakatake Sakanji immediately slapped Tanjiro on the left cheek, and then said in a deep voice, if she kills someone, you must kill her and then commit suicide, so you must remember that you must not let this situation happen. I will never let Nezuko kill anyone, Tanjiro said in an extremely firm tone. Well, can I ask a question? What exactly is a demon, and what is the demon slayer core? Shen Fei suddenly asked when the two were silent. Originally, I shouldn't be telling you this right now, but since you want to know, I might as well tell you. After a brief silence, Urakatake Sakanji revealed the demon's origins. Why does it sound so familiar? It's Muzan, the one who uses the Nichiren blade for scraping and bruised tea with wisteria flowers. As Urakatake Sakanji spoke, Shen Fei immediately remembered what world this was. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, or perhaps it should be called Pillar Slayer. Kimetsu no Yaiba seems to end with the protagonist team leaving and everyone else annihilated. Although it seemed quite popular at the time, Shen Fei had never seen it. He only knew about it through casual conversations, chat groups, and watching videos. Shen Fei was so impressed because Muzan was said to be the most cowardly boss in history, having killed more of his own men than the protagonist team. There were so many anime from his past life, how could he possibly watch them all? Shen Fei had originally planned to watch this one later, but who knew he'd traveled through time? So it's him, the leader. After remembering what kind of world this was, Shen Fei immediately found out who Tanjiro was. Compared to the name, the nickname was easier to remember. The Demon Slayer Corps is a group of swordsmen who specialize in hunting demons. After Urakatake Sakanji introduced the situation of demons, he also gave a brief account of the situation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Do you want to become a demon-killing swordsman? After Urakatake Sakanji finished speaking, his eyes turned to Shen Fei. Because of the appearance of Shen Fei, Tanjiro's original experience was completely changed. Although Urakatake Sakanji did not say anything about giving up Tanjiro, his target was obviously more on Shen Fei. After all, with the physical strength and movements that Shen Fei had shown before, if he was systematically trained, he could definitely become the backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is why Urakatake Sakanji told the situation of the demons and the Demon Slayer Corps in advance. Those who don't understand the situation might assume the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons are evenly matched, but they don't realize the vast difference in strength between them. To put it bluntly, if Muzan weren't such a coward, he could single-handedly wipe out the entire current Demon Slayer Corps. He wouldn't even need to take action, simply commanding his upper and lower ranked demons to attack together. However, fearing their followers might revolt against him, he never dared to gather large numbers of demons. It seems this world has breathing techniques. Shen Fei pondered silently for a moment. Curious about breathing techniques, and the demons themselves, he nodded in agreement. Rest well today, and start training tomorrow. The next day, Urakatake Sakanji woke the two early, took them to the top of a mountain, and then had them run down. This situation was naturally child's play for Shen Fei, but to avoid appearing too shocking, he had to diligently control his strength, making himself appear several times more powerful than Tanjiro. This was partly to allow Urakatake Sakanji to discover the problem, and partly to prepare for future encounters with Muzan. Given Muzin's timid nature, if he heard about the appearance of a formidable swordsman within the Demon Slayer Corps, he might be reminded of the man who had once instilled fear in him. If such a situation arose, Muzin, with his cowardice, might remain in hiding for centuries. The world is vast, not to mention this one, even this country is quite large. Shen Fei didn't have the luxury of searching for a hidden Muzin amidst the vast sea of humanity. However, despite Shen Fei's efforts to restrain his strength, the so-called mountain climbing and ascending training ended after 3 days. That day, Shen Fei began to learn swordsmanship and breathing techniques. Urakatake Sakanji's technique employed water breathing. While not as powerful as fire breathing, as swift as thunder breathing, or as ethereal as wind breathing, it offered a more balanced attack and defense. Simply put, water breathing consumes the most energy. Although Shen Fei's performance was quite exaggerated, Urakatake Sakanji wasn't overly shocked. After all, among the current 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, one had become a pillar after only 2 months of wielding a sword. That was truly a rise from nothing, reaching pillar level in just 2 months. I really underestimated the breathing techniques of this world, Shen Fei said, a sigh rising in his heart as he gripped his katana. After learning that this was the world of Demon Slayer, Shen Fei hadn't expected it to bring him any improvement. But after learning the breathing techniques, Shen Fei realized he'd made a mistake. Even with his current strength, they were extremely helpful. The breathing techniques allowed the full force of the entire body to be harnessed in an instant. It was precisely because of this that the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps could cut through the sturdy necks of demons. The Demon Slayer Corps was mostly composed of ordinary people, and their ability to defeat demons depended on the breathing techniques. Demons couldn't use the breathing techniques, otherwise the Demon Slayer Corps would have been wiped out long ago. Of course, the breathing techniques weren't easy to master, especially at a higher level. It all depends on talent. To date, no one has surpassed the swordsman who created the breathing technique. Today's breathing techniques are all variations of the sun breathing technique. Everyone's personality, hobbies, and behaviors are different, so even the same breathing technique will be learned differently by different people. This, passed down through generations, has evolved into the numerous breathing techniques we have today. If breathing techniques were brought to the pirate world, I'm sure they would create a group of elite masters. In a pirate world already dominated by physical skills, adding breathing techniques would undoubtedly elevate some to even greater heights. Of course, breathing techniques are not without their drawbacks. While they can bring immense power, they also come with significant side effects. Frequent use of breathing techniques in combat can shorten lifespan. With the exception of the founder, no one who activates the marking technique has lived past the age of 25. This is the price of power. What strange cells? Is this a demon? They say it can survive just by sleeping, without food. It seems we have to capture Muzin. Shen Fei certainly hadn't been practicing water breathing all this time. He also took the opportunity to analyze the blood of Nezuko, who had fallen asleep for unknown reasons. Demons born from Muzin's blood grow stronger after feeding on humans, and as they grow stronger, they gain their own unique blood demon arts. Different demons have vastly different blood demon arts, and the one Shen Fei remembers most vividly is the one involving space. Shen Fei was naturally intrigued by the fact that a single drop of Muzin's blood could have such miraculous effects. Of course, Shen Fei also knew that such a thing couldn't be replicated. Even Muzin couldn't control any blood demon art a demon possessed. Water breathing, with a whispered word, a stone about 5 meters in diameter before him was split in two by his sword. This scene made Urakatake Sakanji, standing nearby, look very pleased. Although his Tengu mask obscured his expression, his movements revealed it. Although it's water breathing, there's no water when it's actually used. Similarly, fire breathing doesn't produce flames, that's just a special effect. Speaking of which, Muzin's appearance seems to be related to the protagonist. If it weren't for the protagonist, the chances of him encountering Muzin are too low. Given the head pillar's current condition, it would probably take at least a year or two for him to become a master. While Shen Fei was practicing water breathing, Tanjiro continued his mountain running. Of course, Urakatake Sakanji also gave Tanjiro water breathing, instructing him to practice breathing techniques while running. Although Tanjiro was highly talented, his physical limitations meant he couldn't progress at the same rate as Shen Fei. Shen Fei's physical strength made him ignore the markings. You've passed, but since the Demon Slayer Corps annual test has concluded, you'll have to wait until next year to take the test and officially join the Corps. I'll write a letter, and you can go find Jiayu first. I understand. Shen Fei's relationship with Urakatake Sakanji was different from Tanjiro's. They were master and apprentice, but Shen Fei's wasn't. Shen Fei made this clear to him from the outset. Urakatake Sakanji didn't care. He simply wanted a powerful demon slayer swordsman to emerge, capable of slaying demons. Of the many members of the Demon Slayer Corps, not everyone was trained by a previous generation of pillars like Urakatake Sakanji. The vast majority were given breathing techniques from above, allowed to practice on their own, and eventually joined the Corps. If everyone was treated like Tanjiro, the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't have so many cannon fodder. The ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps would seem to have graduated from the Demon Slayer Academy. Of course, there's no such thing as a Demon Slayer Academy in reality. This is just Shen Fei's metaphor. Shen Fei's identity is more or less the same. As long as one isn't a demon, identity isn't a big deal in the Demon Slayer Corps. Human-demon collusion has never occurred. However, whether one practices breathing techniques on their own or receives instruction from superiors, becoming a full member of the Demon Slayer Corps requires a selection. Of course, those who fear the selection process are welcome to join the Corps support department, providing support for full members. After all, demons are vastly superior to ordinary humans, and not everyone can afford to ignore this disparity and risk their lives against them. Finally, I get to witness the power of demons. Since demons can gain power and a longer lifespan by devouring humans, I wonder what their souls are like. Shen Fei quickly packed up and obtained a standard Nichiren sword. A Nichiren sword is essential for slaying demons. Without testing, one cannot obtain a specialized Nichiren sword, so one must use a standard one. Because different breathing techniques require different weapons to unleash their full power, this is why specialized Nichiren swords exist. Chapter 188, Pillar Destroyer Blade, Part 2. Come on, I know you can do it. Shen Fei, who was about to leave, patted Tanjiro on the head, said some encouraging words, nodded to Urakatake Sakanji, and turned to leave. It must be said that the leader is the leader. Even after seeing Shen Fei's rapid progress, there was not a trace of jealousy in his eyes, only envy, and he continued to train with greater perseverance. After Urakatake Sakanji learned about Shen Fei's talent, he also paid more attention to Tanjiro. Although Tanjiro's performance was far inferior to Shen Fei, compared to others, Tanjiro was already very good. Urakatake Sakanji also discussed Nezuko's situation with Shen Fei. Shen Fei certainly had no objection to it. Although there was no precedent for humans and ghosts living together, Nezuko's special nature could definitely be an exception. If it were any other ghost, in Nezuko's current situation, I'm afraid they would have gone crazy and searched for food everywhere, but Nezuko was just sleeping. Specialization represents change. During the Millennial Plus standoff between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons, change represented a turning point. Throughout this confrontation, the Demon Slayer Corps was consistently at a disadvantage, relying solely on the sacrifice of countless lives to limit the demons to a certain number. The turning point for the Demon Slayer Corps came 400 years ago, with the birth of the peerless swordsman Yoriichi Tsugakuni. Before Yoriichi Tsugakuni, there were no breathing techniques, everything relied on human effort. Killing demons back then meant capturing them or holding them back until dawn. After Yoriichi Tsugakuni created the breathing technique, numerous powerful swordsmen emerged. Led by Yoriichi Tsugakuni, they forced Muzan Kibutsuji into a desperate situation, nearly killing him. What is a genius? Yoriichi Tsugakuni explains, even after a lifetime of hard training, you're still just a step above others, and you can't deny it. Following Kumiyoshi's death, the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons once again entered a standoff. However, due to Muzan's apparent fear and the emergence of numerous new breathing techniques, the Demon Slayer Corps' strength had significantly increased, and now, on the surface, the two sides were evenly matched. Mount Tsukitsubo, Shen Fei headed north, carrying a letter from Urakatake Sakanji to Tomioka Jiayu. According to Urakatake Sakanji, people seemed to be disappearing there, suggesting demons were at work. This was the mission Urakatake Sakanji had received from the Demon Slayer Corps. Although Shen Fei was not currently a full member of the Demon Slayer Corps, his strength was apparently comparable to that of the Corps main pillars. With such strength, he could handle a few demons with minimal risk, provided he wasn't too cautious. Without the Demon Slayer Corps' dedicated messenger bird, the crow, Shen Fei could only travel on his own, searching for demons as he went. Of course, he wasn't trying to find them randomly, But he first sought out Tomikaji to obtain relevant information from him. First accumulate experience in fighting against demons, then take part in the test of the Demon Slayer Corps next year, and then you can become a formal member. Once your strength and achievements reach a certain level, you can almost become a pillar if there is a vacancy in the 9 pillars. The sacrifice rate of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps is very high. After all, compared to the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who only deal with ordinary demons, the pillars have to deal with the 12 demon moons. It is not unreasonable that Demon Slayer is called the Pillar Slayer, because most of the 9 pillars will sacrifice themselves within 1 or 2 years after taking office. All the current 9 pillars have just been replaced. Calculating the time, when the protagonist team officially dealt with Muzan, the 9 pillars were almost wiped out. This time is not wrong. Perhaps because of Shen Fei's strong strength, and Shen Fei's some inquiries, Urakatake Sakonji told him a lot about the Demon Slayer Corps, many of which were about the 9 pillars. The Taisho era was vastly different from the history I knew. That's right. After all, it was a different world, with demons, so of course the history was very different. Urakatake Sakonji didn't know much about the outside world. He had spent his entire life battling demons, and after retirement, he'd been training younger members of the Demon Slayer Corps, leaving him with little time to observe the changes outside. Speaking of which, Urakatake Sakonji was one of the few pillars to make it to retirement. Of the 9 pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps, such a figure was truly rare. Training a qualified Demon Slayer Corps member was not easy, especially for a member like Tanjiro, who served as a stepson. The effort was immense, and Urakatake Sakonji could only train 1 or 2 at a time. From what I understand, there seemed to be guns in this era, and trains, though they seemed to be steam trains. While guns existed, their damage to demons was so low that only a few members of the Demon Slayer Corps used them. Of course, this was also due to the low power of firearms in that era. Modern firearms would be extremely dangerous to ghosts. Even if they couldn't kill you, they could certainly cripple you. Wait for the sun. What a peaceful town, Shen Fei said, having encountered no incidents this time, arriving at Yuping Town at the foot of Yuping Mountain. It was a small, yet relatively affluent town. Deep in the mountains, with little contact with the outside world, they lived a self-sufficient existence. Even the development of steam locomotives and firearms seemed to have had no effect on them. If Muzan hadn't killed Taozu's family, Taozu might have been a charcoal seller for the rest of his life. The people on the street look worried. It seems there's something haunted here. Although Shen Fei didn't talk to anyone, his observation haki allowed him to keep track of what was happening in the town. To date, approximately 8 teenagers between the ages of 10 and 16 had gone missing. Although he had reported the matter to the police, they were unable to do anything about it, as no trace had been found. One person disappears every 2 days. At night, Shen Fei stood alone on a 3-story rooftop in the center of town, monitoring the situation with his observation haki. Without Taozu's superhuman sense of smell, finding a ghost would be quite difficult without using his observation haki. It seems the protagonists all have a very special ability. Shen Fei lacked any of these superb senses of smell, vision, hearing, and feeling. He was just an ordinary person before. Is it coming? As the full moon rose, Shen Fei quickly spotted a creature stalking the town streets. Due to the series of disappearances, no one was walking around at night. So, something moving around now was extremely suspicious. Thinking this, Shen Fei immediately sprang into action, shaving his fangs and quickly approaching the creature he had sensed. He spotted a slender figure slithering along the wall of the house. Snake, a snake ghost. Using the moonlight, Shen Fei could clearly see a creature with a long tail, over 3 meters long. While its upper body had a human face, its teeth and tongue resembled a snake's. There are many types of ghosts. When they first become ghosts, they all look similar, all man-eating ghosts. However, as they consume more and more people, their appearance changes dramatically for various reasons. As they continue to consume people, they evolve abilities distinct from ordinary ghosts, such as blood demon arts. Room, slaughterhouse. Looking at a boy about Tanjiro's age entangled in a snake's tail, Shen Fei casually threw a stone upward. Instantly, the stone vanished, and the boy, who was either asleep or unconscious, disappeared. As Shen Fei began to move, the snake ghost noticed something was amiss. After watching the boy disappear, it immediately looked around and spotted Shen Fei standing on the wall not far away, holding the boy in his arms. Upon seeing the boy in Shen Fei's arms, the snake ghost didn't waste any time and rushed towards Shen Fei, moving at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary snake. After reaching a short distance in front of Shen Fei, it flicked its tail and leaped up, opening its huge, bloody mouth and biting Shen Fei's head. Bang! The next moment, Snake Ghost's body, in mid-air, suddenly flew to the side, slamming heavily into the wall with a loud bang. Fortunately, he's just unconscious. While Snake Ghost was dazed, Shen Fei checked the boy's body and placed him on the street. Then, he cast a surgical seal, and a golden chain appeared out of thin air in his hand. He then threw it over Snake Ghost, the magic of Kamar-Taj. Let's go. Shen Fei glanced at the lights that had lit up around him due to the loud noise, and with a single apparition, he pulled Snake Ghost out of Yuping Town. While learning water breathing, Shen Fei also mastered dimensional magic. From then on, whenever he saw Muzan, he could pull him into the mirror dimension. In this situation, even if he split into 18,000 pieces, let alone 1,800, it would be useless. Behave yourself. Shen Fei kicked the snake ghost as it began to struggle, having just emerged from apparition. Because its mouth was chained, the snake ghost could only stare at Shen Fei with an extremely angry look, making whining sounds, unable to speak at all. It looks completely different from Nezuko. Is this a different evolution? In the huge laboratory, after injecting the snake ghost with a muscle relaxant, Shen Fei began to study the cells and genes in the snake ghost. With Nezuko, he could only take a few drops of blood, but here, he could do whatever he wanted. If the abnormality in this part of the gene is eliminated, can the demon be transformed into a human? But we still need more data. It would be great if we could get the blood of the 12 demon moons or Muzan. But before that, we need to determine another issue. On the empty ground, the snake ghost, chained by golden chains, was placed on a strange pattern, the Philosopher's Stone alchemy formation. As the formation activated, the snake demon began to struggle. But its struggles gradually weakened until it was completely different, finally turning into ash and vanishing into thin air. Leaving no flesh behind, in some ways, it truly embodies the legendary demon. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile, looking at the glowing red Philosopher's Stone in his hand. This is the greatest reward in this world. The Philosopher's Stone transformed from a snake demon is dozens of times stronger than that of an average human, and the resentment within it is far less. Muzan, now even if I wanted to let you go, I can't. If a single snake demon could have such an effect, what about Muzan, the demon king? Even if it wasn't for the truth about Muzan's body, Shen Fei had to kill Muzan simply for the sake of the Philosopher's Stone. This way, he could not only eliminate the harm to the people but also benefit himself, a true double-edged sword. We need to exterminate the demon faster. It's a waste to let the Demon Slayer Corps kill such a demon. Shen Fei wasn't about to give up on such a satisfying method of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. We need to hurry up and find Jiayu Tomika. If we want to find the location of the ghost in an unfamiliar place, the only place we can go is the Demon Slayer Corps. I really don't have the luck of the protagonist. After killing the snake ghost, Shen Fei walked all the way to his destination, trying to find other ghosts. He investigated the small villages and towns he encountered along the way, but unfortunately he found nothing. Although there have been attacks and people missing in some places, a lot of time has passed. Although ghosts can increase their strength by eating people, they cannot become stronger all the time. There is an upper limit. Once a certain level is reached, eating people will not increase their strength at all. In such a case, ghosts will not do things like massacring a village. Once the strength of a ghost reaches the ceiling, eating or killing people is just for food or mood. Outside the gate of Fuji's house, Shen Fei knocked on the door and, upon seeing a young woman emerge, immediately displayed his Nichiren sword. He then said, "Hello, I'd like to see Tomika Jiayu. I wonder if he's here." In this era, there were no telephones, and not everyone had a scimitar. To quickly communicate, the Demon Slayer Corps built Fuji houses at regular intervals. These provided logistical and medical support for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Those residing at Fuji houses were generally those whose families had been harmed by demons. Strictly speaking, the original Demon Slayer Corps was a group of survivors seeking revenge at the hands of demons, and they gradually grew to their current size. Unable to directly engage the demons, they provided logistical support. Of course, all of this was also due to the stewardship of the Demon Slayer Corps leader, the Yubuayashiki Koya clan. Each generation of this clan possessed wisdom far superior to that of ordinary people. It was thanks to this clan stewardship that the Demon Slayer Corps persevered, even during the most difficult times. The Demon Slayer Corps ideals were good, but everyone needs to eat, just like the superheroes in the Marvel Universe, who also need to work and earn money. In order to allow the Demon Slayer Corps to concentrate on fighting demons, the Yubuyashiki clan has been financially supporting the Demon Slayer Corps. Fortunately, this clan is very good at business and can make a lot of money. Of course, some of this money is also obtained through donations. It is not only the poor who are persecuted by demons, but also the rich. These people will not be stingy with money in order to seek revenge. Shen Fei wants to see Tomika Jiayu, but he can only see him at the specified time and place. The reason why it is possible is that the pillars are very busy. In case of an emergency, they may not be around. Your Excellency is here right now. Tomika Jiayu is the water pillar, and he can be regarded as an absolute high-level person in the Demon Slayer Corps. Although they are all fighting against demons, the hierarchy in the Demon Slayer Corps is also very strict. Except for the protagonist team, who cannot abide by this rule, everyone else must strictly abide by the rules. Chapter 189 Butterfly Shinobu. She's really not good with words. If you didn't know her personality, you'd probably think she was a difficult person to get along with. Inside Fuji's house, Shen Fei encountered a face expressionless, dressed in a pair of green and red blouses, connected in the middle. From the moment he met Shen Fei to the moment he read the letter from Urakataki Sakanji that Shen Fei handed him, Tomika Jiayu's expression remained unchanged. His response to Shen Fei's words was truly priceless. Shen Fei didn't take it too seriously. He knew Tomika Jiayu's character, a man with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared Nezuko and even encouraged Tanjiro to become Urakataki Sakanji's apprentice. If Tanjiro had faced any of the other pillars, Nezuko would have been doomed. The subsequent meeting of the pillars demonstrated this point. Nearly all the pillars, including the two female pillars, supported Nezuko's death. Only Tomika Jiayu remained steadfastly on Tanjiro's side, and even made a vow with his teacher, Urakataki Sakanji, to commit suicide if Nezuko killed anyone. The 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps all had family members persecuted by demons. Tomika Jiayu, seemingly, had his sister killed by a demon. Despite this, he refrained from taking action, allowing Tanjiro to take his sister to become his apprentice, and even wrote a letter asking his master to intervene. This speaks volumes about his character. As for whether Tomika Jiayu, the water pillar, ultimately died, Shen Fei had no idea. After all, there was no ending to his story before he traveled through time. Although he was a casual reader, he couldn't resist the numerous influencers on a certain platform, so he knew a lot. While Tomika Jiayu appeared aloof, he was incredibly knowledgeable when explaining the work of the Demon Slayer Corps and the intel on demons. Although Shen Fei had heard some of this from Urakataki Sakanji had been retired for years, so he wasn't fully aware of the current state of the Demon Slayer Corps. "We have a mission, let's go," Tomika Jiayu said softly the next day after Shen Fei finished breakfast. He then turned and left. "I wish you good luck in your military career." As they left Fuji House, the head of Fuji House saluted the two men respectfully. Any member of the Demon Slayer Corps who fought demons on the front lines was worthy of respect, even if they were weak or even harbored some ulterior motives. Sunim Village, on the way, Tomika Jiayu handed Shen Fei the mission slip. Tomika Jiayu's crow was very different from the crows of the Tauzuka crow that Shen Fei knew. It rarely spoke, simply flying quietly ahead to lead the way. When tired, it would rest on Tomika Jiayu's shoulder. The saying pets follow their owners really made sense. In that case, wouldn't Tauzuka be a talkative person? Shen Fei thought of Tauzuka Jiayu's crow, who seemed to be constantly talking. That incredibly timid person, he seems to have a sparrow next to him, but his sparrow seems quite courageous. With him around, are we really going to kill demons? That would be a waste. Following the silent Tomika Jiayu, Shen Fei felt a little helpless. But besides leveraging the Demon Slayer Corps intelligence network to obtain intelligence on demons, there really wasn't any other good way. This demon might possess blood-based demon arts, so be extra careful. Tomika Jiayu reminded Shen Fei as they arrived at their target location and prepared to enter. There's a world of difference between a demon with blood-based demon arts and one without. Ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps can only deal with demons without blood-based demon arts. Once they encounter a demon with blood-based demon arts, victory is difficult unless they have an absolute advantage in numbers. Most of the time, the pillars take over and handle the situation. I see, thank you, Shen Fei smiled and nodded. For ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members, the missions they're given aren't 100% certain to involve demons. Some incidents could be caused by human intervention or wild animal attacks, resulting in disappearances. However, at the pillar level, these missions aren't necessary. They typically only take action when a Demon Slayer Corps member is in trouble, and at least 2 or 3 groups of Demon Slayer Corps members have already sacrificed their lives before they act. It seems like the first pillars only encounter demons that can use blood magic. If it were an ordinary member, they wouldn't have enough lives to survive. Tanjiro had rarely encountered ordinary demons. Even at the beginning, when Shen Fei saved the family, he encountered demons like the hand demons, whose strength had greatly increased after consuming many people. Then, during the first mission, he encountered demons that could use blood magic. Later, the demons that could use blood magic were just ordinary soldiers, transitioning directly to lower-ranked demons, and then to upper-ranked demons. Take the swamp demon that Tanjiro first encountered, for example. If it weren't for Tanjiro's super sense of smell, he would have been no match. Any other member of the Demon Slayer Corps would have been a dead end. Furthermore, at least 2 kills were required before the Demon Slayer Corps would even recognize the demon as a blood magic demon and send in the pillars to deal with it. The 10th level standard of the Demon Slayer Corps, while somewhat related to strength, is not actually a significant factor. Levels are more about mission completion rate. Leveling up as you defeat more demons, and once you level up, the corresponding benefits are greatly improved. Only at the first level of the pillars does true strength come into play. With such a cold face, most people would stay away. How can you possibly gather intelligence? The villagers of S.H.I.E.L.D village, observing the impassive Tomiyakaji from afar, hurriedly made way. Shen Fei then discovered how Tomiyakaji gathered intelligence. Like him, he primarily listened. While he lacked Shen Fei's observation haki, the Demon Slayer Corps pillar, a user of water breathing, could still hear voices from a distance by carefully controlling his breathing. In reality, there was no need to listen. Simply looking at the panic and fear on the villagers' faces, it was clear something was amiss. And it wasn't a wild animal attack. Living in or near the mountains, attacks by wild animals were inevitable, especially in this era, where ferocious beasts abounded: wolves, tigers, bears, even lions and wild boars. In the original story, Tanjiro's family, living deep in the mountains, was once attacked by a blind bear. It was only thanks to Tanjiro's father's skill that the bear was killed. While these beasts could injure people, they also provided the villagers with food and wealth. The saying goes, "Live by the mountain, eat the mountain." When faced with a beast attack like this, the mountain dwellers could only consider themselves unlucky, but they certainly wouldn't panic. One on each side, no problem. S.H.I.E.L.D village was located in a small canyon with only 2 entrances, one on the left and one on the right. The other 2 sides were surrounded by cliffs. While a demon wouldn't die if it fell from the cliff, it would still hurt. In this situation, if 2 people each guarded one side, there was a high chance they would be blocked. The Demon Slayer Corps principle of quietly eliminating demons was the core principle, a decision made by the Yubuayashiki clan. The Demon Slayer Corps principle was to remain silent about the existence of demons and not cooperate with the authorities. Shen Fei quickly deduced the reason for this rule. While cooperation with the authorities would allow the Demon Slayer Corps to deal with demons more quickly, demons held a significant advantage over the Corps in this regard. What did those in power fear most? Not rebellion, but lifespan. If someone approached those in power and offered them a long life, the price would be cannibalism and the invisibility of the light. Although the price was high, Shen Fei was certain that some would do it. Some would pay any price for immortality. Qin Shi Huang's search for immortal mountains abroad was, frankly, a good thing. In the Marvel Universe, there have been reports of wealthy individuals, unwilling to accept aging and death, imitating vampires by sucking the blood of virgins. Some even sought out young, strong individuals with compatible blood types, replacing their own blood periodically. While these practices were clearly useless, and many of these wealthy individuals possessed advanced education, even those with advanced degrees chose to ignore the issue of longevity. Why did ancient emperors become so incompetent in their later years, resorting to various elixirs? Despite historical records demonstrating the ineffectiveness of such practices and the failure of previous emperors, some still indulged in them, hoping for that one chance. What if they succeeded? It's like the king in Fullmetal Alchemist who sacrificed his entire nation for immortality. As long as he could achieve immortality, his people would simply look for someone else. Therefore, for over 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps has remained a civilian organization. The Ubuyashiki clan, recognizing this problem, has kept the Demon Slayer Corps secret. Of course, for over 1,000 years, demons remained largely unknown to the public. Besides the Demon Slayer Corps' constant demon slaying, the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, also made a significant contribution. As the most cowardly boss in history, Muzan doesn't even trust the demons he created. Even though he controls their life and death, he still commands that no more than 3 demons gather together. This is Muzan's command to his demons. Except for a few demons with his special permission, all others must obey this order. While this may have seemed like Muzan's cowardice, recent events suggest he's not entirely cowardly. A demon has indeed broken his limits, the creation of Nezuko. In a sense, this was also Muzan's foresight. If Muzan had gone to another world, he would likely have been a cautious and courageous person. By comparison, while Shen Fei is considered cautious, he's still far inferior to Muzan. If the demon is too strong, don't fight too long. Tomika Jiayu said this, then headed to the right. I know. I chose the direction the demon is most likely to go. Are you worried about me? Shen Fei thought, watching Tomika Jiayu's back. Separating from Tomika Jiayu is the best option for Shen Fei, that way, he wouldn't have to worry about his secret being discovered. While Shen Fei's current strength would have been a simpler and more convenient option, simply approaching the Demon Slayer Corps leader, Ubuyashiki Yoshiya, and proclaiming his strength to cooperate with him in combating the demons would have been a more straightforward and convenient approach. However, for the sake of safety, Shen Fei decided against this tactic. Given the wisdom of the Ubuyashiki clan, he would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. With his strength, while he wouldn't be afraid, it would be troublesome. Did you see how the Demon Slayer Corps kept Muzan Kibutsuji from surfacing for thousands of years? Even before Tsudakuni Yoriichi showed up, the Demon Slayer Corps fought demons regardless of casualties. While some in this world will pursue immortality at all costs, others will sacrifice everything for their ideals. Shen Fei's past life training had prevented him from pursuing evil. It was a matter of the heart. Just like Melinda's constant inner torment after killing the alien girl, Shen Fei would experience panic attacks whenever he did something that went against his will. This wouldn't be a major problem for an ordinary person, who would forget it over time. But for someone on the path to becoming a powerful being, if he didn't follow his heart, there was a high chance he'd develop inner demons. Realms aren't deceptive, just like the transparent world of the breathing technique. Even an upper rank one, despite their immense power, hadn't reached this realm due to their demonic transformation. Guess I'm lucky, Shen Fei said, watching the demon swaggering towards him. With Tomika Jiayu by his side, he needed to fight quickly. This demon had yellow-green skin and a massive build. His powerful arms betrayed his immense strength. No wonder the previous demon slayers had fallen here. Demon Slayer Corps, another one's here to die. It's not a pillar, but after I kill you, the next one to come will probably be a pillar. Then I'll become one of the 12 Kazuki. The demon frowned upon seeing Shen Fei approaching. This demon had been killing members of the Demon Slayer Corps repeatedly, waiting to leave because he was waiting for the pillar. Competition within the demons of Muzan, including the 12 Kazuki, is fierce, especially for ordinary demons, who face a significant challenge in becoming one of the 12 Kazuki. The strength of the 12 Kazuki stems not only from their large populations and their mastery of blood magic, but also primarily from the fusion of the Demon King Muzan's blood. Compared to humans, Muzan's blood is the foundation of demon power. Without reaching the 12 Kazuki level, there's no chance of obtaining Muzan's blood. To claim the position of the 12 Kazuki, ordinary demons have 2 requirements. One is to challenge the current 12 Kazuki to a position swap. If successful, they can replace their position and receive Muzan's blood. However, if they fail, they face death. The other path was to kill the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan had a bounty on the Demon Slayer Corps within the demon community. After all, they were a thorn in his side. He was too cowardly to take action, but his subordinates didn't care. At worst, they could just kill him and create another. Muzan wouldn't care about exchanging one life for another, let alone killing a demon. Demons held a significant advantage over humans. Their immortality, immense strength, and toughness made the upper-ranked demons claim they had no rivals to fight. They didn't realize that if both sides were on the same starting line, the Demon Slayer Corps would instantly crush them. Even an upper rank one, leveraging his demon status, was nearly slain by the aging Yoriichi Tsujikoku. A sword demon, Shen Fei thought, watching the demon's right arm reveal a sharp, kind blade. Demon blood arts weren't all formidable abilities. Most were common, like transforming a body part into a weapon or taking on animal powers. Only a very small number of demons possess truly unique abilities. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Butterfly Shinobu, Part 2. I won't let you die so easily, the sword ghost said this with a cruel grin, and swung the blade of his right arm towards Shen Fei's right shoulder, seemingly intending to chop off Shen Fei's right arm first. There's no one around, Shen Fei, sensing no one else around, formed seals with his hands and immediately swung the golden chain towards the sword ghost. Bang! Shen Fei pulled the chain sword ghost and appeared beside the Philosopher's Stone alchemy formation that had been prepared long ago. He then swung the sword ghost with all his might and kicked him into the alchemy formation. Shen Fei had already drawn up the alchemy formation after sensing the presence of someone. On a night when many people had gone missing, and deep in the mountains, it looked strange in any way. There was basically no other possibility except a ghost. With a clang, Shen Fei unsheathed the sunwheel sword that was tucked away at his waist, and immediately chopped off the sword ghost's left and right arms. He then inserted the sunwheel sword aside and activated the alchemy formation. Although the sword demon struggled mightily, and possessed considerable strength, it was completely defenseless against the magical chains. Furthermore, its mouth was entangled in the chains, rendering it unable to utter a single sound. As the alchemy array activated, a red alchemical glow enveloped the sword demon's struggling body, which then froze in a shimmering, transmuted into a crystal-clear Philosopher's Stone. It's even bigger than the last one. This demon has devoured more people than that one. After storing the Philosopher's Stone, Shen Fei immediately activated his earth alchemy to destroy the Philosopher's Stone array. It's a shame there's no way to extract blood. By the way, I remember Tanjiro seeming to be able to extract blood from demons. How did he do that? Watching the bloodstains on the Nichiren blade slowly disappear, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of another question. While Nezuko's blood was fine while she was still alive, other demons were fine while they were alive. However, once a demon died, their blood would disappear. This presented a problem for Shen Fei. He couldn't kill demons to conduct his research. A special blood-drawing method, or a special tool. If Shen Fei were alone, he would have definitely captured the demons for research, but with Tomika Jiayu around, he had no choice but to kill them. Fortunately, there were so many demons, so even if Shen Fei wanted to study their unique characteristics, he didn't have to rush. These were just ordinary demons, and there were still the 12 Kizuki. Solved. Tomika Jiayu, sitting cross-legged in a tree, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes upon sensing Shen Fei's presence. He left Shen Fei alone because of his trust in his teacher, Urikataki Sakanji. After all, someone so highly praised by their teacher should be able to withstand an unexpected encounter with the 12 Kizuki until he appeared. Although Tomika Jiayu didn't say it explicitly, neither of them was foolish. If a demon they couldn't handle appeared, they wouldn't try to handle it alone, but would call on their allies. However, the demon strength, which had defeated the Demon Slayer Corps twice, was so quickly resolved that it still surprised Tomika Jiayu. As for why Tomika Jiayu knew Shen Fei had solved the demon, the reason was simple. If he hadn't, Shen Fei wouldn't have appeared. Waiting for demons at night and resting during the day, this is the daily routine for most members of the Demon Slayer Corps, since demons don't come out during the day. Yes, it's a sword demon, Shen Fei said calmly. Rest. The two of them found a clean spot and began to rest. Tomika Jiayu remained silent after that, practicing the breathing technique of constant concentration. Constant breathing is a prerequisite for becoming a pillar. Without it, there's no point in even dreaming about becoming one. Constant breathing involves practicing breathing techniques 24/7, essentially replacing your normal breathing with breathing techniques. Breathing techniques can improve basic stamina. Constantly practicing constant breathing can significantly increase a person's basic stamina, increasing strength, speed, balance, and even controlling blood circulation. This allows them to stop bleeding if injured. If you're not engaging in high-intensity combat, breathing techniques are a valuable way to strengthen your body and prolong your life. Shen Fei quickly achieved this state of constant breathing concentration while learning the breathing technique, though he gradually increased the duration of his practice to avoid shocking others. Constant breathing concentration is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to achieve. Even the protagonists achieved it after considerable practice. A person's blood vessels and internal muscles have a certain strength. Exceeding this strength can cause ruptured blood vessels and damage to internal organs. The Demon Slayer Corps is known for instances of individuals who, in their haste, overtrained in breathing techniques, ultimately inflicting fatal injuries. Generally, whether a breathing technique will produce results is like holding your breath. If you exceed a certain limit, you will inevitably breathe. However, some individuals have resorted to forced breathing techniques to increase their breath-holding time, suffocating themselves to death. These issues were no problem for Shen Fei, who had trained in the world of pirates. His blood vessels and internal muscles were already far stronger than those of ordinary people. His breathing technique training had given Shen Fei incredible lung function. Blowing up a giant gourd was child's play for him. By the way, if Luffy learns this breathing method, it should be able to greatly increase his strength. Luffy's physique is made of rubber. His internal organs, blood vessels, muscles, and so on are all made of rubber. He used to be able to use third gear by taking a deep breath. If he had this breathing method, although it can't be said to be adding wings to a tiger, it can definitely increase his strength. If Fury knew there was such a breathing method that could increase the strength of ordinary people, he would definitely do everything he could to get it. Another one was killed in vain. What a waste. Shen Fei secretly sighed in his heart as he watched the demon's body begin to collapse and disappear as his Nichiren sword slashed across its neck. Tomika Jiayu and he didn't always have to separate, and he might have to train Shen Fei, so he didn't take action very often, only letting Shen Fei take action. In this case, he had no choice but to kill. Along the way, he had already killed 3 demons with blood demon arts in vain. As a pillar, there is never a shortage of missions. In a secluded manor nestled deep in the mountains, a young man with a forehead covered in strange, terrifying-looking marks sat on the floor, looking at the information delivered by the crow. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Looks like there's good news. A beautiful woman in a shrine maiden's outfit walked over to the young man and sat down. She didn't seem to care at all about the mark on his forehead and gently held his hand. The Demon Slayer Corps has gained another powerful swordsman. Perhaps this generation can put an end to Muzan Kibutsuji. The young man, who had originally looked very gentle, couldn't help but speak of Muzan Kibutsuji in a cold voice. We will definitely succeed. The woman held the young man's hand tightly and comforted him softly. This young man is none other than the Demon Slayer Corps' leader, Yubuayashiki Koya. Because of Muzan Kibutsuji's actions, the family suffered a curse, becoming weak and sickly from childhood, with most of their children dying young. It wasn't until the Yubuayashiki family intermarried with priests Maiko that the family was able to continue. Even so, no one in the family has lived to the age of 30, with most dying painfully at the age of 25 or 26 due to the curse. The Yubuayashiki family formed the Demon Slayer Corps not only to eliminate the scourge of demons and protect humanity, but also to lift the family curse. Unfortunately, ever since Muzan Kibutsuji escaped over 400 years ago, even with all their might, the Yubuayashiki family has not been able to find any clues about him. Speaking of swindlers, Muzan Kibutsuji is truly the king of swindlers. Every generation of the Yubuayashiki clan's head has died under extremely unwilling circumstances. When it came to this generation, Yubuayashiki Koya had little confidence in finding any information about Muzan, and neither did his wife. To this day, the curse on Yubuayashiki Koya has grown increasingly severe, and he doesn't have many years left to live. Before the age of 20, the curse of the Yubuayashiki clan manifested itself in a frail and sickly body, so weak that he couldn't even practice breathing techniques. His body was so weak, it couldn't even withstand a single practice of breathing techniques. I hope so, Yubuayashiki Koya said, recalling the report Urakataki Sakanji had given him earlier, about the demon Nezuko. If the Demon Slayer Corps knew about someone carrying a demon, why wouldn't they report it to Yubuayashiki Koya? For Yubuayashiki Koya, an unusual demon might be the catalyst for change. Because most of the current generation of pillars were personally found and recruited by him, they are arguably the strongest pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps in the past century. With such a lineup, If they don't encounter the Demon King Muzan in their lifetime, they might never have such an opportunity again. As the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubuayashiki Koya, through the intelligence left by his predecessors, is well aware that most previous pillars were only capable of single-handedly killing lower-ranked demons, which was one of the requirements for becoming a pillar. The other requirement was to slay approximately 50 demons, with only one of these two requirements required to become a pillar. However, this generation is different. All pillars are capable of easily or even instantly killing lower-ranked demons, and some even possess the strength to battle upper-ranked demons. If this generation of pillars grows old without ever encountering Muzan, the next generation might not possess such strength. The Demon Slayer Corps has slain many lower-ranked demons over the years, but of course, encountering upper-ranked demons has also resulted in significant casualties, such as the previous pillar who died when he encountered the second limit. Of course, the Demon Slayer Corps is not without achievements. They have killed many lower-ranked demons. Muzan's 12 demon moons, as well as upper-ranked demons, have remained unshaken for years. But the situation is different for all lower-ranked demons. They are replaced very quickly, almost completely in just a few years. The lower-ranked demons are the most miserable of the 12 demon moons. They are either killed by the Demon Slayer Corps or laid off by our boss, Muzan, every few years. Muzan treats all upper-ranked demons well. After all, they have been with Muzan for so long that they are considered veteran employees. They can do whatever they want. But for the lower-ranked demons, performance is the key. If there is no performance, then, sorry, layoffs. What is performance? Killing the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps is performance. As for killing the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan does not care. Just like Muzan does not care about the life and death of ordinary demons, if they die, the worst thing is to create new ones. The Demon Slayer Corps also has a constant supply of ordinary members. But the pillars are different. While killing a pillar was difficult for a lower moon demon in the past, thanks to their immortality, they still had a chance and could wear down the pillars. But with the current 9 pillars, it's different. Lower moon demons can't be outlasted. Furthermore, Boss Muzan doesn't allow demons to gather in large numbers. Under these circumstances, killing a pillar would be like committing suicide. While a few demons pursue different goals, the vast majority fear death. Knowing they're committing suicide, they'll naturally try to get by. Many demons even resort to fighting to replace one another to cede their position as lower moon demons. The 12 demon months sounds impressive, and it's the goal many demons strive for. But only those who truly become lower moon demons realize how dreadful their treatment is, with neither side pleasing them. While this prevents further growth, at least they can survive. This situation also presents a new reality. Demons who aren't lower moon demons aren't necessarily weaker than lower moon demons. There's only one exception among the lower ranks, lower rank 5. This demon can gather demons around him, and doesn't need to kill the pillars. Muzan lets him do as he pleases. This is the perk of someone who pleases their superiors, something the other lower ranks envy. Did you see how Muzan, distraught after the lower rank 5's death, immediately launched a massive layoff? Besides killing the pillars, a lower rank 5 has another way to satisfy Muzan: ascend to upper rank and challenge them to a bloody battle. However, due to the vast difference in combat power between the lower ranks and upper ranks, this bloody battle is inherently disadvantageous for the lower ranks. Upper ranks have lived for at least 100 years, and their strength is certainly not something these frequently replaced lower ranks can handle. Isn't this simply a case of the leader making things difficult for the leader? While a demon-to-demon battle won't kill the enemy outright, being shattered still hurts. Besides, if a demon truly wants to kill another demon, there are ways to do it: cripple the demon and leave it in the sun. Along the way, Tomioka Jiao also told Shen Fei about some of the lower-ranked demons. Because they all possess powerful blood magic, they are simply not something that ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members can deal with. Who said that? It seems that the head pillar killed the former lower-ranked demon alone. Speaking of which, the lower-ranked demons are simply laborers who are exploited at will by this unscrupulous boss. Thinking of the lower-ranked demons laid off by the boss Muzan, Shen Fei was speechless. This is the insect pillar Kacho Shinobu. While resting at another Fujiya house, Shen Fei saw the insect pillar Kacho Shinobu who happened to be resting there. She had black hair and purple eyes, and wore a hori that looked like a butterfly. She was not very tall, and she had a mint-colored butterfly hairpin with a dark purple edge in her hair. She squinted her eyes and had a faint smile on her face. Beside him was an expressionless girl, wearing an emerald green butterfly hairpin identical to Shinobu Kacho's, except with a different pink trim. It was none other than Shinobu Kacho's stepson, Kaneo Kacho. No, her real name should be Kaneo Kurakaraku, but as far as Shen Fei knew, most people just called her Kaneo Kacho, so her real name probably wasn't known to many. Kaneo's face wore a smile very similar to Shinobu Kacho's. "Who is this?" Shinobu Kacho looked at Shen Fei, who was accompanying Tomika Jiayu, in astonishment. Knowing Tomika Jiayu's character well, she was surprised that he would bring someone along. Shinobu Kacho had worked with Tomika Jiayu before, but that was precisely why she was so surprised. Chapter 191 Upper 6, Part 1. So it was you that the leader was talking about. After Tomika Jiayu introduced Shen Fei, Shinobu Kacho immediately had a look on her face that said, "So it's you." Compared to the other pillars, Shinobu Kacho had many more opportunities to meet the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubuayashiki Koya, because he was not only a pillar, but also the master of the Demon Slayer Corps Chawaya. The Demon Slayer Corps Chawaya was not far from the residence of the Yubuayashiki clan. Because of her proximity, Shinobu Kacho would know some news before others. Chawaya was the Demon Slayer Corps medical institution, mainly for the purpose of treating injured members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu Kacho's medical skills were very famous among the Demon Slayer Corps, especially in the use of poison. Although Shinobu Kacho had practiced breathing techniques very well, she was a woman after all, and her innate strength was much weaker than that of men. Even with the breathing techniques to enhance her strength, she could still chop off the necks of ordinary demons, but she was not strong enough to face some special demons or lower-ranked demons. To compensate for their lack of strength, they developed the method of using poison to kill demons. Their exclusive Nichiren sword, specifically forged to complement the poison of the purple wisteria flower, is primarily designed for stabbing. However, the uniqueness of the Nichiren sword isn't apparent from its scabbard, it's only revealed when the sword is unsheathed. Women are inherently weaker than men, this is a common phenomenon, though there are always exceptions. Another woman among the 9 pillars, the love pillar, possesses strength far exceeding that of the average man. If we consider pure strength among the 9 pillars, the love pillar would probably rank second. The rock pillar would probably be first. Of course, this refers to pure physical strength. If we factor in their respective breathing techniques, the picture becomes quite different. Hello. As Shinobu Kacho studied Shen Fei also studied her, as well as Kaneo Kuraka. Same eyes, Shinobu Kacho and Kaneo both had purple eyes, which looked very beautiful, but while beautiful, they lacked vitality. Because of her childhood experiences, Kaneo has always been taciturn and has little autonomy. If she is not ordered, she will use copper coins to make decisions. It was not until she met the head pillar that things changed. In terms of strength, at this stage, Kaneo should be the strongest among her peers. Even the head pillar cannot beat her now. Is there any news about them recently? After nodding and smiling at Shen Fei, Shinobu Kacho asked Tomika Jiayu. In response to Shinobu Kacho's words, Tomika Jiayu just shook his head silently. Tomika Jiayu's shake of his head made Shinobu Kacho's expression dim for a moment, but then it returned to normal. If Shen Fei had not been paying attention to her, he might have missed it. This is comparable to a topic terminator. The room then fell into silence. Just when Shen Fei was about to speak to break the atmosphere, someone knocked on the door. It was someone from the Fuji family, and the meal was ready. It seems difficult for these two to get together. At night, Shen Fei, lying on the roof, looked at the twinkling stars in the sky and thought to himself. In the Demon Slayer Corps, those who actually live to see marriage are extremely rare, and those who have offspring are even rarer. Of the current 9 pillars, only the Flame Pillar's father was once a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, the others joined the Corps due to persecution by demons. Remember, this is the Pillar Slayer Blade, but that was before he arrived in this world. Now that he's here, he'll definitely not let these things happen. By the way, where is Infinite City? Shen Fei knew about the Infinite City Showdown, or the Infinite Train, but after checking the map, Shen Fei couldn't find a place called Infinite City. It must be the name Musen used. You seem quite relaxed. Just then, a figure appeared beside him. It was Shinobu Kacho. After dinner, Shinobu Kacho and Jiayu Tomika stayed in the room for a while before separating. Shen Fei didn't use his observation haki to eavesdrop. The two were talking privately, mostly about the Demon Slayer Corps or demons, but there was no chance of romance. It's a rare day to rest, why not relax a bit? Shen Fei said as he sat up, tilted his head, and looked at Shinobu Kacho who was sitting next to him. Do I look good? After being stared at by Shen Fei for a long time, Shinobu Kacho turned her head, squinting her eyes and staring at Shen Fei, with an unchanged smile on her face, and said, "You are poisoned." Shen Fei's words made Shinobu Kacho smile pause. After a long while, she continued with a smile, "I don't know what you are talking about." "Oh, maybe I saw it wrong." Shinobu Kacho's words made Shen Fei change his words immediately. Not only did he inject the poison of the wisteria flowers into his body to increase the poison content, and then use it to deal with the ghost, this was Shinobu Kacho's awareness, in order to avenge his sister. She was aware of sacrificing her own life, and it was not a good thing for Shen Fei to stop her rashly. Anyway, as long as he took action in advance to resolve the danger, Shinobu Kacho would not have to sacrifice herself. As for the poison, the worst that could happen was that he would detoxify it later. The poison of the wisteria flower is highly toxic to demons, but for humans, unless the concentration reaches a certain level, it's not very dangerous. Besides, Shinobu Kacho has the breathing technique. While the breathing technique can't detoxify, it can greatly shorten the duration of the poison's onset. In the original novel, Zenitsu Agatsuma relied on willpower to continuously use the breathing technique, which allowed him to persevere until Shinobu Kacho arrived. Shinobu Kacho's Nichiren sword has poison hidden in the blade, and the antidote hidden in the scabbard. "Are you a doctor?" Shinobu Kacho asked after a moment. "Yes," Shen Fei nodded. "I can't believe it," Shinobu Kacho said, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Demons, like man-eating creatures, should exist. I didn't know about them, but now that I know about them, if I leave them alone, what if I encounter one day? The reason must be grand. It can't be said to be for the Philosopher's Stone." Besides, Shen Fei did stay to deal with the demons for this reason. If he weren't strong enough, he might not have taken such a proactive approach, but given his strength, he wouldn't mind being a superhero. Don't you think demons are pitiful? Perhaps one day humans and demons can coexist peacefully, Shinobu Kacho said, a hint of hope mixed with a hint of anger. If demons didn't eat humans, then it would be possible. Humans might show kindness to creatures that pose no threat to them, but never to those that could threaten their survival. Is that so? Shinobu Kacho said, looking up at the stars in the sky, her eyes flickering as if a memory had occurred. The next day, the four of them left Fuji's house together. Unlike the demons under Muzan, who couldn't gather together to operate, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps could gather freely unless they had to split up due to a large mission. Previously, Shinobu Kacho had always operated with her sister, the former Hanashiki. Now, Kacho brought Kaneo with her to give her experience fighting demons. Whether or not she could kill demons was beyond question, but at least she couldn't show fear or terror in their presence. When fighting demons, being afraid or terrified would only lead to a quicker death. Yorakataki Sakanji once had a disciple who froze in fear for a moment and ultimately died at the hands of a demon. That was Shinkamo. Have you already started focusing on your breathing technique? It's true that following a pillar since childhood is different. Speaking of that hand demon, even if he hadn't encountered the head pillar, he would have been killed by someone else that time. The protagonist team participated in the same test. While the hand demon was powerful, if he had encountered Kaneo, Zenitsu Agatsuma, or a certain pig-headed guy, he could have been defeated. The four of them were now heading to the Demon Slayer Corps Chawaya. Shinobu Kacho and Kaneo were going back, while Shen Fei was going there to register as an official Demon Slayer Corps member and receive his uniform, exclusive Nichiren sword, and contact pet. Chawaya. So I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps now, so I don't need to take the test anymore, Shen Fei asked, somewhat puzzled, after receiving the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and a pet sparrow from Shinobu Kacho. That's just for the junior members. Shinobu Kacho didn't smile at this moment, her expression looking very worried. Shen Fei knew what he was worried about. He had originally come to the butterfly house to see Ubuayashiki Koya, but unfortunately, he had suddenly fallen ill and was currently undergoing intensive treatment, making it impossible for him to see outsiders for a while. Under these circumstances, Shen Fei couldn't wait here for long. Is that so? See you next time then, Shen Fei said to Shinobu Kacho, Aoi Kanzaki, and the three small, beady-eyed creatures before leaving the butterfly house. During his time at the butterfly house, Shen Fei had developed a close relationship with the three creatures. Unlike Kameo, who was rescued by Shinobu Kacho and her sisters, Aoi Kanzaki and the other three creatures had all arrived at the Butterfly House after their families were harmed by demons and rescued by the Demon Slayer Corps. While the three creatures needed work, the Demon Slayer Corps provided them with a livelihood. In this era, despite the availability of electricity and steam locomotives, this country was still rife with chaos, with even the trafficking of human beings legalized. Kameo was initially intended to be sold, but Shinobu Kacho, through both buying and snatching, took her away. Silent birds are indeed better. Looking at the clues about demons in his hand, Shen Fei immediately rushed over. He wanted to compete with the other demon slayers for demons. With Shen Fei's strength, obtaining a crow wouldn't be a problem at all. But to avoid trouble, Shen Fei chose a sparrow. The Yubuayashiki family was very skilled in animal training. Even sparrows could be trained into carrier pigeons. Crows have been trained to talk. If this were brought to the Marvel world, it would be a new species. Of course, this was just Shen Fei's thought. He didn't need such fame. This time, Shen Fei had not only the task of killing demons, but also the task of capturing demons. This was a requirement for the powerful demon slayers, primarily the pillars. The main task was to capture those who had just become demons and place them in the demon slayers testing sites, where they captured a number of junior demons every year. Sleep. Upon discovering a demon, Shen Fei's first action was to put the sparrow he had contacted to sleep before dealing with it. This demon catching job is so troublesome. Forget it. Let's just let the 9 pillars do it. Demon catching isn't mandatory, so if you really don't want to do it, then don't do it. Just like the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, if someone is truly afraid and wants to quit, it's not impossible. They can join the Corps Hidden Unit, Logistics Unit, or Guard Unit. The Yubuayashiki clan is guarded by members of the Demon Slayer Corps to prevent them from being discovered by demons, giving the leader time to escape. Fujiki-Aima, the final testing location for the Demon Slayer Corps, is a vast mountain covered in wisteria. Those who aren't upper-ranked demons are completely immune to these flowers, and even those who are, facing so much wisteria would be extremely troublesome. Shen Fei, of course, didn't come here to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps selection. He was already a member. He came to kill demons. The presence of a demon as powerful as the hand demon at this testing location is a nightmare for those taking the test. Furthermore, the hand demon is incredibly clever, and each year he never kills all the Demon Slayer Corps members, thus preventing him from being discovered by the Corps higher-ups. Once the existence of the hand demon is discovered by the upper echelons of the Demon Slayer Corps, there will definitely be a pillar coming to subjugate him. What a pity for those disciples of Urakatake Sakanji. As the former water pillar, the level of teaching of Urakatake Sakanji's disciples is the highest in the Emerald City. Each generation of disciples is the best of their generation. Unfortunately, due to the existence of the hand demon, these disciples were killed prematurely before they could fully display their abilities. This includes Urakatake Sakanji's former most outstanding disciple, Tsunusaji. He killed all the demons by himself and finally fought against the hand demon. If it weren't for the fact that the Nichiren blade was severely worn out from killing too many demons before, the hand demon would have died as well. Strong and kind, this is Sanusa's character. Tomika Jinai was his contemporary junior brother. At that time, Tomika Jinai was very weak. If it weren't for Sanusa's rescue, he would have died in the test. Tomika Jinai has always believed he wasn't worthy of the title of water pillar because of Sato. He believes that if it weren't for him, Sato would not have died. And if Sato were still alive, no one would be more suitable for the position. Even Chanjiro, who later became the water pillar, was considered by Jiayu to be more suitable. Satoshi's kindness is certainly not wrong, but it's misplaced. He did help those taking the test pass, but most of them later died in their first battle with the demons. In reality, this test doesn't select strong individuals, as the requirement is to survive for 7 days. If enough people gather together, there's a high chance of surviving. The Demon Slayer Corps is a mixed bag, and this is precisely why. If everyone were as skilled as Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Kameo, the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't be constantly at a disadvantage in their battles with the demons. There's a human scent. Are they starting another test at this hour? Inside a hidden cave within Tangxi Mountain, a massive hand ghost emerged immediately upon sensing a human presence. There's only one person. Seeing a single person standing outside, the hand ghost cautiously looked around. The hand ghost's continued survival stemmed primarily from its cautious nature. That mask? Is it that guy again? The hand ghost then spotted the mask slung over Shen Fei's shoulder. Its eyes immediately filled with anger, and it strode towards him. Chapter 192 Upper 6, Part 2. Four-Hand Demon. The person he hated most in his life was undoubtedly Urakatake Sakanji. Having just become a demon, he was about to use this power to wield his power, but he encountered Urakatake Sakanji, who was captured on the desolate Fujisaki mountain and became a test subject for the Demon Slayer Corps. This deep-seated hatred made Hand Demon constantly target and kill Urakatake Sakanji's disciples even after he became powerful. It was originally difficult to distinguish who was Urakatake Sakanji's disciple, but Urakatake Sakanji had a habit of giving masks to his disciples. Furthermore, it was with that mask that he captured Hand Demon in the first place. If he couldn't beat the old one, how could he beat the young one? With this mentality, Hand Demon constantly targeted and killed those wearing masks. Later, when Urakatake Sakanji learned about this from Tanjiro, he felt extremely regretful. He had originally given the masks to his disciple as a talisman, but it turned out to be a death warrant. 4 years, each generation of disciples had perished at the Demon Slayer Corps testing site, causing Urakatake Sakanji to doubt his own abilities. He believed he wasn't a good trainer, otherwise why did each generation of disciples die there? Driven by this psychological pressure, Urakatake Sakanji became increasingly demanding of his disciples. The most likely reason his own disciples failed the test was that they were too weak. Consequently, Urakatake Sakanji's final stone-chopping test grew larger each year. With the arrival of Tanjiro, the stone was instantly upgraded to the largest, even larger than the one chopped by Satsuki. The training period was also increased from 1 year to 2. Unbeknownst to anyone, including Uguayashiki Koya, there was a demon within Fujiki Mountain whose power was far greater than the average tester could handle. The Hand Demon was exceptionally clever. Each time he attacked, he would kill everyone who encountered him, and he wouldn't kill all the test subjects, always leaving some alive to pass the test. "Kid, who are you?" to the person who gave you that mask. The Hand Demon stopped about 3 meters from Shen Fei. "Urakatake Sakanji," Shen Fei said calmly. "So it is. Are you his disciple? I didn't expect to meet you again this year." "Ha ha ha," the hand ghost laughed heartily. At the same moment, the ground beneath Shen Fei's feet suddenly began to rise, and the next moment, a huge green fist burst out from the ground, attacking Shen Fei. The hand ghost was actually a demon who could master blood demon arts, but his blood demon arts only had more hands. His sudden attack on Shen Fei was intended to cripple him, slowly tormenting him, to vent his anger at being imprisoned by Urakatake Sakanji. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, Shen Fei unsheathed the sun blade at his waist, instantly severing the hand. At that moment, the hand ghost's other arms attacked directly from the front. Over a dozen arms attacked simultaneously, like a rubber machine gun. Tanjiro and the others would have been forced to dodge, but for Shen Fei, these arms were nothing. With a swing of his right hand, all of the hand ghost's arms were immediately severed. Impossible, although all his arms quickly grew back, the sight still caused the hand ghost to take a step back. In all his years at Tenxi Mountain, he had never encountered anyone capable of completely severing his arms. Even the once powerful Zuanto had only managed to sever his arms 4 times. The hand ghost knew the strength of his own arms perfectly well. Most of those who came to test him, their Nichiren blades, couldn't even break through his defense. With that, the hand ghost swung his newly grown arms and attacked Shen Fei once again. The next moment, his arms were completely shattered and flew through the air. After several such attacks, the hand ghost watched Shen Fei slowly approach, his body trembling uncontrollably. He retreated with Shen Fei's steps. "Haven't you killed many men wearing this mask over the years? Why are you so scared this time, you?" Despite the fury within him at Shen Fei's mockery, the disparity in strength prevented him from speaking any further. Slaughterhouse. Seeing the hand ghost hesitate to attack again, Shen Fei immediately activated his surgery fruit and sliced it into several pieces. Isn't this guy quite clever? After capturing the hand ghost, Shen Fei went to the cave where the hand ghost was hiding. It was a very empty cave, likely dug by the hand ghost himself. Compared to the other ghosts in Fujixi Mountain, the hand ghost was much larger. While it was unnoticeable at night, it was easily irradiated by sunlight during the day. Also, because of the hand ghost's presence, the other ghosts stayed away, making it a nice, quiet place for Shen Fei. DNA, ADP, very different from humans. So why is Nezuko so different? Even ghosts need energy. That's why ghosts eat humans, but Nezuko doesn't need to eat humans. Willpower? Never mind. If we dig deeper, there will be more and more questions. After analyzing the hand ghost's genes, Shen Fei tossed the hand ghost into the Philosopher's Stone's refining formation. There are actually many topics worth researching regarding demons, such as why sunlight is so lethal to demons, why the Nichiren sword can sever demon necks, why it can kill most demons, and why wisteria flower poison is so effective against poison. However, because studying all of this would take too much time, Shen Fei had to abandon most of them. After all, he wasn't a dedicated scientist like Tony. For Shen Fei, personal cultivation was paramount. The demon's regenerative ability wasn't a big secret to Shen Fei, it was related to the number of people they'd eaten. These demons were actually very similar to the androids of the Fullmetal Alchemist universe, relying primarily on soul energy. For Shen Fei now, creating a weapon using wisteria flower poison would be quite simple, and he could even create a standard weapon. With such a weapon, the Demon Slayer Corps would undoubtedly be much faster at killing demons. Shinobu Kacho and the others couldn't create it, not because they didn't want to, but because of the limitations of the times. This era was roughly the early days of industrial civilization, a technological world vastly different from the Marvel Universe. If Shen Fei didn't have the Philosopher's Stone alchemy formation, he might have done the same thing, but who could have it now? It's a pity that the breathing sword techniques are just special effects. In this era, they're just simple sword techniques. The various breathing sword techniques he'd seen in his memory all had special effects, but in reality, there were only swords, without attributes like water, fire, or lightning. This way, Urakatake Sakonji should be able to resolve his problems. And Fujiksi Mountain shouldn't face similar problems in the future. But it won't be for a few years. After Muzin's death, this place will probably be abandoned. Before leaving the cave, Shen Fei blocked the entrance with a large amount of wisteria flowers, ready to prevent any demons from entering. He then had his little sparrow deliver the letter he had written back. There were 2 letters in total, one for Shinobu Kacho of the Demon Slayer Corps, to be passed on to the head of the Uzumaki Yashiki, and the other for Sakonji Urakatake, to be delivered to the Demon Slayer Corps. Inside the Ubuayashiki clan's residence, Ubuayashiki Koi's complexion now looked much better, though the curse on his face had intensified. After reading the letter forwarded by Shinobu Kacho, Ubuayashiki Koi sighed deeply. I never thought something like this would happen in Fujiki Mountain. It's my fault. I've let those good children down all these years. His voice was thick with self-blame. Take a look at it too. Seeing Shinobu Kacho's puzzled expression, Ubuayashiki Koi immediately handed the letter to her. Fujiki Mountain, how could it be there? Shinobu Kacho's expression changed immediately after reading the letter. I underestimated the demon. Fortunately, he discovered it this time, otherwise who knows how many people would have been sacrificed. Shen Fei gave a very good reason in the letter. He had captured a newly incarnated demon and was about to release him into Fujiki Mountain, where he accidentally discovered the hand demon. All these things were revealed by the hand demon, and his reasoning was impeccable. It looks like the test at Fujishiki Mountain will need to be changed. Whenever a demon is captured, there's a chance that one will retreat. Previously, the Demon Slayer Corps, both the leader and the pillars, hadn't paid much attention to the situation because they couldn't imagine a captive demon could survive this long. Generally speaking, few demons in Fujishiki Mountain survive past 5 years, yet here appeared one that lived nearly 50 years. As for the changes, it's simple, just send the pillars inside to do a quick check before the test. Sakuto, Makamo, and Ichi-chan, it turns out I was the one who harmed you all. Urakatake Sakonji, upon receiving the letter and reading the entire story, burst into tears. 13 of his disciples, all died young because of a demon he'd casually captured. Urakatake Sakonji naturally blamed himself. But at the same time, the resolution of his doubts eased his mind. Speaking of which, since Jiayu and Santo were from the same class, and Santo apparently died saving him, didn't Jiayu see the hand demon back then? Shen Fei, as always, was constantly hunting demons. He quickly gained considerable fame within the Demon Slayer Corps for the sheer number of demons he had vanquished, sparking considerable discussion. Even the entire 9 pillars had heard of his exploits. Now that the 9 pillars were complete, if there had been a missing one, he might have been the next. Normally, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps couldn't constantly be on the hunt for demons. This was due to injuries, as demons held a significant advantage over humans. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for the average Demon Slayer Corps member, save for the 9 pillars, to defeat a demon without sustaining any injuries. Injuries require healing, and humans don't recover as quickly as demons. This process takes time. Under these circumstances, for a Demon Slayer Corps member to vanquish a demon in 2 or 3 months was considered quite impressive. Under these circumstances, Shen Fei's actions naturally attracted attention, and most of the Demon Slayer Corps greatly admired Shen Fei, a maniacal demon slayer. Of course, there were also those who were deeply upset, feeling that Shen Fei had stolen their limelight. This person was Zenitsu Agatsuma Sr., a rare member of the Demon Slayer Corps who joined the Corps not for justice, but for power. Finally, after encountering a powerful demon, he voluntarily became a demon, leading to his teacher's seppuku suicide. While the Demon Slayer Corps has had its fair share of cowards, this was only the second such person to become a demon. The first was, of course, Yoriichi Tsudakuni's brother. Is the Nichiren blade ready? It's time to return to the butterfly house and rest up. After considering the news brought by Ma Sparrow, Shen Fei decided to return to the butterfly house for a while. This is the exclusive Nichiren blade. The exclusive Nichiren blade is forged using a more advanced forging method than the standard Nichiren blade, making it stronger and sharper than the average Nichiren blade. Of all the Nichiren blades, Love Hashira's is the most unique. While the others, regardless of their shape, resemble swords, Love Hashira's resembles a whip. Shen Fei knew that even with alchemy, he couldn't forge metal to such a degree. For Shen Fei, as long as he had the ore for the Nichiren blade, he could easily create it directly through alchemy. However, compared to forged by a professional metalsmith, there was still a difference. This was probably the difference between handmade and standard goods. It's like 2 similar pieces of clothing. Why are yours so expensive while mine are just street vendor prices? Nichiren blade, forget it. It's totally useless in today's society, and there's no demon to kill with it. But the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms are pretty good. The Demon Slayer Corps uniforms are made of a special fiber that's breathable, lightweight, moisture-resistant, and flame-resistant, and they also have some defensive properties. While this defensive power is minimal for demons, it would definitely be a major selling point in modern society. Shen Fei took a deep breath and blew hard on the large gourd in front of him. The next moment, there was a bang, and the gourd exploded. This scene caused the 3 children nearby to clap their hands in excitement. As support personnel for the Demon Slayer Corps, they also practiced breathing techniques. They practiced flower breathing, a technique derived from water breathing. Although their progress was limited due to their young age, it was enough for them to complete their current duties. Because the 3 children were so adorable, Shen Fei took great care of them during his time at the butterfly house, even making them cakes and candies. Flame, water, thunder, fire, wind, 5 basic breathing techniques. During his time at the butterfly house, Shen Fei, aside from occasionally assisting as a doctor, devoted himself entirely to studying breathing techniques. The Demon Slayer Corps wasn't very secretive about breathing techniques. Anyone who requested them could see the relevant information. Of course, this only covered the basics, not the extended ones. For example, for the fire and water breathing techniques, only the basic forms were available at Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, with no further variations. For example, water breathing's variations were primarily developed by Sakonji Urikataki. Anyone wishing to learn water breathing could only start with a basic form and expand upon it. The flame pillar's breathing of fire is a technique passed down through generations, and its expanded power is incredibly powerful. Thunder breathing, that's a good idea. Maybe we can find a way to get sun breathing from Tanjiro. Given his personality, he probably won't care too much about it. Chapter 193 Upper 6, Part 2. Thunder breathing, Form 1, Flash. As thunder breathing was activated, Shen Fei instantly appeared to the side, more than 10 meters away. Thunder breathing is one of 5 basic breathing techniques, focusing on speed. Because of this focus, thunder breathing has only one sword form, Form 1, with all other forms derived from Form 1. Unlike other breathing techniques, which have multiple basic forms, this is perhaps the saying that all martial arts are invincible except for speed. With sufficient speed, there's no need for a sword form. A single strike can easily decapitate a demon. Precisely because of this, the requirements for learning thunder breathing are extremely high, and within the Demon Slayer Corps, very few choose it. Many members of the Demon Slayer Corps, after learning it, Switch to other breathing techniques. The instantaneous burst of power demands both the breathing technique and physical fitness, and if one fails to meet these requirements and forces it, not only will they not be able to kill a demon, but even if they manage to avoid injury, it's a feat. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the only ones who can consistently use the breathing of thunder are the descendants of the Lightning Pillar. It is precisely because of this that the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps have not had a Lightning Pillar appear for several generations. The 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps are not named as fixedly as the 12 Kizuki. Instead, they are named after the pillars' own breathing methods. Without people who can breathe thunder, there would be no Lightning Pillar. The casualties of the 9 pillars were too great. Most of them died without leaving behind any inheritance. In such a situation, the successors could only slowly explore the sword form of the breathing method. Currently, the most accomplished user of the breathing of thunder in the Demon Slayer Corps is Zenitsu Agatsuma's senior brother. He is also one of the members who has killed the most demons in the Demon Slayer Corps. However, because he is too arrogant, he is not a good member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He also disdains the basic form of thunder breathing, specializing in its more advanced sword techniques. Despite his teachers' constant urging him to focus on the first form, he ignored them. He believed the first form was merely the basics, mastering it was enough, and there was no need to continue. Instead, he should practice the more advanced sword forms to become a pillar. Higher sword forms represent higher level attacks. Oni are incredibly powerful, and only advanced sword techniques can decapitate them. Tomika Jiayu's killing of Rui, a lower rank 5, seemed simple, an instant kill, but it was only after Jiayu employed the 11th form sword technique that the killing was accomplished. Had Zenitsu Agatsuma Sr. learned a different breathing technique, that choice would have been a good one. Unfortunately, he had no idea that thunder breathing differed from other forms of breathing. This is why, in a later battle with Zenitsu, whom he greatly despised, even with his demonic physique, he was instantly defeated by him. It's a pretty good breathing technique. If combined with shaving, it can speed things up a bit. Shen Fei was drawn to thunder breathing because of its instantaneous explosive power. If mastered to a high level, it could unleash a power known as divine speed. Compared to other breathing techniques, thunder breathing is the most complete breathing technique at Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Shen Fei, for his part, only practiced thunder breathing. He only collected the training methods for the other breathing techniques, but didn't learn them. So, maybe asking Tanjiro for sun breathing isn't necessary. As Shen Fei learned more about breathing techniques, he realized something. The strength of a breathing technique isn't determined by the technique itself, but by the person using it. Just like a devil fruit user, sun breathing is undoubtedly powerful as the initial breathing technique, but precisely because it's so powerful, no one has been able to master it. This is why it led to the development of moon breathing, water breathing, and other breathing techniques. Given Tsukuni Yoriichi's character, he certainly spared no effort when teaching others, especially since one of them was his brother. Unfortunately, even his brother's best training was moon breathing, a modified version of sun breathing, which illustrates the difficulty involved. Perhaps only someone like Tsukuni Yoriichi, gifted with the ability to see the world through the lens, could fully unleash the power of sun breathing. In a sense, the world through the lens is like a simplified version of observation haki. In terms of true strength, even if Tsukuni Yoriichi were resurrected, Shen Fei could single-handedly defeat him. But in terms of talent, Shen Fei wouldn't be able to match Tsukuni Yoriichi. Not to mention Tsukuni Yoriichi, even Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Inato Takashin, and Kaneo couldn't compare. There's absolutely no sign of any upper-ranked demons. It seems we'll have to wait for Tanjiro to return to the battlefield. At the Chawaya, Shen Fei also monitored the Demon Slayer Corps intelligence. Lower-ranked demons were occasionally spotted, but it seemed the upper-ranked demons hadn't been seen since the sacrifice of Shinobu Kacho's sister. Muzan must have seen Tanjiro's Karuta, and it awakened his inner demons, so he decided to go all out. So, should I also prepare a Karuta? But it seems useless. The main issue is that he didn't know Muzan, and he didn't have Tanjiro's sense of smell. He could have smelled Muzan scent directly on the street. In this situation, even if he had Karuta, it would be useless if he couldn't see Muzan. Thank you for these days. On the roof of the butterfly house, under another starry night, Shen Fei had barely lain down when Shinobu Kacho appeared. I'm also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, so it's my duty to help. During his time at the butterfly house, Shen Fei witnessed the sacrifices of the Demon Slayer Corps. There were countless people missing limbs, many of whom were younger than him. The demons were far more powerful than most humans, a reality that even the Demon Slayer Corps, with their breathing techniques, couldn't change. Of course, after these people recovered from their injuries, they could no longer serve as members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Fortunately, the Yubuyashiki clan had many businesses and could provide them with employment. First, to ensure their livelihoods, second, to station them in various locations to gather intelligence on demons, and third, to generate funds for the Demon Slayer Corps operations. By the way, if Muzan is killed, what are you going to do next? Shen Fei suddenly asked. If I'm still alive by then, I might find a quiet place to live. This was what Shinobu Kacho kept unspoken in her heart, to accompany her sister. In reality, Shinobu Kacho never believed she could live to see Muzan's death. She would be content to defeat even one upper-ranked demon, especially if it was the one who killed her sister. To this end, Shinobu Kacho has been working tirelessly to transform herself into a poisonous being. Given the accumulated toxins in Shinobu Kacho's body, even if she hadn't encountered Doma, she wouldn't have lived long, as the poison had already penetrated her internal organs. What about you? After a moment's silence, Shinobu Kacho asked. The world is so big, I'll probably explore. If it weren't for the demons, he might have left this world long ago. That's a good idea. Shen Fei's words seemed to pique Shinobu's interest. By the way, I've seen you looking up information about those places lately. Why, you want to go there? Shinobu Kacho said, quickly changing the subject, her eyes gazing at Shen Fei with an inexplicable hint of meaning. You said there, you misunderstood. Seeing Shinobu Kacho's subtle look, Shen Fei immediately understood his misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Shinobu Kacho said non-committally. Yes, I was looking up information about that place to see if there were any hidden demons there. If a demon is clever enough, it would be hard to detect, Shen Fei said with a serious expression. He couldn't let Shinobu Kacho mistakenly think he was someone who enjoyed visiting those places. Those places, of course, were the red light districts, which were legal in this world. Since ancient times, prostitution, gambling, and drugs have been three perpetually rampant industries. Even after the most severe crackdown, they can always resurface, at most relocating to more secret locations. Since red light districts are legal in this world, they are naturally incredibly prosperous. Even many members of the Demon Slayer Corps frequent them, such as Zenitsu Agatsuma's senior brother, who, despite his youth, is already considered an expert. Shen Fei was investigating the red light district because of the brother and sister who were both upper six. The sister seemed to be the Warren, and had been hiding there for over 100 years. However, because the situation in the red light district was extremely complicated, with deaths and disappearances commonplace, it was difficult to determine whether it was the work of demons. The leader had already thought of your idea and sent people to investigate, but they didn't get any useful information. The Yubuyashiki clan was very intelligent, and they had certainly thought of the same issues that Shen Fei had thought of. The Demon Slayer Corps only killed demons, and they had neither the mood nor the energy to care about disputes between people or the drawbacks of the social system. I know, but I've been thinking about this before. If I were to become a demon, and I had to choose a place to hide, this would be the first place I'd choose. Demons aren't fools, especially the upper-ranked demons. Upper-ranked demons, they're not easy to deal with. Upon hearing the mention of upper-ranked demons, Shinobu Kacho's expression immediately changed. She was lucky when her sister died, because it was almost dawn, and with Shinobu Kacho's appearance, the demons retreated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have heard her sister's last words, let alone her last words, and she might not even have found her body. The Demon Slayer Corps semi-annual meeting of the Pillars, besides discussing core matters, is primarily to confirm the survival of the Pillars. Demons aren't fools, and they've been waiting for the Demon Slayer Corps to kill them. They're also hunting the Demon Slayer Corps, especially the upper-ranked demons. Don't worry, let alone the upper-ranked demons, even if it's Muzan, if he dares to show up, I dare to kill him in front of you. Shen Fei stood up and said, I should go to rest. I still have to travel tomorrow. Shen Fei didn't have any other thoughts about Shinobu Kacho. He just didn't want him to die as miserably as in the original novel. Be careful. When Shen Fei left the next day, Shinobu Kacho carefully reminded him. Shen Fei just waved his hand. He was not worried about his own safety at all. In this world, he could be said to be invincible. Even if Muzan gathered all the upper-ranked demons to attack him, he didn't care. I remember the flower street where Tanjiro dealt with the upper rank 6. It seemed to be called G. If I remember correctly, it should be here, Yoshiwara Flower Street. Because of the legality of flower streets, there are of course many of them. Among them, there are very prosperous ones, and there are also those that are not so prosperous. Any profession, as long as there are people involved, will be divided into different levels. Even geisha is the same. There are the top warens and the lowest geisha in the world. Because you vaguely remembered the name, Shen Fei had arrived at the right place from the start. No wonder men love coming here, it's really quite attractive. Shen Fei had never been to a place like this before, in any past or present life. He had traveled to many worlds, but such an idea had never crossed his mind. Even in his own turf, the Rain Land, there was such a place, and he had never been there. The Sound Pillar, Yuzu Tengen, actually has 3 wives. I'm so envious. He's amazing. At the Butterfly House, Shen Fei gained some understanding of the current state of the Demon Slayer Core. Aside from the Sound Pillar, all the other pillars were single. This pillar was the one Agatsuma Zenitsu envied the most. Are the best geishas at Takidoya, Ajinomotoya, and Kyogokuya. Through his investigation, Shen Fei quickly discovered the situation in Yoshiwara's red light district and learned the names of the 3 most popular courtesans, Ori, Takako, and Wirabiheim. It must be Wirabiheim from Kyogokuya. This mental image, combined with the intelligence he had gathered, allowed Shen Fei to quickly determine the identity of the upper-rank demon. What good luck. Thankfully, there's no one else named Heim. Even though he was certain, Shen Fei still went to Kyogokuya to confirm it himself, just in case he made a mistake. It's her. This saves me from using my observation haki to monitor her. If he couldn't directly confirm her identity, Shen Fei would have used his observation haki to monitor the area and then confirm it. Ori is incredibly lucky. She's leaving tomorrow. Many of the geishas at Kyogokuya spoke enviously of the former Waren. For these geishas, becoming an Waren and then being redeemed was the best possible outcome. While not a legal wife, it was still far better than being a prostitute. And with enough luck, it wasn't impossible to become a legal wife. A sudden slap interrupted the discussion. It was Wirabiheim hitting one of her mates. As the Waren of Kyogokuya, Wirabiheim had a very bad temper, but she was an Waren after all. Even the proprietress of Kyogokuya didn't want to offend such a source of income. I don't know how those men will react after paying for a female ghost. Maybe they won't do anything afterward. At night, after the crowd in Kyogokuya gradually dispersed, Wirabaji took off her clothes as soon as she returned to the room, and then turned into a strip of cloth, weaving through the eaves. Blood ghost magic, it's not slow. This direction is to Kido's house. Shen Fei, who had been watching from the side, wanted to grab the other party, but out of curiosity, he did not make a move at the first time, but followed, intending to see what Wirabaji wanted to do. Ori, have a good rest today. Tomorrow is your big day. At this time, in Takedo's house, several geishas looked at Ori with envy, and then left the room. A good day, huh? Chapter 194 Upper 6, and seeing that Ori was alone, Wirabiheim immediately slipped in through the crack in the window. In an era when wooden houses were common, even the tightly closed doors and windows were no match for Wirabiheim's blood demon magic. Ori, still inside the room, hadn't noticed Wirabiheim's entrance. She sat quietly at her dressing table, gazing at herself in the mirror with a smile. For Ori, escaping the sea of suffering was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Becoming an Waren didn't guarantee redemption. The reason was simple: the value of an Waren was vastly different from that of a regular geisha, and not everyone was willing to part with the money. You look happy, aren't you? Ori, feeling deeply moved, suddenly heard a sneer behind her. Startled, she turned and saw someone she knew standing behind her. Seeing Wirabiheim, Ori involuntarily flinched. As fellow courtesans in Yoshiwara's red light district, Ori and Wirabiheim were of course acquainted. In fact, there was hardly a geisha in Yoshiwara's red light district who didn't know Wirabiheim. 4 other courtesans, staying in the position for 2 years was considered a remarkable feat, but Wirabiheim had been in the position for several. Wirabiheim played an indelible role in the continued prosperity of Kyogokuya. While she had a short temper internally, she was completely different when it came to her clientele. Even if a client upset her, she wouldn't lose her temper immediately. Of course, how she would retaliate afterward was another matter. It was precisely because of this that the Kyogokuya owner tolerated her. A high-profile courtesan was fine, But no owner would appreciate a high-profile courtesan who couldn't make money. While the outside world didn't know Werabeheim's personality, Ori, a fellow geisha, certainly knew it, which was why she flinched back upon seeing her. "Werabe sister, why are you here?" Ori spoke first, having calmed down a bit. "I'm here to send you off," Werabeheim said as the ribbons on her body flew up and rolled towards Ori. The sudden scene made Ori dumbfounded. As a geisha, she had never seen such a scene before. Bang! At this moment, the window on one side suddenly shattered, and then a figure rushed in. Under the flash of the sword, all the ribbons released by Werabeheim were cut into pieces and scattered in the room. The person who attacked was Shen Fei, who had been following Werabeheim. Demon Slayer Core. Werabeheim tilted her head and looked at Shen Fei, who rushed in coldly. The black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, plus the Nichiren sword, was the standard attire of the Demon Slayer Corps. As Werabeheim said that, 4 ribbons flew out of her body and attacked Shen Fei. For Werabeheim, someone like Shen Fei, who was dressed as an ordinary member of the Demon Slayer Corps, was not worth paying special attention to. Facing the 4 attacking ribbons, Shen Fei swung his sunblade and chopped them all into pieces. He then suddenly appeared beside Werabeheim, cut off her right arm with one blow, and kicked her out of the room. "Don't tell outsiders about what happened here." After kicking Werabeheim away, Shen Fei said this to Ori, who had recovered, and immediately rushed out. The Demon Slayer Corps actually exists. After Shen Fei disappeared from the room, Ori muttered in surprise. As a geisha or Nwaren, they have channels for information that others don't have. The topic of demons and the Demon Slayer Corps is often mentioned here. But basically no one believes it. It's just a topic for gossip. The demons and the Demon Slayer Corps have existed for so many years and have been fighting each other for so many years. How could there be no news leaked? After all, there are so many onlookers. Although many people don't believe the news, it doesn't stop them from using it as a topic for gossip. Could it be Werabeheim? The presence of the Demon Slayer Corps reminded Ori of a rumor circulating only in the Flower District. A certain demon that only existed in the Flower District liked to look down upon people with a sidelong glance when displeased. "I want you dead." Werabeheim, having been kicked by Shen Fei and landed on the night street, erupted upon seeing Shen Fei leap out. 8 ribbons flew from her body. Werabeheim had never suffered such a severe injury in all her years. Although her right arm had healed quickly, the pain of having her arm severed was immense. Facing Werabeheim's strongest attack, Shen Fei approached her, wielding his Nichiren sword and severing all 8 ribbons. He then kicked Werabe away. Bang, bang, bang. This time, without waiting for Werabe to rise, Shen Fei delivered another kick. 3 more, sending Werabe away from Yoshiwara's Flower District. "Brother, someone is bullying me." Unable to fight back, Werabeheim didn't stand up this time. Instead, she sat on the ground and cried. As Werabeheim cried, a human head suddenly appeared from behind her, followed by a male demon who slowly crawled out from behind her. "Stop crying. You're not cured anymore. I'll help you kill him." The demon was a young, shirtless demon with short black and green hair. He was hunched over, skinny, and covered in black spots on his face and body. After leaving Werabeheim's body, a pair of blood-red sickles immediately appeared in his hands. "Looks like a pillar. You'll be the 16th pillar I'll kill." The Demon Slayer Corps couldn't judge a character's rank by visual numbers, they had to judge by their strength. I was wondering why the upper-ranked demons were so weak. So there's another one. Twin demons. Really strange. By the way, can you tell me where that coward Muzan is hiding? You actually scolded Muzan-sama? I killed him. I must kill him. I can't let him die so easily. Shen Fei's disrespect for Muzan immediately set Werabeheim off. Given Muzan's personality, Werabeheim's ability to become an upper-ranked demon wasn't solely due to his twin brother, but also because Muzan deeply loved her. Werabeheim, in turn, regarded Muzan, the Demon King, as supreme, striving to accomplish whatever Muzan desired. Therefore, despite being the weakest of the upper-ranked demons, Werabeheim and her brother possessed the most pillars within the Demon Slayer Corps. I understand. Blood Demon Jutsu, Flying Blood Sides, Werabeheim's brother declared, immediately launching his attack. He swung his 2 scythes rapidly towards Shen Fei, unleashing a stream of blood-red, blade-like slashes that flew towards him. This attack, powered by his own blood, boasted a wide range and a vast number of slashes. He could also manipulate the direction of his attacks at will, refusing to stop until he struck his target. Furthermore, his blood was highly toxic, effectively poisoning him with even the slightest injury. As an upper-rank demon, the toxicity contained within his blood was so potent that even a pillar would struggle to withstand it for long. Demons have an incredibly powerful blood-producing capacity. For a normal person, excessive blood loss would initially lead to weakness, even endangering their lives. But for a demon, this is a complete non-issue. Demon blood contains toxins, otherwise, demons could easily serve as blood donation machines. Bang! Facing the blood demon attack from Warabi's brother, Shen Fei simply swung his Nichiren blade, destroying all the blood blades released. The power of an upper-rank demon is nothing more than that. As he spoke, Shen Fei appeared beside Warabi's brother, his Nichiren blade shattering his surgical blood sickle and severing both his arms. That's it. Shen Fei then immediately bound the two with the chains of Kamar-Taj. His previous battle with them was merely a test of their strength. "You useless piece of shit," Warabi cursed her brother upon discovering she and her brother were tied up. Technically, Warabi was a little girl who hadn't grown up, despite being over 100 years old. "It's all because of you." "Shut up," Shen Fei said, sealing their mouths with chains. He lacked Tanjiro's gentleness, nor could he detect the sorrow of a demon. "The damage around here is about right. I've been thinking too much." Looking at the situation, Shen Fei raised his right foot, causing further damage with his storm kick, making the scene look like a major battle. He did this out of concern that if Muzan discovered that an upper rank had been killed instantly, he would retreat even further, making the battle look different. The death of an upper rank demon held different significance than the death of a lower rank demon. Muzan didn't care about the lower rank demons, but he cared deeply about the upper rank demons. Faced with such a cowardly boss, Shen Fei didn't know what to say. In the world of One Piece, if a subordinate was killed, the boss would definitely come out first to seek revenge. She's captured so many people. This Takemaki really has the mentality of a little girl. Deep beneath the flower street, dozens of ribbons crisscrossed the air, bearing the faces of many beautiful girls. An ordinary person might mistake them for portraits, but they were actually living people. Takemaki's blood demon ribbons possess special powers, allowing her to trap people within them and enjoy them for herself. She doesn't want to see anyone prettier than herself, nor does she want to see anyone happy. That's Takemaki. Takemaki is Warabiheim's demonic name. Warabiheim is just a random flower name. So, after Takemaki arrived at Yoshiwara Flower Street, she killed all the courtesans who had been redeemed. In fact, if you look back at the life stories of Takemaki and her brother, they are a pair of tragic sisters. Takemaki's real name was Mei. At the age of 13, she was burned alive. Her brother, seeking revenge, went on a killing spree, then unexpectedly encountered Muzan, who had arrived here. He was then resurrected with Muzan's blood. Mei's fate stemmed from her immense beauty. In modern society, she would undoubtedly be the object of many pursuits. However, in this era, her excessive beauty, coupled with a lack of power to protect it, was the root cause of her suffering. Her brother suffered a similar fate, accidentally contracting syphilis while in their mother's womb. Coupled with their family's extreme poverty, the courtesan Taro was unsightly, yet he deeply loved his sister. Upon receiving this information from Daki, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh. In this era, even without demons, life for the lower classes was extremely difficult. Although Shen Fei had only spent a short time in the Yoshiwara red light district, his observations revealed to families selling their daughters. Had Kaneo not met the Kacho Shinobu sisters, she would likely have ended up in the red light district as well, but not everyone shared her good fortune. Unfortunately, no matter how tragic their previous fates, they have now become perpetrators. This is undeniable. As Tanjiro once said, he kills demons without hesitation, but this does not diminish his compassion for them. Shinobu Kacho's sister seemed to be a similar type. The fighting here naturally alarmed the people of Honamachi. While many of them remained closed, some, naturally, were more courageous and began to venture out into the streets to investigate. Ori was the first to be noticed. She didn't reveal anything about the Demon Slayer Core, simply stating that a battle had broken through. The rest of the group remained in the dark. As for what kind of battle could directly destroy a wall, it all depended on one's imagination. I'll help them to the end. You're lucky to have met me. Shen Fei considered the people trapped in Takemaki's ribbon, but decided not to release them immediately. Firstly, These people had been trapped in the ribbon for a considerable period of time and had been affected by the blood demon arts. Without treatment, they would become deformed, just like Zenitsu Agatsuma, who was nearly transformed into a spider by spider venom and had his hands shrunk, only to recover thanks to Shinobu Kacho's treatment. Shen Fei couldn't save everyone, but since he had encountered these people, he decided to help them if he could. Another reason is that even if some among them were deeply affected by the blood demon arts, once released in Yoshiwara's entertainment district, they would undoubtedly remain there. Those chosen by Dakame are invariably beautiful, and their experiences in such a place wouldn't necessarily be any better than Dakame's own experience. So, why not bring these people to the Demon Slayer Corps? With the strength of the Ubuayashiki clan, settling these women in their care wouldn't be a big problem. At worst, could they be paired with current members of the Demon Slayer Corps? Even worse, it's better than being in the entertainment district. Be patient, Shen Fei decided, but didn't immediately return to the Demon Slayer Corps Butterfly House. Based on the information he'd gathered from Dakame, these people had already been there for several days, so a little longer wouldn't be a problem. Dakame's ribbon still had a freshness-preserving function. Instead of returning to the Butterfly House, Shen Fei found a hidden location deep in the mountains of Yoshiwara's entertainment district and began researching the blood of the upper-ranked demons. It's not only the blood of the Demon King Muzan that can create demons. The blood of upper-ranked demons can also be used to create demons. No wonder there is such a big gap between upper-ranked demons and lower-ranked demons. Should I try to create a demon? Shen Fei couldn't help but hesitate as he looked at the blood extracted from Jifutero's body. The boundary between humans and demons lies in what can and cannot be done. The reason why Shen Fei wanted to create demons was to study drugs that could turn demons into humans. Without experimental subjects, even he, who had the surgery fruit, could not do it. Through the study of the blood in the bodies of upper-ranked demons, Shen Fei found a way to reverse demons, but he needed experimental data, and it would be a waste of time to catch demons in other places. Forget it, I'll find a chance to go to Fujixi Mountain later. There are a lot of demons there. In the end, Shen Fei gave up on creating demons for research. Chapter 195, Muzan's Actions, Part 1. Outside the Butterfly House gates, Shen Fei, Shinobu Kacho, Tomika Jiayu, and a woman with pink pigtails, who had just returned, approached. After a quick look at Shen Fei, Shinobu Kacho immediately asked, "Did it work? We took care of them, but there are a lot of wounded here. Can you help take care of them?" Shen Fei said, pulling out the Dakimaki ribbon from behind him and briefly explaining the situation. "Let them out quickly." Upon hearing someone trapped in a blood demon technique, Shinobu Kacho and the other two immediately ignored any other questions and began to order the Butterfly House personnel to rescue them. Love Pillar. Only then did Shen Fei look at the pink-haired woman. It was Love Pillar Mitsuri Kanraji. Legend has it that her hair was once black, but its current color was due to eating 170 sakuramichi every day for 8 consecutive months. A true glutton, Mitsuri Kanraji's family had never been attacked by demons. She joined the Demon Slayer Corps because, firstly, she wanted to find a husband stronger than herself, and secondly, because they didn't discriminate against her and provided her with enough food. The first one wasn't a difficult one within the Demon Slayer Corps. While the 9 male pillars weren't all as powerful as her, they weren't far behind. Most importantly, she wasn't just an outlier, but a hero protecting humanity. A glutton might be a minor issue in modern society, but in this era, female gluttons are severely discriminated against, let alone one with incredible powers. With the help of Kanzaki Aoi, the 3 little ones, and other support staff, the women in the ribbon were quickly accommodated. Of course, there were only a few, less than 10. While the Dakimaki ribbons could hold people, it wasn't easy to keep them there for long. If Shen Fei hadn't appeared, they would have quickly become her food. The women's symptoms were similar to those of Zenitsu Agatsuma in the original story, with their bodies shrinking. Shinobu Kacho quickly began treating them, while Shen Fei met with Ubuayashiki Koya to report on his killing of the upper 6. Shinobu Kacho had asked that question because Shen Fei had previously delivered a letter to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters via Machida, stating that he had accidentally discovered the upper 6 of the 12 demon moons in Hinamichi. After a fierce battle, the upper 6 had escaped, and he was in pursuit. Twin demons, huh? Thank you for your hard work, Ubuayashiki Yoi pondered after hearing Shen Fei's information. From his expression, Shen Fei could tell that the leader was incredibly excited. After all, This was the first upper-rank demon the Demon Slayer Corps had killed in over 100 years. This was incredibly encouraging news for the Corps, as it also meant that the Corps had begun to approach the upper rank of the 12 demon moons, bringing them one step closer to the Demon King, Muzan Kibatsuji. This development was truly welcome news for the Corps. Any more information? There's some information about upper rank 2, which the upper 6 siblings accidentally revealed during their argument, Shen Fei said, recounting the information regarding upper rank 2, Doma. Shen Fei wasn't talking nonsense. As they were both upper rank demons, and Dekheim was very much loved by Muzan, she was very familiar with some of the upper rank demon situations. Unfortunately, because the upper rank demons had no fixed place to stay, even Dekheim didn't know where the other upper rank demons were. The only exception was upper rank 2, Doma. He had a fixed lair. Although he would move around, he would still stay in his lair most of the time. It was a pity that Dekheim only knew about the Gakuraku cult, but didn't know where it was located. Otherwise, Shen Fei might have already gone there to kill them. The leader of the Gakuraku cult? I know, using the Ubuayashiki clan's intelligence network to find the Gakuraku cult was much faster than Shen Fei finding it himself. So the meeting of the pillars is about to begin. I was wondering why Jiayu Tomika and the Love Pillar were here. The other pillars are almost here too. By the way, if we find the upper rank 2, we might be able to fight Muzan sooner. We need to develop a drug that can transform demons into humans before then. Shen Fei didn't care about the other demons, but if Nezuko hadn't transformed into a human or evolved to adapt to sunlight before Muzan was killed, she might be implicated in Muzan's death. The immortality of demons depends on Muzan's survival. If the Demon King dies, the demons who are transformed from his blood will die with him. Finding Muzan is something Shen Fei has always wanted to do. If you waited for Tanjiro to return, it wouldn't be impossible, but that would be too slow. Without Tanjiro's earrings to incite Muzan, he would have to kill the upper-rank demons. Muzan wouldn't care how many lower-rank demons died, but if more upper-rank demons died, Muzan would definitely take action. After all, finding an upper-rank demon isn't easy. Humans have qualifications and ceilings, and demons have them too. For example, the lower rank 6 was eliminated by Muzan because he could no longer evolve. Muzan, though timid, is not foolish. On the contrary, with a connection to the Ubuayashiki clan, he possesses remarkable wisdom. For years, while hiding, Muzan has pursued his own plans, namely, finding the blue spider lily. I'll take the water pillar. I'm not interested. Let him continue. As the pillars were arriving, Ubuayashiki Koya approached Shen Fei to discuss the pillar issue. Undoubtedly, single-handedly defeating the upper rank 6 would give Shen Fei the strength to become a pillar, but after all, there wasn't a vacant pillar right now. This was Tomika Jiayu's own proposal. He had always believed he wasn't strong enough to become a pillar, and that the position should belong to Satsuki. If the water-breathing hadn't had a successor, Tomika Jiayu might have continued to hold the position, but now with Shen Fei, who had single-handedly defeated the upper rank 6, the situation was different. I'm not here to be a pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps. I simply want to kill Muzan, and then everyone can do whatever they want. After defeating Muzan and exploring the other side of the ocean, Shen Fei prepared to depart this world. I'm deeply relieved to see everyone here for this meeting of pillars. With the arrival of the 9 pillars, the meeting began. Shen Fei naturally stood beside Tomika Jiayu, no longer standing alone. Leader, the 9 pillars, including the rebellious Wind Pillar, showed deep respect for Ubuayashiki Koya. There's good news for this meeting, as I'm sure everyone already knows. The upper 6 of the 12 demon moons has finally been killed. As Ubuayashiki Koya spoke, the eyes of the present pillars focused on Shen Fei. How strong is the upper 6? One pillar inquired. None of the current 9 pillars had ever fought an upper rank demon, and they all wanted to know just how powerful they were and why they had cost the Demon Slayer Corps so many lives. Very strong. I killed the weakest of the upper moon demons. Even so, one-on-one, the remaining pillars couldn't kill more than 3 of them. Shen Fei spoke slowly after glancing at the 9 pillars. He didn't say which 3 pillars they were referring to. So you think you're stronger than most of them? The snake pillar said coldly. Shen Fei's words had already disapproved of most of the pillars present, and some were naturally displeased, especially the snake pillar. Judging by his expression, if he hadn't been in front of the leader, he would have directly tested Shen Fei. Targeting me, so that's how you do it. After glancing at the snake pillar and then at the love pillar, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, Shen Fei could probably guess what the snake pillar was thinking. Because of the love pillar's reasons for joining the Demon Slayer Corps and his unique perspective, it was perfectly normal for him to have some thoughts about a powerful and handsome man like Shen Fei. There was nothing wrong with such thoughts, just like any normal man might have strange thoughts when he sees a beautiful woman. You like the love pillar, right? Shen Fei suddenly spoke. The snake pillar's expression froze at the sudden revelation of his thoughts. After hearing Shen Fei's words, the other pillar's gaze is immediately focused on the snake and love pillars. What are you talking about? The snake pillar said, somewhat unconvinced. Mr. Iguro, the love pillar was also startled by Shen Fei's words, and the look in his eyes as he looked at the snake pillar changed. If you like someone, just say it directly. You're not afraid of death, yet you're afraid of this. Could it be that all 9 pillars were present? Adding to his desire to watch the fun, he blurted it out. Of course, his primary goal was to help the snake pillar. Despite his aloof appearance, he was actually incredibly shy. This is truly interesting, Shinobu Kacho said, glancing around and clapping her hands vigorously. This is good news, the flame pillar suddenly exclaimed. Of the 9 pillars, the flame pillar was actually the most normal one. The other 8, to varying degrees, had their own issues. For example, the rock pillar, even after hearing such a big piece of gossip, simply stood there quietly, his hands clasped together. The cloud pillar, Tokido Muchero, looked at the clouds in the sky with a bored expression, as if he hadn't heard anything. The water pillar, Tomika Jayu, had the same indifferent expression as always. Enough, now let's talk about the upper-ranked demons, the wind pillar suddenly roared, drawing everyone's attention back. In terms of attitude towards demons, the wind pillar was the one that was hated the most among all the pillars. After all, he was forced to kill his own mother. Although he knew that it was Nico's fault after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, she was still his mother after all. The information about the upper-ranked demons is not just about the upper-rank 6. He also learned about the upper-rank 2 from the upper-rank 6, after seeing that everyone was no longer obsessed with the issue of the snake pillar liking the love pillar. Yubuayashiki Koi immediately spoke out the information about the upper-rank 2. The Gakuriku cult. After hearing these 4 words, the pillars present began to ponder, hoping to find relevant information in their minds. I haven't heard of it. In the end, all the pillars shook their heads and said they didn't know. I've sent people to investigate. I'm sure we'll get the information soon. Thank you all for your help then. Why are you following me? I'm helping you get your thoughts out there. Judging from Love Pillar's attitude, she's also interested in you. Shouldn't you go find her now? In the hills behind Butterfly House, Shen Fei looked helpless as he watched the snake pillar following him. Stop talking nonsense, the snake pillar looked furious. His secret crush had been exposed, leaving him unsure how to face Love Pillar. At least he could have a face-to-face conversation with Love Pillar. With that, the snake pillar drew his Nichiren blade and charged at Shen Fei. Facing the snake pillar's attack, Shen Fei also drew his Nichiren blade. In the instant he dodged the blow, he slashed through the bandages on his face, revealing the part of him that was covered in bandages. The sudden revelation of his true identity made the snake pillar's expression terrifying, and a strong murderous intent emanated from him. Just as the love pillar once pretended to be a normal, powerless girl, the snake pillar's reason for liking the love pillar was to speak out because of his problem with the words. Are you worried about that? I think the love pillar is not so superficial, and I can help you return to normal. The snake pillar, radiating a powerful murderous intent, raised his Nichiren blade to attack, but upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the murderous intent immediately vanished. Really, there's no need to lie to you. I can heal you right now, but only if you trust me. The snake pillar's problem might be unsolvable in this world, but for Shen Fei, it was too simple. What should we do? Let's go back to the butterfly house first. It seems they didn't fight. Watching Shen Fei and the snake pillar return to the butterfly house one after the other, Kacho Shinobu was surprised. She had previously assumed Shen Fei and the snake pillar would engage in a serious duel. The love pillar remained silent. Control your breathing. You need to let the anesthetic take effect. Under normal circumstances, the pillars constantly maintain their breathing, but under these circumstances, the effects would be slow. The snake pillar obediently put away his breathing technique and passed out under the effects of the anesthetic. As for his white snake, it had been set aside by the snake pillar before he came in. You're lucky to have met me. After all, if he's cured, he'll be a handsome man, no less handsome than Jiao in the flame pillar room. Sorry, You can only be patient for a few more days. With a Philosopher's Stone, Shen Fei could have instantly cured the snake pillar's problem, but that would have exposed him, so Shen Fei had to resort to a slower method. It's okay, but recovery will take about 3 days. You can't eat or talk during these 3 days, got it? The speechless snake pillar nodded immediately. Although he couldn't see his condition now, he could still tell by feel that something was different. Done. 3 days later, Shen Fei removed the snake pillar's bandages and held up a mirror, letting the snake pillar look at himself. Staring at his now normal face in the mirror, the snake pillar remained speechless for a long time. What's going on? Shinobu Kacho and Love Pillar outside were waiting anxiously. Because Shen Fei promised to cure the snake pillar, the snake pillar's past was also revealed. Of course I took action to fix it, Shen Fei said, signaling Love Pillar to go in. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. As the owner of the butterfly house, Shinobu Kacho knew very well that such strength was beyond her reach. Shen Fei smiled and said nothing. Frankly speaking, Shinobu Kacho's medical skills were very powerful, but it was only because of the limitations of the times that she was so far behind Shen Fei. Chapter 196, Musen's Actions, Part 2. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, as a hero, now restored to his former appearance, stood with a love pillar. These 4 words immediately popped into Shen Fei's mind. However, both of them were pillars after all, lacking much free time. Their respective missions soon separated them, and if they wanted to stay together for a long time, they would probably have to wait until Musen was eliminated. After the other pillars left, Shen Fei left too, leaving only Shinobu Kacho to remain in the butterfly house to treat a woman released from the Rubens. Fujixi Mountain. In a hidden room, Shen Fei carefully observed the demons trapped within specially reinforced glass. There were 6 reinforced glass panes, each containing 6 demons. These 6 demons had been injected with a reversal potion he had developed, capable of eliminating demon genes in humans. He chose 6 to test the dosage. As the saying goes, excess is as bad as deficiency. Anything beyond a certain amount will have a counterproductive effect. Even oxygen can cause oxygen poisoning if it's too much. Besides testing the dosage, Shen Fei also wanted to see if he could retain some of the demon's abilities while in human form, such as physical recovery and enhanced fitness. Ghosts are more powerful than ordinary humans, partly due to their physical recovery and partly due to their increased physical fitness. Just like the extraneous virus, this thing that turns people into ghosts, while having its own downsides, can also have positive effects if used properly. Sure enough, wanting to have your cake and eat it too, that's a bit too greedy, just like the extraneous virus, which wants to retain its recovery effects while possessing powerful attacks. The same is true for ghosts. Is it a spiritual issue? Remembering that ghosts gradually grow stronger by cannibalizing humans until they possess blood demon arts, Shen Fei could only speculate that this was a spiritual issue. Unfortunately, the Operation Fruit, while powerful, has no effect on the soul. Nezuko's case is quite unique, but unfortunately difficult to study in detail. Nezuko doesn't cannibalize humans, but simply relies on sleep to replenish her energy. She even eventually acquired blood demon arts, an ability that is undoubtedly truly remarkable. In other words, Nezuko's intelligence increases slowly. If she possesses the intelligence of a normal demon, and doesn't eat humans, she'd transcend the boundaries between humans and demons. If this method could be widespread, it would be like the emergence of a new breed of humans. Scientists in the Marvel Universe would be madly eager to study Nezuko, hoping to find a method to popularize it. They'd be world-changing figures. Unfortunately, Shen Fei didn't have such a desire, even if he possessed the opera fruit. Nezuko's ability to do this is because she's Nezuko. Haven't you seen that for over 1,000 years, only one demon has appeared, and Tanjiro's contributions are invaluable? This is a result of 3 key factors: timing, location, and people. How could a universal method be possible? If it weren't for Tanjiro's perseverance, Nezuko would likely remain just an ordinary demon. Although you've become humans, I'm sorry. It's your fault for eating humans. Of the 6 demons, 2 eventually became humans, losing their demonic abilities, but Shen Fei didn't let them go. Although not all of these people volunteered to become demons, eating humans is their bottom line. After all, Shen Fei is human, too. Speaking of Nezuko's situation, could it be because she hasn't eaten humans? That's certainly a possibility. Demons are forbidden from eating humans and are difficult to control. Even Nezuko was only able to avoid attacking humans thanks to Tanjiro's tireless efforts. Other demons don't receive this kind of treatment. Even Muzan Kibutsuji probably hasn't considered this aspect. For over 1,000 years, Muzan himself has probably become accustomed to the idea that demons must eat humans. Your role is over. With the development of a drug that can transform into humans, there's naturally no need to keep the upper 6 siblings around. As expected, the upper 6 are completely different. Compared to the lower 6 demons, ordinary demons are far more powerful. Looking at the Philosopher's Stone condensed by the upper 6 siblings, Shen Fei was deeply shocked. The weight of this Philosopher's Stone far exceeded that of the android in the bottle. It seems I can't let any of the upper moons, Muzan, go. These are more than enough for my own training. The Philosopher's Stone is a panacea. Besides cultivating myself, keeping a proper stockpile is also a good precaution. Yet, as the 6 upper moon siblings transformed into Philosopher's Stones, their bodies crumbling into ash and dissipating into the air, a handsome young man with short black hair in a luxuriously decorated manner suddenly frowned. Mr. Yuan, what's wrong with you? A beautiful young woman looked at the young man with concern. Beside her, a young but very cute girl stretched out her arms to the young man, calling out, "Daddy, hug me, I remembered I have some things to do." "You should rest first," the black-haired young man said, ignoring the surprised look on the woman's face and heading out of the manor. As he passed through the courtyard, he could see a black cart to his right. Mirai-chan, as the black-haired young man walked out of the manor and past a small grove of trees in front, he suddenly whispered a name. As soon as the 2 words uttered, the young man vanished from the road, reappearing inside a complex building. "Bring all the upper moons here," the young man commanded, taking up residence at the upper level of the hall. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared from another room within the building, followed by 2 more. The 3 of them entered the hall from separate rooms. Upon seeing the young man seated above, they immediately knelt and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Muzan. I wonder what orders Lord Muzan has for us." A moment later, the figure on the far left gently raised his head and asked. The moment he looked up, it became clear that his face was drastically different from that of a normal person. He possessed 6 eyes, 6 sinister-looking ones, occupying his entire face. Such a face would surely terrify any ordinary person. Of the 3 pairs of 6 eyes, the center pair had the word upper rank written on the left and 1 written on the right, marking it as upper rank 1 of the 12 demon moons. The 2 people beside him then raised their heads one after another, their eyes also showing words, marking them as upper rank 2 and upper rank 3. "Whatever Master Muzan commands, I will definitely carry it out," upper rank 2 said with a gentle smile. "Stand up." The black-haired young man was none other than the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji. After a brief silence, he then instructed the 3 upper ranks to stand. "Daki and the others are dead," Muzan continued. "Oh, the Demon Slayer Corps are quite capable, aren't they?" Upper rank 2's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Muzan's words. "I know Daki's character well. I knew long ago that Chitara would one day be burdened by her," Muzan said of Daki, his words very calmly. "But regardless, they're the ones who've killed the most pillars among you over the years." Muzan liked Dakime, not because of her looks, but because she was obedient, especially compared to the other upper-ranked demons. "Please forgive me, Muzan-sama," Muzan said, and the 3 upper-ranked demons immediately knelt and said in unison. Compared to Dakime, the top 3 upper-ranked demons weren't as enthusiastic about killing pillars. If they came across one, they'd kill it, but if not, they wouldn't go out of their way to find one. It's not just the pillars. After all these years, you still haven't discovered the location of the Yubuayashiki clan. It seems I've been too easy on you. Muzan's angry voice made the 3 demons lower their heads, afraid to speak. "Next, I need you to kill at least 1 pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, and do your best to find the whereabouts of the Yubuayashiki clan. I'm fed up with them." As he spoke, Muzan's voice began to calm down. "Also, regarding the successor to upper rank 6, find a way to succeed him." With these words, Muzan disappeared from the hall. Lord Muzan seems very angry. "What are you 2 planning to do?" upper rank 2 said, opening the yellow iron folding fan in his hand. "Of course, we're going to carry out Lord Muzan's orders," upper rank 3 said, glaring coldly at upper rank 2. In response to upper rank 3's gaze, upper rank 2 merely smiled gently. Among the upper 6 demons, upper rank 2 and upper rank 3 have the worst relationship, as upper rank 2 rose to prominence later, usurping the position of upper rank 3. Upper rank 3 was already incredibly talented, having been born a formidable martial artist, earning the title of demon even before he was a non-demon. Rumors of this demon later caught the attention of Muzan, leading upper rank 3 to encounter Muzan and become a true demon. Even so, upper rank 3 was no match for upper rank 2, a demon of ordinary origin, and was quickly surpassed. Even upper rank 2, however, was no match for upper rank 1. As the only demon with a sword who could use breathing techniques, upper rank 2 was no match for him. Muzan creates demons at will, but when assigning them, he purposefully disperses them. This is partly to prevent them from gathering together, and partly to allow them to find the Demon Slayer core lair. While the Demon Slayer core hunts demons, the demons also hunt the core. The core constantly seeks Muzan's whereabouts, hoping to completely eliminate the Demon King. Muzan, likewise, seeks the core whereabouts, hoping to wipe out the Ubuyashiki clan once and for all, eliminating their future threat. This is a game of chess, and it all depends on who will emerge victorious. Upper rank 3 glared coldly at upper rank 2 for a long moment, then spoke into thin air, "Send me out." He instantly vanished from the hall. A short while later, upper rank 1 and upper rank 2 also left. Shortly after the 3 upper rank demons departed, 5 figures suddenly appeared in the building's 5 rooms, followed by Muzan, who had previously left. With the sound of a zither, figures from 5 different locations suddenly appeared before Muzan. "Greetings, Lord Muzan." The sudden change shocked the 5, and upon seeing the figure standing on the platform ahead, they immediately prostrated themselves. Looking into their eyes, they could clearly see that they were lower moons 1 through 6, with a missing lower moon 5. "What does Lord Muzan want to do by suddenly summoning us?" A lower moon demon knelt on the ground, his mind pounding with thought. The sudden news of Muzan's summon startled them. "You're curious why I summoned you?" Muzan's words startled the 5 demons. Though they hadn't communicated, their previous thoughts had been largely similar. "What have you been doing all these years? None of you have been able to accept more of my blood, none of you have been able to kill the Hashira, and even when you encountered the Demon Slayer core, you fled. Are you still the 12 demon moons?" Muzan's voice echoed again. Muzan never hesitates to spare his blood when it comes to the 12 demon moons. He only seeks strong opponents, as long as they're not surpassing him, Muzan won't fear them. Xiongkai, formerly of the 12 demon moons, was eliminated from the 12 demon moons because he couldn't continue to fuse with Muzan's blood. In all these years, not a single lower moon demon has emerged to challenge the upper moons in a bloody battle. Who could possibly defeat that bunch of monsters? Those unfamiliar with the 12 demon moons would assume that the demons within them are of similar strength. Even Shen Fei thought the same when he first heard of them. However, only after truly understanding the composition of the 12 demon moons will one understand the vast difference between the upper and lower moon demons. The lower moon demons aren't fools, challenging them without confidence is courting death. In a bloody battle between upper moon demons, there are rarely any casualties, as they're all demons and cannot be killed. The same is true between lower moon demons, but the battles between upper and lower moon demons are different. The upper ranks can't kill the lower ranks, but they can subdue them. Just basking in the sun. Those monsters, the upper ranks also achieve their current positions through bloody battles with the lower ranks. If they can do it, why can't you? How can we compare to those monsters? If we can't compare to those monsters, then what's the point of having you? The lower rank 3 thought to himself. Upon hearing Muzan's words, he immediately sensed something was amiss, but the next moment, his head flew off. Demons can't be killed, but Muzan, the Demon King, is an exception. If he so desires, he can kill even an upper rank 1. Muzan's sudden layoff startled the other lower ranks, causing them to quiet their thoughts and refrain from letting their thoughts wander. But the more they did so, the more their thoughts became uncontrollable. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, all 5 lower ranks were laid off by their boss, Muzan. Even if an upper rank demon, Muzan, is angry, he won't lay off employees at will, but as for the lower rank demons, they can lay off employees at will. Distribute this blood to those demons and see if there are any lower rank demons that can be used. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Muzan's Actions, Part 2. Find me the Ubuyashiki clan, Muzan, after a massive layoff, left behind a few words and a trace of blood before vanishing from the building. Following Muzin's disappearance, a faceless, mysterious woman, seated on a wooden platform in the center of the building, clutching a pipa, nodded gently. Numerous single-eyed creatures emerged from her body. As the mysterious woman played the pipa, these creatures quickly vanished from the building. How do we inject Nezuko? Do it secretly. Shen Fei, heading to the next possible location for ghosts, pondered how to restore Nezuko's health. Let's just let her recover secretly. This world doesn't have scientists. While it's strange for a ghost to transform into human, since ghosts exist, nothing is impossible. If only I could meet that female ghost named Tomoyo. Technically, Tomoyo was the first ghost to break free from Muzin's control. Nezuko was only second. Not only did she break free from Muzin's control, she even created a ghost herself, a ghost created entirely without Muzin's power. Upper-ranked demons can create demons, but the primary factor in this process is Muzin's blood. However, Tomoyo's demons are not of this kind, not to mention that they possess blood demon arts that ordinary demons lack. While it might take a while to create blood demon arts without cannibalism, it's beyond Muzin's capabilities. Fortunately, Tomoyo's demon-creating abilities are immense. She's only managed one in over 200 years, otherwise a new demon king might have emerged. The Demon Slayer Corps has suffered heavy casualties recently, with a large number of demons appearing. It seems Muzin has begun to take action. After so many years of cowardice, it's time for him to emerge. Looking at the intelligence brought over by the Demon Slayer Corps, Shen Fei roughly guessed what was happening. It was probably due to the death of the upper rank 6. Speaking of which, could there be other reasons for Muzin's cowardice? After putting down the letter, Shen Fei pondered for a moment, but then gave up on the idea. The information was severely insufficient, and he had no idea what exactly happened between Tsugumi Yoriichi and Muzin. All he knew was that Yoriichi Tsudakoku nearly killed Muzin, so much so that 400 years later, whenever he saw Tanjiro's flower cards, he couldn't help but think of the man who nearly killed him. Shen Fei had no idea of the specifics of their battle, but it must have been a one-sided massacre, otherwise Muzin wouldn't have been so terrified. Just like Gecko Marias defeated the hands of Kato, he was overwhelmed with fear and never dared to venture into the new world again. Is the next destination not a spider mountain? So that's where it is. I remember. Seeing the place name, Shen Fei immediately remembered where it was, the place where the spider demons played house. Wanting family? That's the same idea as Whitebird, but Whitebird is known for his love for his family, while this one seems to be role-playing out of fear. A Lower Moon 5, Tired, a demon that Muzin deeply loves, a demon who can break Muzin's ban. Even when Muzin summons the Lower Moon demons to reprimand or even lay off them, this one remains unmoved. Compared to Daki, Muzin favored her because the siblings had killed the most pillars, while Rui's love was unconditional, granting him the greatest freedom, a privilege not even afforded to the upper-ranked demons. Help, help. Shen Fei heard distant cries of fear as he arrived at Nadia's Spider Mountain. They must have been the cries for help from the Demon Slayer Corps members who had arrived earlier. What's going on? Shen Fei asked, unsheathing his Nichiren blade and striking the closest one, a man with short black hair who was still using the Nichiren blade to fend off a tidal wave of tiny white spiders. The demons are too powerful. We must ask the pillars for help, the rescued Demon Slayer said bluntly. His breathing was rapid, but his expression remained undimmed by fear. How many of you are here? Shen Fei looked at the 3 Demon Slayer Corps members hanging from the trees ahead, but he didn't rush to act. 10 of us. I split into 2 groups and came in from 2 directions. We haven't even seen a ghost, and we're already like this. What's your name? Shen Fei said, using his observation haki to survey the surroundings. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, there are quite a few demons, right? It looks like the Demon Slayer Corps members are still alive. My name is Murata, the Demon Slayer said, attempting to rescue the 3 entourage members hanging from the tree. Murata, wait here, I'll take action, Shen Fei said, and without waiting for Murata to speak, he ran forward, dispatching all the attacking spiders with his Nichiren sword. Shen Fei quickly rescued the 3 Demon Slayer Corps members. It must be said that these demons' methods were brutal. The spider silk had etched itself into the bones of these 3. Even if anyone else had saved them, they would have been permanently disabled due to the wrong methods. Hold on here for a moment. I'll go take out the ghost behind the scenes. Shen Fei had already determined the ghost's location through his observation haki. Before it could leave, His men dispatched a multitude of spiders that charged at him with a single slash. Then, he charged towards the ghost's location. His speed was so swift that the smaller spiders targeting him were powerless to stop him. Just as he was about to reach the ghost, a towering headless ghost suddenly lunged at him from above. Shen Fei ignored the headless ghost. With a single tap of his foot, he shifted his position, passing it and appearing before the ghost. Seeing the ghost's desperate expression, he struck him unconscious with a single blow. This was Shen Fei's actual actions, but anyone observing from the side would have seen him decapitate the ghost with his sunwheel blade, which then reduced it to ash. Illusion magic. Shen Fei then took the opportunity to draw the Philosopher's Stone transmutation formation on the ground, tossed the ghost to top, and immediately activated the formation. Next, after destroying the refining formation, Shen Fei immediately rushed to the other location where he had sensed the ghost. There were two ghosts there. One was tall, with many eyes on its head, and the other was a female ghost dressed in white. "Daddy, help me," the female ghost shouted in fear upon seeing Shen Fei rushing towards her. Roar. Hearing her daughter's cry, the father ghost immediately rushed towards Shen Fei, waving her massive arms. But the next moment, Shen Fei had passed over him and appeared in front of the female ghost, just as the father ghost's limbs began to separate. "Ah!" The female ghost screamed in fear at the sudden disintegration of the father ghost's body, then turned and tried to escape. "Stay with me," Shen Fei immediately restrained him. As he saw the father ghost's limbs begin to recover, he immediately used his sunwheel blade to draw refining formation on the ground. Once complete, he threw the female ghost into it, then formed seals with his hands and threw golden chains at the father ghost, pulling him towards him. This time, Shen Fei didn't immediately destroy the formation, but instead unleashed the power of the opera fruit. Room, slaughterhouse. Instantly, the stone pebble in the center of the formation vanished, replaced by a seemingly young, short boy demon. However, if one looked into his eyes, one would notice the words Lower Moon 5 written on them. While Shen Fei's current observation haki had a considerable range, it was still far inferior to the range of the opera fruit. If he unleashed the full power of the opera fruit, it could cover the entire Spider Mountain. He had sensed Lower Moon 5K preparing to advance towards Murata and the others, and this time, he used the opera fruit's exchange ability to swap him with him. Murata, the unofficial king, had escaped a catastrophic disaster because of this. This Demon Slayer Corps member survived until the core battle with Muse in an infinite castle, and it seemed he could still survive, perhaps even to the end. And it wasn't just because he'd survived because of his escaping. In some ways, this luck in the Pillar Slayer blade was even greater than that of the main character. The sudden spatial shift surprised Lei. Seeing Shen Fei was human, and a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he was about to speak when Shen Fei attacked, instantly locking him with golden chains. Shen Fei wasn't in the mood for his nonsense. Granted, every demon had a tragic past, but didn't those they devour deserve to die? While Lei struggled, Shen Fei immediately activated the transformation formation. "One last one," Shen Fei said, throwing a stone into the transformation formation. This time, Shen Fei didn't want to run. Using the same method he'd used to eliminate the Lower Moon 5, he activated the special swap again, swapping in the human-faced spider demon. This demon's appearance had Lei even more bewilderment than the Lower Moon 5. Furthermore, since he'd always preferred to hang in the air, suddenly appearing on the ground was even more awkward. Shen Fei repeated the same trick and eliminated the demon. There are no more demons. Time to rescue people. It wasn't just the Demon Slayer Corps that had been captured, a number of ordinary humans had also been captured, many of whom were beyond saving. 2 more Demon Slayer Corps members are dead. Of the 10 members of the Demon Slayer Corps, only 8 remained alive, 7 were seriously injured, and 1 was slightly wounded. Murata, the passerby king, had indeed been right. The 2 dead had been killed by demons before Shen Fei arrived. Shen Fei then used a sparrow to notify the butterfly house to send Hideki to handle the aftermath. Because so many people had been poisoned, Shinobu Kacho had to come personally. Shinobu Kacho and the logistics team arrived quickly, and the rescue effort began. The poison of the human-faced spider demon, the Emerald City's disgusting venom, could degenerate humans into spiders. "I didn't expect so many demons to gather together," Shinobu Kacho said after the rescue was complete, a look of deep emotion on her face as she approached Shen Fei. The Demon Slayer Corps' method of dealing with demons had always been to outnumber them. Furthermore, Demons had never gathered together before, so this was a first. The Demon Slayer Corps works in teams, firstly to have more people to deal with demons, and secondly, in case they encounter a powerful demon, someone can escape and report the situation so that the pillars can handle it. If all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are wiped out somewhere and the higher-ups don't get any relevant information, it will be very dangerous. The logistical work of the Hidden Clan was handled very quickly, and it seemed that they were all strictly trained. When Shen Fei and Shinobu Kato were preparing many wounded to return to the Butterfly House, on a not very smooth road, more than a dozen members of the Demon Slayer Corps were fighting desperately with others, and many members of the Demon Slayer Corps were lying around. The person surrounded by the Demon Slayer Corps members, no, it should be a demon, was a young demon with short peach pink hair, golden eyes, pale skin, and countless dark blue tattoos on his body representing sinners. In his eyes, there was a number representing his status, upper rank 3. Unexpectedly encountering the upper rank 3, the Demon Slayers fought while sending out a call for help. Despite being no match for the upper rank 3, no one retreated. Having spotted an upper rank demon, they were determined to hold him back until the pillars arrived, even if it meant their entire force perished. Surprisingly, the upper rank 3, for some reason, didn't immediately attack and kill all the Demon Slayers, apparently waiting for something. Even so, every once in a while, another Demon Slayer would fall in a pool of blood, the disparity in strength vast. The Demon Slayer's Nichiren swords, slashing against the upper rank 3's body, couldn't even break his defense, let alone injure him. Weak. So weak, upper rank 3 Akaza said, after kicking a Demon Slayer away. He then grasped the Nichiren sword that had been slashed by another Demon Slayer in his right hand and crushed it. He then grabbed the other member's neck, ready to crush him. But just then, a red blade suddenly appeared from the side, slicing off upper rank 3's hand and saving the Demon Slayer. This was the first time upper rank 3 had been injured since the beginning. Flame Pillar Sama, the surrounding Demon Slayers exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. The previous sacrifices had not been in vain, the pillar had finally appeared. It was none other than Rengoku Kaijuro, one of the 9 pillars. He sported long yellow and red hair, a cape adorned with a flame pattern, and wielded the red Nichiren sword. Retreat. Seeing the numbers in the opposing demon's eyes, the flame pillar immediately ordered the surrounding Demon Slayers to retreat. Against a demon of this caliber, the Demon Slayers would be courting death. Finally, a master has appeared. Upper rank 3's eyes grew serious upon seeing the flame pillar. Through the intuition between masters, Akaza knew the flame pillar was a rare expert. Activate the technique. Facing a master, Akaza immediately activated his blood demon jutsu, a technique that increases in power with increasing strength. Destruction slashing style, Akaza launched his attack at the flame pillar without further ado, swinging his hands forward at a speed too fast for the average person to see. This wasn't a close-range attack, but a ranged one, a rapid punch to the air that sent a shockwave forward. Flame breathing style 4, Uzumaki of Rising Flame. Faced with Akaza's sudden ranged attack, the flame pillar swung his red Nichiren blade, unleashing a swirling slash centered on himself, destroying Akaza's shockwave. Chapter 198, Musen's Actions, and Destruction and Slaughter Style, Flame Breathing Form 5, Flame Tiger, Flame Breathing Form 2, Flame Sky Rising, Destruction and Slaughter Style, Upper Rank 3 Akaza and the Flame Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Rengoku Kaijuro, engaged in a fierce exchange immediately after the battle began, each unleashing their own unique attacks. Both men were completely focused on the other. A clash between masters of their caliber could easily result in fatal damage. I never thought there was someone nearing the supreme realm within the Demon Slayer Corps. You're far superior to those guys. After another clash of moves, Akaza gazed at his broken left arm with a look of excitement, gazing admiringly at the flame pillar before him, unconcerned with the injury. The flame pillar didn't respond to Akaza's words, concentrating on recovering his previously depleted energy with his flame breathing. A closer look at his arms revealed a slight tremor, gripping the Nichiren sword. From the beginning of the battle until now, the flame pillar had inflicted considerable damage on Akaza, even severing his arm once more. However, the opponent was an upper-ranked demon with incredible recovery abilities. Without a decapitation, any damage inflicted was meaningless. Even though the pillar's physical strength, enhanced by his breathing techniques, far surpassed that of an ordinary human, there was still a significant gap between him and a demon, especially an upper-ranked demon. Had it been a human-to-human battle, Akaza's previous injuries would have likely succumbed. Although you are formidable and approaching the supreme realm, as a human, you will never reach that realm. The human body is too weak, subject to aging and death. Only by joining us can you continue your training. After Akaza's arm healed, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he pleaded with the Flame Pillar, hoping to persuade him to become a demon. "Shut up," the Flame Pillar shouted. A coward might have been instigated by Akaza, but the Flame Pillar was not that kind of person. As he spoke, the Flame Pillar launched an attack. A thunderous sound immediately erupted from his body, and he rushed towards Akaza like a meteor. The red Nichiren sword seemed to dye the entire space red. The secret of the breathing of flame, the 9 forms, purgatory. The Flame Pillar's attack made Akaza, who is in the compass technique barrier, feel an extremely strong sense of crisis in his heart. It was the most dangerous moment Akaza had felt so far, a deadly danger. Destruction and killing style. The strong sense of crisis made Akaza immediately use his strongest attack and swung a full-strength punch at the coming Nichiren sword. Boom! The full-strength attacks of both sides collided, and a loud bang erupted. This sound made the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were watching the battle from a distance cover their ears. The force of the collision between the two sides turned the ground where the man and the demon were standing into a big pit. At this time, on both sides of the pit, the Flame Pillar was half kneeling on the ground, with a Nichiren sword on the ground, and his right hand resting on the hilt of the Nichiren sword. As for his left arm, it was hanging to the side, and it was already blood red. On Akaza's side, the entire right arm was cut in half from the middle, extending directly to the neck. Looking at Akaza's head, it drooped on the left shoulder, with only a trace of flesh and blood connected to the neck. The Flame Pillar's ultimate blow of the Breath of Fire was just a hair's breadth away from chopping off Akaza's head, but it was a pity that this very hair's breadth turned the whole ending upside down. "What a pity," Akaza said as he pressed his head with his left hand. The regenerative ability of the demon made his head, which was almost cut off, recover quickly. Not only the head, but also the injuries on his right arm and right shoulder were recovering rapidly. This is a demon. If you can't cut off its head, no matter how hard the previous battle was, the result will be in vain. Don't you think it's a pity to die like this? Join us. Akaza, who has fully recovered, once again issued a call to the Flame Pillar. The Flame Pillar expressed his intention with practical actions. Even if he only had one hand left and his body was seriously injured, he would never compromise with a demon. Lord Flame Pillar. At this time, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed up and surrounded the Flame Pillar. They ran over regardless of danger because they were worried about the battle situation. Is it just for these trash? Akaza glanced at the members of the Demon Slayer Corps coldly, and then launched an attack, kicking the Demon Slayer Corps member closest to him. Be careful. After seeing this scene, the Flame Pillar immediately rushed up regardless of his injuries, and blocked Akaza's foot with his Nichiren sword, thus saving the Demon Slayer Corps member. You retreat first, leave this to me. The Flame Pillar was very clear about the extent of his injuries. It was simply wishful thinking to kill demons. At this point, he could only do his best to hold Akaza back and let the other Demon Slayer Corps members escape. Lord Flame Pillar, you go first, we will stop him. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps did not obey the Flame Pillar's orders. In their opinion, the lives of all of them were not as important as the life of the Flame Pillar alone. If they died, there would naturally be someone to replace them, but the Flame Pillar had no replacement. You can't stop him. Go quickly and tell the leader the information here. This is an order. The Flame Pillar loudly scolded those members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The gap in strength between the two sides was such that only the Flame Pillar could buy time. Although the ideas of those members of the Demon Slayer Corps were good, they were unrealistic. Even if the Flame Pillar was willing to leave, Akaza would soon catch up with him after killing them. In that case, you all go to hell and destroy the killing style. Akaza seemed to be very impatient at this time. It seemed that he didn't want to recruit the Flame Pillar anymore, and directly used his killer move. Be careful. Seeing Akaza's raised fist, the Flame Pillar roared and rushed to the front, attempting to block the attack. Of the 9 pillars blocking, the Flame Pillar was the most kind-hearted. Of course, the Wind Pillar, Snake Pillar, and the others wouldn't deliberately do so, but they wouldn't stingily sacrifice the lives of the Demon Slayers to create opportunities for themselves to kill demons. Much like Sound Pillar Yuzu Tengen, who was planning to use Kanzakiari as bait. But the Flame Pillar was different. As long as he was present in the battle, the Demon Slayer Corps casualties were 0. They could kill others, but only if they killed him first. Just as the Flame Pillar was about to sacrifice his own life to block Akaza's attack, a figure suddenly intruded from the side, a blue light waving in the air. Akaza's powerful blow seemed to be completely neutralized by the blue light. Then, a blue light flashed across Akaza's neck, and a figure appeared behind him. Judging by their attire, it was none other than Water Pillar Tomioka Jiayu. Water breathing form 11 was exactly the attack method Tomioka Jiayu had just used, combining offense and defense, the greatest characteristic of water breathing. Bang! A moment later, Akaza's head fell from his shoulders. With Akaza's strength, he shouldn't have been killed by Jiayu in one blow, but who could blame him for having been so focused on the Flame Pillar? We won. Seeing the upper rank 3's head chopped off, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then cheered. Although the price they paid was high, with many dead, they had finally killed this powerful upper rank demon. Seeing Tomioka Jiayu appear, the Flame Pillar finally breathed a sigh of relief, and with a sigh of relief, the Flame Pillar's body immediately collapsed. Previously, with Akaza's presence, the Flame Pillar had been holding on with flame breathing, and with this relaxation, his breathing naturally relaxed as well. Flame Pillar Sama, the Demon Slayer Corps members immediately supported the fallen Flame Pillar. Take him away quickly, the demon isn't dead yet. At this moment, Tomioka Jiayu's urgent voice suddenly rang out. What? As soon as Jiayu Tomioka finished speaking, all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps immediately focused their attention on Akaza, who was still standing. Normally, when a demon's head is chopped off, the body will collapse and die, but at this time Akaza's body is still alive, and his body seems to make a silent cry, and the headless corpse wanders in the same place, refusing to disappear. Take Hydra away immediately, and leave this to me. The sudden change made Jiayu immediately give the most appropriate order. At this time, Jiayu Tomioka was actually very shocked, but because he always looked cold, outsiders could not see what he was thinking. Lord Water Pillar, be careful. This time, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps did not hesitate, and quickly left with the Flame Pillar. At the same time, several people took the lead and left first, hoping to bring the news back as soon as possible so that they could send people to support. It can actually be restored. Seeing that the head showed signs of growing back, Tomioka Jiayu immediately launched an attack on the headless Akaza, but this time Jiayu's attack did not work. Akaza fought back, but even though he had no head, because the ritual barrier was still there, Jiayu's attack could not be hidden from him at all. Water breathing is an integrated offense and defense, but this is just a nice way of saying it. Another way of saying it is that water breathing is mediocre, its offense is not as good as fire breathing, its speed is not as good as thunder breathing, and its defense is not as good as flame breathing. Before, Jiayu was able to chop off Akaza's head because he caught him off guard, but now that he is on guard, the difference between Jiayu's attack and that of the Flame Pillar can be seen. Of course, moderation also has its advantages. Moderation is actually balance, without weaknesses, and not easily targeted. Since chopping off the head can't kill the upper 3, Jiayu is ready to use another method, relying on water breathing to delay until the sun appears. In terms of delaying time, Jiayu is much better than the Flame Pillar. Damn it! As time passed, the sun was about to appear. Although Akaza was very angry, he had to retreat. Even though he broke the limit of being killed by beheading, Akaza did not want to try to break through another limit and not be afraid of the sun. Ahem, after Akaza escaped, Jiayu breathed a sigh of relief and slumped on the ground. Even though he had been using the breathing of water to deal with it, he was also seriously injured due to the difference in strength. If Akaza had held on for a while, he might be able to kill him. If Akaza had not broken through the limit, with Jiayu's strength, he could still fight Akaza, but after the breakthrough, his strength increased, and Jiayu's strength was a little insufficient. Even if it was replaced by the Flame Pillar at this time, the attack that almost chopped off Akaza's head before would definitely not have such an effect now. Lord Water Pillar. After Akaza escaped, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had been watching the battle from a distance came over immediately. Although Jiayu asked them to leave before, they did not all leave. Soon after, the hidden squad of the Demon Slayer Corps appeared and began to clean up the mess, mainly collecting the bodies of the Demon Slayer Corps members who died in the battle and taking them back for burial. Whenever possible, the Demon Slayer Corps will take the bodies of the fallen members back, unless they really can't find the bodies, then they will ignore them. We've encountered the upper 3, It looks like the flame pillar has escaped death. In the butterfly house, Shen Fei saw the injured flame pillar and water pillar, and then he understood what they had encountered. The flame pillar in the original work died at the hands of Akaza, but this does not mean that the flame pillar is weaker than Akaza. The flame pillar at that time had consumed a lot of physical strength to save people, and guarded several carriages alone before encountering Akaza. In a fair fight, the flame pillar is of course stronger than Akaza, but it's a pity that there is no fairness in fighting with demons. Akaza shouts about fighting every day, but in fact, he is just bullying people with the demon's physique and blood demon art. Just like what Tanjiro shouted, the Demon Slayer Corps dares to fight demons at night, but demons never dare to fight people during the day. At night, the strength of demons is enhanced. Not to mention anything else, the vision alone is a great advantage, not to mention the hard skin comparable to steel. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. I didn't die after cutting off my head. The reports from the flame pillar and the water pillar made Yubashiki Koya frown. This was the first time that the Demon Slayer Corps encountered such a thing. The upper six doesn't seem to have such a situation. Is it an ability only possessed by the top three, or is the upper three special? In this case, Muzan may also encounter such a situation, which is troublesome. Humans have many disadvantages compared to demons. Beheading is useless, and only sunlight can be used. Under such circumstances, fighting against Muzan, the Demon King, will definitely result in heavy casualties. It seems that we can only rely on him. It's a pity that the breathing of the sun has not been passed down, otherwise. Thinking of the breathing of the sun, Yubashiki couldn't help but sigh deeply. The Yubashiki clan had left behind all the training methods for the breathing of the sun. After all, the current mainstream breathing techniques evolved from it. Without the training methods, how could it be possible? However, the breathing of the sun was eventually completely destroyed by the Yubashiki clan, leaving behind only a few fragments of information, and no training methods at all. Also, given his strength, why doesn't it seem to have changed at all? According to the records, at that level of strength, he should have changed. As the leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Yubashiki clan possesses a wealth of information on breathing techniques, including the markings. The Yubashiki clan is eagerly awaiting a swordsman who can activate the markings. Although the side effects of activating the markings are significant, their strength increases dramatically. More importantly, once a swordsman activates the markings, a wave of swordsmen will appear around them like a butterfly effect. No matter what, we've finally caught Muzan by surprise. This time, we must kill him at all costs. Chapter 199 Infinite City, Part 1. Thunder Breathing Form 2, Inato, facing the motionless upper-ranked demon in front of him, the young demon slayer swiftly approached from behind and unleashed a 5-hit combo at breathing techniques at its neck. The upper-ranked demon seemed unresponsive to the attack, allowing it to land on his neck. 5 rapid slashes sent sparks flying across his neck, but sadly, the upper-ranked demon's neck remained unscathed. Thunder Breathing Form 3, Gathering Mosquitoes into Thunder, Thunder Breathing Form 4, Distant Thunder, Thunder Breathing Form 5, Heat Realm Thunder, Thunder Breathing Form 6, Lightning and Thunder. The young demon slayer then unleashed every sword form he had learned, but unfortunately, the sword forms that had previously been invincible against demons were now powerless to harm the upper-ranked demon. The sight before him filled the boy's eyes with terror. Without a second thought, he turned and fled, leaving the upper-ranked demon standing motionless, a look of astonishment. Then, without a second thought, the upper-ranked demon appeared behind the fleeing boy, his sword slashing across his right arm, severing it. With a thud, the demon slayer lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. He somersaulted several times and slid a distance before finally coming to a stop. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I can't die yet. I'll do anything for you as long as you don't kill me. Just as the upper-ranked demon was about to strike again, completely annihilating the demon slayer, regardless of his injuries, immediately rose from the ground and knelt before the upper-ranked demon, shouting non-stop. The upper-ranked demon, about to strike with his sword, hesitated upon seeing this. After a long moment, he sheathed his weapon. Don't you want to die? Then become a demon. He walked over to the kneeling boy and scratched his palm with his left fingernail. A large drop of demon blood appeared in his palm. He then placed his left palm before the boy, allowing him to choose whether to fuse with a demon. Without hesitation, the boy licked the upper-ranked demon's palm and drank the demon blood. As he drank, he roared in pain. Whether you survive depends on whether you can fuse with this blood. If you can't, you will die, the upper-rank demon said calmly to the boy screaming in pain. Becoming a demon isn't easy. Just as not every member of the Demon Slayer Corps can practice breathing techniques, not everyone can become a demon by absorbing the blood of an upper-rank demon or musin. It depends on whether one can absorb demon blood. Tanjiro's family, and Musin's family, didn't just leave Nezuko with their own blood, they also had some, but none of them survived the blood melting process. Demon blood, in certain circumstances, can be considered a life-saving elixir. If someone is near death and can absorb demon blood, they can continue to live, albeit in demon form. The boy screamed in agony, rolling on the ground. After a long moment, his screams finally subsided, finally stopping completely. His broken right arm had healed, and his once handsome face had turned pale. His ears had become pointed, and strange black tiger stripes had appeared on his face. Power, is this power? Feeling the immense power within him, the demon-turned boy's eyes blazed with greedy ambition. The demon-turned boy immediately reached for the Nichiren sword, which had been held in his previously severed right arm. The moment he grasped the sword in his right hand, the blade, once a dark gold, dimmed. While still dark gold overall, it had a grayish-white hue. "Thank you, sir," the demon-turned boy, having secured the Nichiren sword, immediately knelt before the upper-rank demon once more. The ambition that had previously filled his eyes seemed to have vanished. At that moment, the sound of dozens of footsteps could be heard from the side. A moment later, a dozen or so demon slayers rushed out from the side, quickly surrounding the upper-rank demon and the kneeling demon-turned boy. "Gyataku, are you alright?" the leading demon slayer asked worriedly upon seeing the kneeling boy. At this moment, he didn't think much of the situation. "Captain, he seems unwell." However, someone else in the Demon Slayer Corps noticed something was amiss and immediately warned their captain. "It's Ochima." What a coincidence, the demon-turned boy known as Jian stood up and turned to face the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon seeing Jian's face, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were stunned. Jian's face was all too familiar to them, it was a demon. "Jian, you actually..." Jian's transformation into a demon left the members of the Demon Slayer Corps at a loss for words. Even though they had previously disliked Jian's selfishness and arrogance, they were still all members of the Demon Slayer Corps and had never imagined that he would choose to become a demon. "Jian, are you truly worthy of the years of instruction from the narrow Hashira-sama?" one member of the Demon Slayer Corps shouted in anger. According to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, if a member becomes a demon, the teacher who taught that member bears the most direct responsibility and must commit seppuku, regardless of their status, even if they are the current pillar. "Who cares about that old bastard? He always looks down on me and values that coward. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. If it weren't for his past as a pillar, which allowed me to achieve such a high status in the Demon Slayer Corps, do you really think I would have accepted him as my master?" After becoming a demon, Gyataku revealed his true nature. Demon slayers trained by previous pillars are naturally very different from ordinary demon slayers. Not to mention the pillar's own guidance and various resources, the treatment they receive upon joining the Demon Slayer Corps alone is different. Just look at the treatment given to Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and others. The surrounding Demon Slayer Corps members were shocked by Gyataku's shamelessness. "It's time to send you on your way." Lightning breathing form 4, long-range thunder, Gyataku spoke and began to attack. His previous attacks on the upper-rank demons were completely ineffective, but against these demon slayers, they were instantly devastating. Gyataku's strength was already among the top of the Demon Slayer Corps, and with all 9 pillars now complete, he would have been strong enough to be a pillar in the past. The speed of his thunder breathing allowed Gyataku to dispatch all the demon slayers who had come to support him in response to his distress call in a matter of seconds. Moon breathing, as Gyataku finished off the demon slayers, an upper-rank demon attacked. With a powerful kick, the ground shattered, and he soared into the air, attacking the 4 crows soaring overhead. His unique moon-breathing technique, combined with his own blood demon arts, ripped 3 of the 4 crows apart. Only the last, soaring high, dodged the upper-rank demon's attack and quickly flew away. At that altitude and speed, even the upper-rank demon couldn't reach it. This upper-rank demon was the strongest of the upper-rank 1 and 12 demon moons. Any other upper-rank demon would have been unmoved by Jiao's plea for mercy and killed him. While upper-rank demons can create demons, they're too lazy to do so unless they encounter someone they find interesting. Ji-Yao's plea for mercy reminded upper rank 1 of his former self, and that's why he gave Ji-Yao a chance. Whereas the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, upper rank 1, staring at Ji-Yao with 6 eyes after landing, asked directly. Lord Muzan was already fretting over the affairs of the Demon Slayer Corps, and Ji-Yao's transformation into a demon presented an opportunity. I know, but a scorpion escaped earlier. We need to hurry, but there are only 2 of us, Ji-Yao said, but hesitated. The Demon Slayer Corps was not weak, and even though upper rank 1's strength made Ji-Yao despair, running over with just 2 men would undoubtedly be courting death. While upper rank 1 Kakashibo is confident in his own strength, he's no fool. He understands Ji-Yao's point. One-on-one, Kakashibo considers himself no match for anyone, but if surrounded, that's a different story. With that, he immediately begins contacting his superiors. A moment later, he and Ji-Yao appeared within a mysterious building. Muzan is a very cautious demon, deeply distrusting even his own subordinates, especially the upper-rank demons. Therefore, he's the only one who can contact the upper-rank demons. To reach him, the upper-rank demons must go through the mysterious building containing Nirvana. This mysterious building is, of course, the Infinite Castle. Nirvana is a demon created by Muzan with years of painstaking effort. She doesn't possess any significant power, but merely controls the Infinite Castle and cannot leave without Muzan's orders. Muzan painstakingly created Nirvana to facilitate communication with the demons. Otherwise, even if he could know the demons' locations, he'd still have to travel there in person, a truly devastating loss for the Demon King. But with Naruto, things were different. Simply by playing the Zither, Muzan could summon any demon he desired, and they could also hide their location. We've found the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Naruto reported, and Muzan soon appeared in Mujin Castle. Seeing Muzan for the first time, Jioku, who had been kneeling on the ground, unable to lift his head, wasn't because Jioku was truly incapable, but rather because of the suppression of Muzan's blood. A jaguar has escaped, so why don't you act quickly, Muzan said, and upper rank 2, Doma, and upper rank 3, Akaza, also appeared in Mujin Castle. Send them to the nearest location, Muzan said, and departed. Naruto's power, while miraculous, required a demon to be present in the target location in order to teleport directly there. However, demons were impossible to find in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I heard you were almost killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. Doma smiled at Akaza as the 4 demons, escorted from Mujin Castle by Naruto, rushed towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This time, let's switch places and fight. Akaza gave Doma a cold look, then ignored him. Having survived the beheading, Akaza's strength had greatly increased. Of course, he wouldn't give up on reclaiming his former position. If possible, he would even challenge upper rank 1. It seems you're very confident this time. Have you increased your strength? Despite knowing Akaza's increased strength, Doma seemed unconcerned. Upper rank 1, Kakashibo, pretended not to hear their conversation and simply rushed towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. No problem, I promise. Quick, transport all the wounded. While the demons were moving, a large number of Hydra clan members were present at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the Butterfly House, and the Yubuayashiki clan's residence, helping with the relocation. After the surviving crow flew back, the relocation operation immediately began. The hidden clan members' action seemed orderly, as if they had been specifically trained. In reality, they had been trained. The Yubuayashiki clan knew Muzan was searching for them, and they had devised a plan years ago to maintain 3 burrows. They had established numerous butterfly houses and Yubuayashiki clan residences throughout the area. Much like the Swordsmith village, after the invasion, the original story's Swordsmith village was quickly relocated to a spare, empty village. You're thinking of leaving Jiogaku. As the hidden guard relocated, several pillars, including Shen Fei and Yubuayashiki Koya, gathered to discuss preparations for a possible attack. At the mention of Jiogaku, everyone couldn't help but sigh softly, not for Jiogaku, but for the sound pillar. In such a situation, even Yubuayashiki Koya wouldn't be able to protect the sound pillar. The pillar of thunder breathing technique isn't called the thunder pillar, but the sound pillar. Fight, or retreat, however, they quickly put Jiogaku and the sound pillar aside and focused on the current situation. If nothing unexpected happens, several upper-rank demons will surely attack together. Without the full complement of the 9 pillars, the Demon Slayer Corps' current strength would be extremely dangerous against them. Upper rank 3 had already proven its strength, and upper ranks 2 and 1 above it would be even more formidable. This is indeed an opportunity, but I wonder if Muzan will show up in person. If he does, it would save us a lot of trouble, allowing us to capture them all in one fell swoop. But if he doesn't, it would be very difficult. Shen Fei was torn between two options. The combined attack of several upper-rank demons was a rare opportunity, but with Muzan's mentality, Shen Fei was certain that once he eliminated them all, they would continue to hide for centuries. A boss with such a mentality would be a real problem for Shen Fei right now. It wasn't like the pirate world. If they wanted to confront a powerful figure, they could simply go to his lair. It seems that the only way is to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Ubuyashiki Koya and let him be the bait to lure Muzan out. In the original work, he was the bait to lure Muzan out. Chapter 200 Infinite City, Part 2. Excellent efficiency, truly worthy of the Ubuyashiki clan. Although it was still late at night when Crowfly returned, the Demon Slayer Corps Hidden Guard had already dispatched a large number of personnel to complete the relocation. It was then that Shen Fei realized that the entire village surrounding the Butterfly House and the Ubuyashiki clan's compound was inhabited by Hidden Guard members. Not only would they receive advance intelligence, even if a sudden demon attack occurred, the surrounding villages would have ample time to send a signal to Butterfly House and the Ubuyashiki clan, allowing them time to evacuate. The surrounding villages effectively served as a shield for the Ubuyashiki clan. I'll stay here and monitor the situation. G.I. will meet you outside. Watch for my signal. After most of the others had left, Shinobu Kacho, G.I. Tomika, the Flame Pillar, and Shen Fei remained inside the Ubuyashiki clan compound, discussing how to proceed. With members of the Demon Slayer Corps having become demons, to ensure the safety of Butterfly House and the headmaster of the Demon Slayer Corps, they had to evacuate, regardless of any demonic attacks. But the pillars were unwilling to leave like this, and ultimately decided to split up. Shen Fei and Tomika G.I. remained behind to gather intelligence, deciding whether to engage in battle based on the specific situation. Kacho Shinobu and the Flame Pillar retreated with the headmaster's family. Although the information they had received earlier, theoretically, the headmaster's family should be safe, accidents could happen. Without the pillar's protection, if the headmaster's family encountered an upper-rank demon, it would be disastrous. With the pillars, even if they couldn't defeat an upper-rank demon, they could still escape with the headmaster and his heir. The others would be sacrificed. While this was somewhat cruel, it was the best option. The Ubuyashiki clan made decisions quickly, just as in the original novel, when Ubuyashiki Koya planted a large amount of explosives in the mansion, severely injuring Muzan and burying him with his wife and 2 daughters. Ubuyashiki Koya had 1 son and 4 daughters, and his only son was also raised as a daughter. If one didn't know the truth, one might have thought he had 5 daughters. The Ubuyashiki clan's bloodline is truly exceptional in the Emerald City. Despite the varying ages of the 5 children, their overall appearance is similar and equally handsome. The reason they raise their sons as daughters stems from the family's bloodline. Children are often frail and sickly, requiring them to be raised as daughters until the age of 13 to avoid premature death. While this may seem like a myth, it's the truth. Just as the Ubuyashiki clan must marry members of the priest family in order for their children to reach adulthood. Judging from Ubuyashiki Koya's current age and the fact that he has 5 children, he likely married at 14. Ubuyashiki Koya's daughters are all incredibly adorable, and Koya is willing to have his daughter buried with him, while Shen Fei wouldn't allow it. Perhaps it's a matter of philosophies. Suicide and burial with his children are considered perfectly normal in these people's minds. Just like the Naruto Pillar, who dedicated his entire life to the Demon Slayer Corps and made tremendous contributions, even after Gyoku became a demon, he was forced to commit suicide to atone for his sins. Don't worry about me. I have thunder breathing. Even if anything goes wrong, I can escape quickly, Shen Fei said immediately after Tomika G.I. expressed his desire to join him. Muzan and the other upper-rank demons were no fools. In such a situation, they certainly wouldn't just be one upper-rank demon. With their strength, even if there were only 2, at least half the pillars would be needed to deal with them, and those pillars would have to have their marks activated. With none of the current pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps having their marks activated, even a full complement of them might not be able to defeat an upper-rank one. Without Tanjiro, the first pillar to activate their marks, it would be virtually impossible for the current 9 pillars to do so. 400 years ago, a wave of marked swordsmen emerged because of the founder, Yoriichi Tsugakuni. Haven't you seen how no marked swordsmen have appeared in the years since Yoriichi Tsugakuro's death? Although Shinobu Kacho and the Flame Pillar wanted to stay, the safety of the master was more important. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the safety of the master was above all else. After that, Shinobu Kacho and the Flame Pillar immediately chased in the direction of the master. Shen Fei stayed in the house, and Jiayu Tomiyaka hid in the distance. 4 demons, 3 upper-rank demons, and 1 Jian. It didn't take long for the house to be empty. Even if the demons came, although Jian's appearance had changed, Shen Fei recognized him at the first time. The two had met before, and Jian was very unhappy with him. Jian's strength should have increased after he became a demon. He can barely be considered an upper-rank demon. It's a pity that Muzan didn't come. Upper rank 1, Yoriichi Tsugakuro's brother. This guy should know how to practice the sun breathing. After the death of those spotted swordsmen, there are probably only 2 people who know about the sun breathing, Tanjiro and upper rank 1 Kakashibo. However, because sun breathing was so overpowering, even an upper moon 1 was ultimately forced to practice its modified version, moon breathing. After reading extensive information on breathing techniques and examining the experiences of members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shen Fei had a rough idea of why sun breathing hadn't been passed down. The primary reason was likely that no one could master it, and forcing it would cause harm to the body, much like how Fuzako Genaya, despite his refusal to master any breathing techniques, would cause significant harm. Considering the cases of Tsugakuni Yoriichi and Tanjiro, Shen Fei speculated that mastering sun breathing required someone born with a natural ability to see through the world. Tanjiro was one of those born with such a natural ability, potentially becoming the second to activate his mark, yet not subject to the 25-year lifespan limit. I really want to make a move, he thought, but ultimately, Shen Fei held back, as Muzan hadn't appeared. 4 demons have arrived, upper moons 1, 2, and 3 are all here, as well as Gyataka. Shen Fei quickly retreated to where Tomiyaka Jiayu was and quietly explained the situation to him. Upon hearing that 3 upper-rank demons had arrived, along with Akaza, Tomiyaka Jiayu lost all desire to attack. However, the 2 of them didn't leave, but waited where they were, as daybreak was approaching. If the 4 upper-rank demons didn't disappear before sunrise, they could launch a surprise attack. For demons, the mere sight of sunlight was certain death. During the battle, they could simply push the demons into the sunlight. Historically, demons have perished from the sudden onset of sunlight. It's the most foolish way for a demon to die. They're running pretty fast. Do you know where they're fleeing? Doma asked Gyataka with a smile, gazing at the deserted mansion. I don't know. This is information only the head of the Demon Slayer Corps could know. Even the pillars wouldn't know it beforehand. The Demon Slayer Corps' secrecy is exceptional. Even the hidden ones only know a fraction of the truth, much like Fury's fragmented management of S.H.I.E.L.D. Only by piecing together everyone's knowledge can we uncover the full truth. In this situation, even if captured and forced to confess, the hidden ones can only provide partial information. Just like when Tanjiro traveled to the swordsmith village, he was carried by several hidden ones along the way, none of whom knew each other. There's nothing wrong with divided management. Fury's misfortune stemmed from the fact that the Strategic Research Agency initially recruited too many Hydra personnel. Strictly speaking, Hydra's growth wasn't Fury's fault, nor was it Carter's fault, but rather the fault of the US top brass at the time. They only saw the benefits, ignoring the inherent drawbacks. The Strategic Research Agency back then wasn't the United Nations. Are you leaving? The upper-rank demons retreated before the eastern sun shone a single ray. Shortly after their departure, as the first rays of sunlight shone across the land, Shen Fei and Tomiyaka Jiayu emerged from their hiding place. Upon emerging, Shen Fei immediately deployed the barrier of the Opno to survey the surroundings. As expected, you have a backup plan. Want to follow us to the headquarters? You're in luck. Sensing the movement in the corner, Shen Fei did not expose it. It's time for us to go too, Shen Fei said, glancing at the corner, and then left with Tomiyaka Jiayu. Upper ranks 1, 2, and 3 and Jian, the 9 pillars must gather together to deal with them. At the new headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, after hearing the report, Yubuayashikiyo couldn't help but ponder. You go and rest first, and don't recall the others. A moment later, after giving a few orders, Yubuayashikiyo let the others leave, leaving only Shen Fei and Yubuayashikiyo's wife, Yubuayashiki Amain. I want to know if you can deal with Muzan, Yubuayashikiyo asked directly. As long as he appears in front of me, I will never let him escape, Shen Fei said with confidence. Are you sure? Yubuayashiki asked again. How about I demonstrate it for you? Shen Fei said as he stood up, drew his Nichiren blade, and walked to the side. As he swung the Nichiren blade, a glimmer of red flames immediately appeared on it, and then the Nichiren blade transformed into a flaming sword. Shen Fei then slashed the Nichiren blade at a rock formation approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. After the Nichiren blade was sheathed, the rock formation was chopped into dozens of pieces, and the cuts were marked with charred black marks caused by the high temperature. This time, Shen Fei used thunder breathing instead of water breathing. Friction generates heat, and even ordinary people would feel the temperature rise from constantly rubbing their hands together, let alone using thunder breathing. Xianyu's thunder breathing sword technique has 2 main characteristics, speed and heat, because he hasn't practiced it enough to generate fire. With enough speed, the Nichiren blade can transform into a flaming sword, just like Luffy uses the rubber gum fruit to create a fire punch. As Shen Fei sheathed his sword, Yubuayashiki Amin whispered what he had seen to Yubuayashiki Koya. In that case, let's lure Muzan out. Perhaps because of Shen Fei's strength, Yubuayashiki Koya finally made up his mind to lure the demon out of its lair. While the Demon Slayer Corps had been hunting demons for years, the Yubuayashiki clan had been hiding from them. For Koya, if he could kill Muzan in his generation and save his children from such suffering, he would be willing to pay any price. Yubuayashiki Amin supported him unconditionally. Shen Fei couldn't help but look at his wife a few more times. Such women were rare. Sharing life and death is easy to say, but truly fulfilling it is rare. Immediately, Yubuayashiki Koya ordered his wife to make preparations, starting with, of course, sending her pregnant daughter away. This way, even if the plan doesn't go smoothly, his son will take over the position of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps and continue to hunt down Muzan Kibatsuji. Shinobu Kacho looks very upset. Is it because of Doma? When Tomikaji Ayo reported the situation earlier, Shinobu Kacho's expression changed drastically after listening. Once Doma dies, her heart knot should be untied. Now that Muzan is about to be lured out, it's time for Nezuko to take action. Shen Fei was very surprised that Yubuayashiki Koya could make up his mind so quickly and let him deal with Muzan. This kind of courage is not something that everyone has. In the original work, Koya was able to make up his mind because all the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps became spotted swordsmen, and with the research of Miss Tamayo, he made up his mind. Sorry, head pillar, it seems you won't have a chance to make a move this time. At this time, the head pillar was still training hard. Not only the head pillar, but also Zenitsu Agatsuma and Takashi Inato had no chance to make a move. Tanjiro will probably be very happy later. His sister, transformed into a demon, woke up human again. Tanjiro would surely be overjoyed. Greetings, Muzan-sama. While Yubuayashiki Koya was making preparations, Muzan was inside Infinite Castle, conducting a chemistry experiment while listening to reports from the upper rank demons he had previously sent on missions. Upper rank 4 and upper rank 5. So you still haven't found the blue spider lily? Upon hearing the reports from the 2 upper rank demons, Muzan's face darkened, and he immediately placed the test tube in the test tube rack. For over 1,000 years, as the Demon King, Muzan had been searching for a solution to his own problem, not cannibalism, but his inability to see sunlight. As the Demon King, being unable to see even a glimmer of sunlight was a recipe for anger. Unfortunately, for 1,000 years, nothing was achieved. It wasn't until the rise of science in modern times that Muzan, immersed in it, finally found a clue, the blue spider lily. This was the medicine the doctor had originally sought, but before he could find it, he was killed by Muzan. Afterward, Muzan devoted himself to biochemistry research. He also hid another identity, a young boy with a blindness to the sun. To encourage scientists to research related drugs. Muzan was arguably the most technologically tolerant person, and his family even had a car. Forget it, I'll wait until we destroy the Demon Slayer Corps and continue my search. Yes, next, I should go meet the current head of the Yubuayashiki clan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.